This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Foxglove, written by Adeline Grace, read by Kristin Atherton. I have a friend who was asked, "What gets you out of bed in the morning during a job interview?" She answered, "My alarm clock." This book is for her, for always being my first reader, the best travel partner, an A+ stalker, and for making me laugh, even when she doesn't mean to. Part 1. Prologue. It had taken Fate a millennium to learn the songs of the threads, and even longer to discover how to weave them. He sat on the floor of a cellar, lit by a waning candle, hunched over a bare tapestry draped across his lap. Above it, a needle glinted between nimble fingers, the colour threaded through it ever-changing, as Fate crafted yet another lifetime. The first colour was always the same, a hymn of white that signified new life. He promptly followed it with a calming hum of blue threaded across the canvas, fueled by the music that thrummed in his veins. Passionate riffs of red and a wailing of yellow came next, the colours exploding over the tapestry like a sunburst, as Fate allowed himself to be consumed by the life of a wealthy aristocrat who would one day become so devastatingly beautiful that she'd inspire the most wondrous art. Paintings and sculptures, music and poetry, none of which would ever fully capture her beauty. Her life was a series of torrid affairs, each of them spun from gossamer threads, as fragile as they were exquisite. With each new lover she took, and every twist he foretold, Fate grew more frantic, tearing through her life as he followed a crescendo only he could hear. Anyone who saw him work would assume Fate was more a musician than an artist. The needle his bow, and the tapestry his violin, as he strummed life across a canvas. With every slice of his needle, he hurried to capture an entire lifetime that came to him in seconds, spinning songs into colours. He wove with such haste that he did not think, did not breathe. So lost was he to the story that when the strike of a minor chord sounded and the thread of his needle turned black to mark the end of the tapestry, there came a second where Fate did not remember who he was, let alone what he was crafting. Fate remembered himself, eventually, though, when he looked about the empty room, with its bare grey walls, and recalled that such vibrant colours no longer belonged to him, but to those whose stories he foretold. For while Fate's tapestry had once shone a brilliant and pure gold, the final thread had been marred by a new colour for centuries, a quiet, perfect silver that he couldn't bring himself to look upon, for it signified all that had been taken from him, all that death had taken from him. As he blew out the candle, the walls surrounding him morphed into rows of tapestries that hung from moving lines stretched endlessly ahead. The moment a clear space revealed itself, Fate stilled the line long enough to hang the newest edition. He brushed his fingers across its whirls of rich crimson, his favourite of all the colours, for love and passion that strong always made the most gripping stories. The tapestry continued onward as he drew back his hand, and onward it would continue until all the threads had unwoven, and it returned on the next line, blank, and ready to craft a new tale. Golden eyes had slid to his next canvas, when a sound from behind drew his attention. It was unlike any he'd heard before, one as soft as harp song, and yet as arresting as death's minor chord. It drowned out all other noise, and while fate made it a rule to never revisit the tapestries he'd already hung, for why alter a masterpiece, he could not resist its call. Fate moved between the rows, ducking and sidestepping as he made his way toward it. The line stilled as he approached, and Fate saw that the song did not come from one tapestry, but two. The first was perhaps the ugliest that Fate had ever woven, for too much of it was grey and purpled like a bruise. And yet it was one that Fate had taken his time with, every thread sewed with precision, as he crafted this cruel gift for his brother. A woman Death would love, but could never have. Only now, Fate frowned as he looked upon the tapestry, for somehow his creation had been altered. The grey shifted into lines of black that merged into red and gold, yellow, blue, and then more black. Not just a single line of it, but thousands of threads that continued to stitch themselves even as Fate took the marred creation in his fists. The second tapestry was no better than the first. Swirls of faded rose and icy blues were struck out by thick lines of black and white, over and over like the keys of a piano. He bent to listen to its song, the darkest, quietest hymn, in which each note struck like a punch, and drew away with a sharp breath. Its beauty was undeniable, and yet it was wrong. Fetching a needle he'd tucked behind his ear, Fate stuck it through the second tapestry to see what might happen when he tried to weave in the final black thread of death. To his surprise, the tapestry spit the needle back into his palm. He clenched his fist around it. Whatever these monstrosities were, he had not created them. The sight of them soured his stomach, and he yanked both tapestries from their lines. Even as Fate hauled them over his shoulder, they continued to grow, black and white stitches, water falling down his back, brushing over each lip of the stairs he stomped up while trying not to trip. He hurried to a crackling stone hearth that cast an amber glow across yet another bare room, this one dressed with nothing more than a single leather armchair that faced the roaring flames. Fate tossed the striped tapestry into the flames and took a seat in his chair, eager to watch it burn. Yet the flames sizzled out the moment the fire was fed, bringing an all too familiar chill into the room. It felt like ice sinking through his bones, seizing hold of his body and sending tremors down his spine. Fate lurched to a stand and yanked the tapestry out, scowling as the hearth reignited. Anger stirring, he took the hideously bruised tapestry this time and thrust it into flames that coughed embers up at his face. Fate stumbled back, shielding himself. When he'd glared down at the fire, it was neither red nor orange, but a colour he thought he'd never see again. Colour leached from his face as he latched trembling fingers around the tapestry, not caring that the heat scorched his palms as he freed it from the flames. He pushed the chair to the edge of the room so that he could spread the tapestry before him on the floor. He fell to his knees, staring, searching. And there they were, glinting like stars. Silver threads. Perfect, impossible silver threads. Until he blinked, and they were no more. His breath grew strained. Likely what he saw was little more than a product of his loneliness. A delirium brought on by too much work. Because after all this time searching, could he have found her at last? As delicate as a lover, fate brushed his hand across the threads to behold exactly who this tapestry belonged to. A girl he'd crafted out of spite, made to tempt death, just enough to ruin the man when it turned out they could no longer be together. And yet, her fate had somehow continued to spiral onward, no longer in his control. The second tapestry was similar, belonging to a girl who had defied fate not once, not twice, but 3 times over. Death had often warned him that he was too cavalier with the fates he wove, that there was no such thing as a perfect creation, and that someday, someone would overcome the future he had bestowed upon them and beat fate at his own game. Until now, he had never believed that could be true. He needed to know, needed to see this girl with threads of silver, this Signa Faro, for himself. And so fate grabbed his hat and gloves, and he went to crash a party. Chapter 1. It's said that foxglove is most lethal just before the seeds ripen. Signa Faro could not help but think of that alluringly toxic flower and her family's manor that shared its namesake as she stared down at the corpse of the once Duke of Burness, Lord Julius Wakefield. All her life she'd heard the stories of how her parents had died in that manner, their breath stolen by poison. Signa had found wrinkled newspaper clippings detailing the incident, buried in her grandmother's attic when she was a child, and she remembered thinking what a beautifully tragic evening it must have been. She'd envisioned bodies dancing beneath a buttery haze of lights, while satin gowns twirled about the ballroom floor, and Signa thought of how lovely it must have been in those final moments before death arrived. She'd taken comfort knowing that her mother had died in a ball gown, doing what she'd loved most. Never had Signa allowed herself to imagine the tragedy of such a death, or stopped to consider the shattering glasses and ear-splitting screams like those that reverberated through Thorngrove's ballroom. Until her cousin Blythe stumbled forward as someone shoved past her, Signa hadn't given any thought to how a person would have to mind their hands and toes to avoid being trampled by those who hurried past the body lying dead at their feet, rushing toward an exit. This death was not the beautiful, peaceful one that she had dreamed for her parents. This death was merciless. Everett Wakefield sank to his knees beside his father. He wilted over the corpse, showing no awareness of the mounting chaos, even as his cousin, Eliza Wakefield, gripped him by one shoulder. Her face was green as lichen. Gathering one long look at her dead uncle, she clutched her stomach and heaved her dinner onto the marble floor. Everett didn't so much as flinch as her sickness spilled onto his boots. Moments before, the Duke of Burness had been all smiles as he'd prepared to partner with the Hawthorns on their esteemed business, Gray's Gentlemen's Club. The arrangement had been the town's most notable gossip for weeks, and a venture that Elijah Hawthorne, Signa's former guardian, had been preening about for even longer. Yet, As he stood behind the corpse of that almost partner, with a flute of water trembling in his hands, Elijah Hawthorne no longer preened. He'd gone so white that his skin was like marble, veins of blue corded beneath his eyes.
"Who did this to me?"
Lord Wakefield's spirit hovered over his body, his translucent feet not quite touching the ground as he twisted to face Death and Signa, the only ones who could see him. Signa was asking herself the very same question, though with the restless crowd surrounding them, she couldn't very well answer Lord Wakefield aloud. She waited to see if more bodies would fall, wondering all the while if this was how it had been at Foxglove the night of her parents' deaths. If it had felt too bright and too glittery for the sickness that marred the air, and if her mother's sweat-soiled gown and coiled hair had felt as heavy then as Signa's did now. So lost in her thoughts and her panic was Signa that she flinched when Death whispered beside her,
"Easy, little bird. No one else will die tonight."
If that was meant to reassure her, he'd need to try harder. Everett held his father's limp hand, his tears falling in a bone-chilling silence, as his father's spirit sank to his knees before him.
"Is there a way to reverse this?"
Lord Wakefield surveyed Signa with such severity, such hope, that her shoulders caved inward. God, what she wouldn't give to be able to tell him yes. As it was, she had to pretend not to hear him, for her focus had been stolen by a man who stood opposite the corpse, watching Signa's every move. His presence alone had her drawing back, every hair on her body standing on end. Never had she seen this man, yet she knew who he was the moment his molten stare pressed into her. With his gaze, the haze of lights dimmed, and the panicked screams of partygoers dulled, ebbing away until they were little more than a distant hum. While Death's grip on her tightened, Signa found that she could not turn to look at him. The man who called himself Fate consumed her, and by the slice of a smile on his lips, he knew it.
"It's a pleasure, Miss Farrow."
His voice was as rich as honey, though it held none of its sweetness.
"I've been searching for you for a very long time."
He was taller than Death in his human form, but slender and corded with delicate muscle. Where Death was fair-skinned and sharpened by a cut jawline and hollow cheekbones, Fate sported deceptively charming dimples upon bronze skin. Where Death was dark intrigue, Fate shimmered as if a beacon for all the world's light.
"Why are you here?"
It was Death who spoke in a tone of bitter ice, for Signa's lips were numb, useless things. Fate tipped his head to look at Death's hand on Signa's shoulder, only a slip of fabric between their touch.
"I wanted to meet the young woman who had stolen my brother's heart."
Signa's attention halted. Brother? Death hadn't mentioned having one, and from the tension in the air, she wasn't certain whether she should believe it. Never had she felt such lethality from Death, whose shadows pooled beneath him. She yearned to draw back and find solace in their protection, but no matter how much she begged her body to move, it was as though her feet were nailed to the floor. Signa felt like little more than a bug beneath Fate's glare, half expecting him to lift his boot to squash her. Instead, he drew 2 steps forward and took Signa's face in a hand so startlingly soft that she flinched. A noble's hand, she thought. He bent to her level, his touch scorching her skin.
Let her go.
Death's shadows spiraled forward, halting at the back of Fate's neck when the man brushed his thumb across Signa's throat.
We'll have none of that.
Fate didn't so much as look up to acknowledge Death's threat.
You may have reign over the dead and dying, but let's not forget that it's my hand that controls the fates of the living. For as long as she breathes, this one is mine.
The cold snapped from the room as Death stilled. Signa struggled against Fate's grasp, but the man held tight. He bent, nearly nose to nose, as he inspected her. And while no words were spoken, a searching look lurked within his ancient eyes. Something so dark and fevered that she bit her tongue, not daring to make a move against this man who had stilled even death. In a whisper, Fate asked,
Miss Farrow, have you any idea who I am?
Looking at him was like gazing into the sun. The longer Signa stared, the hazier the world became, streaks of sunlight bursting across her vision. His voice was going misty too, the words soft as cream as they clotted together. Signa's temples pulsed with a blossoming headache. Only by name, she managed, nearly gasping the words. From his touch to his voice, everything about this man was scalding. Fate's grip on her face tightened, holding her focus.
Think harder.
There's nothing to think of, sir. If she didn't get away from him quickly, her head was going to split open. I've never seen you a day in my life.
Is that so?
Fate released his grip. Though his severity was plain, there was something familiar about his rage. Something that reminded Signa of the helpless fledgling she'd held in her hands months ago, or of the wounded animals she'd come across in the woods. As Fate rolled his shoulders back and dusted off his cravat, Death swept in, shadows swathing Signa. He eased her against his chest, curling a hand around her waist.
What did he say to you?
Death's shadows were colder than usual, flickering and irate. Signa tried to tell him, to soothe him, but every time she opened her mouth to speak Fate's question aloud, it bolted shut. She tried 3 times before she understood it was not shock or the pulsating headache that prevented her from speaking, and she turned to glare at Fate. Death said nothing as he slipped past her. Darkness seeped from him with every step, leaching colour from the gilded walls and splintering across the marble pillars. Signa breathed easier, no longer having to squint as Death stood toe to toe with Fate in his human form. His voice, that of a reaper found only in the most terrifying nightmares.
Lay another finger on her, and it will be the last thing you ever do.
Fate wielded his amusement like a weapon, expertly crafted and honed to perfection.
Look at you, all grown up. What a fierce protector you've become.
He snapped his fingers, and the world surged into motion. Muted screams became shrill in Signa's ears, the press of rushing bodies more intense. The scent of bitter almond, wafting from the dead body beneath them, more obvious by the second.
You are not the only one who can make threats, brother. Shall I make one of my own?
It was impossible to say how much time had passed, or whether any had at all, but soon Elijah was rushing a constable into the ballroom to inspect the body. Fate no longer stood before them, now amid the small crowd that had remained. Though Signa could not hear the words he whispered into a woman's ear, she didn't care one bit for the horror that crept over the woman's face. Fevered, she whispered to the man beside her, who in turn spread whatever was said to his husband. Soon the entire ballroom was ablaze in gossip and heated glances cast toward Elijah and his brother Byron, who stood beside him, his rosewood walking stick trembling in his hand. The guests kept a wide berth from Blythe as well, as though the Hawthorns were a blight that would infect all those who dared get too close. Though Elijah faced the crowd's sudden wariness with his head held high, the roaring whispers had Blythe sinking in on herself. Her narrowed eyes sharpened as they swept the room, which suddenly felt much too large and far too bright, toward faces that didn't dare hold her stare. Familiar with this feeling and how deeply it could tear at a person, Signa whirled to those who were watching. "Have you no shame? A man has just died, and yet you behave like this is a theatre. Leave, and let the constable do his work." Though several of the guests turned up their noses, they made little haste to leave, especially as Fate stepped through the crowd and approached the constable. Signa started toward him to stop whatever Fate might have been up to, but Death caught her elbow and drew her back.
"Not yet,"
Death warned with words that rang through her head.
"Until we know what he wants, we shouldn't make a move."
Signa balled her fists at her sides and had to do everything in her power not to give in to the temptation. In an act so effortlessly performed that he ought to have sold tickets, Fate made a show of pointing one slender finger toward the Hawthorne brothers.
"It was him,"
Fate announced, standing taller among the gasps. Signa hadn't even a moment to react to the fact that, unlike Death, Fate was now fully visible to those in the room.
"It was Elijah Hawthorne who handed Lord Wakefield a drink. I saw it with my own eyes."
There were murmurs of agreement, low, quiet rumblings of people convincing themselves that they too had seen exactly what this man spoke of. The constable's face hardened as he stooped beside the body and picked up a shard of the shattered champagne flute. When he lifted it to smell the residue, his nose wrinkled.
"Cyanide,"
he said flatly, and Signa had to remind herself to look surprised. The constable shared none of the crowd's astonishment, and Signa wondered whether his equanimity had to do with what she'd been reading in the papers for the past several months. Poison, cyanide in particular, was growing unnervingly popular. Nearly undetectable, it was a clever way to commit a murder. Some had gone as far as to call it a woman's weapon, for it required little effort and no brute force, though Signa could have done without that label. Her eyes fell to Everett and Eliza Wakefield. Eliza was still turned away from the body, clutching her stomach, while silent tremors rattled Everett. Fate drew a small step forward to rest a hand on Everett's shoulder. Crouching to Everett's level, Fate asked him,
"You saw Elijah Hawthorne hand that glass to your father, did you not?"
Everett's head wrenched up. His eyes had hollowed out, their light sucked away.
"Both of them!"
he said, rising to his feet, a fire raging in his voice.
"Byron was near them too. I want both the Hawthorne men taken into custody."
Signa's chest burned when she saw a faint shimmer of gold at Fate's fingertips. He moved them ever so slowly, and when she squinted, Signa could have sworn that there were threads as thin as spiderwebs glistening between them.
"Listen here, boy,"
Byron began. He stopped only when Elijah grabbed hold of his brother's arm and said,
"We'd be happy to tell you anything we know. I assure you that we want to find the truth as much as you do.
Signa was more grateful than ever for Elijah's newfound sobriety. She didn't dare imagine how he might have responded months ago, back when he was delirious from heartbreak over the death of his wife and the illness of his daughter Blythe. He likely would have found humour in the irony of the situation. Now, though, she was relieved to see that his mouth was set in a grim line. There was no knowing what game fate was playing, but surely Elijah and Byron would have no trouble with the constable. He escorted the Hawthorne brothers through the ballroom, allowing them only a moment to stop beside Blythe and Signa. Elijah took Blythe's face in both hands and pressed a kiss to her forehead.
"This is nothing to fret over, all right? We'll have everything sorted out by morning."
Elijah embraced Signa then, and her body warmed from head to foot as he kissed her forehead, just as he had kissed his own daughter. Perhaps it was because both she and Blythe were on the verge of tears, each of the girls holding the other's hand, that Elijah looked so calm, like a man on his way to tea, rather than one publicly accused of murder.
"Do not trouble your mind, my girls."
He set a hand upon their shoulders.
"I'll see you soon."
And then both Elijah and Byron were gone, escorted out of Thorngrove like the gentlemen they were. Signa stared down the hall even after they'd disappeared, blinking back her tears, so that fate wouldn't be allowed the satisfaction of seeing her cry. Elijah would be fine. There would be a few questions, and then the alleged involvement of the Hawthorne brothers in this death would be put to rest before a coroner even arrived to retrieve the body. Signa squeezed Blythe's hand to signal as much, though her cousin wasn't looking at her, or even at her departing father. Instead, fate was the sole focus of Blythe's rage. Before either she or death could stop her, Blythe slipped her hand from Signa's and marched across the ballroom, clutching her skirt so tightly that it seemed she might tear the fabric.
"You saw no such thing tonight, neither from my father nor my uncle."
Even in heels, Blythe was a good deal shorter than Fate, though that didn't stop Blythe from getting as close as physically possible and stabbing her finger into his stomach like it was a weapon.
"I don't know what you want from my family, but I'll be damned before I ever allow you to have it."
Blythe shoved past him without concern for who might have been watching and started toward Thorngrove's butler, Charles Warwick. Fate scoffed, but did not spare her another glance before he turned back toward Death and Signa.
"It's your move, brother,"
he said.
"Make it a good one."
As quickly as he had appeared, Fate was gone again, leaving only chaos in his wake. Chapter 2. An hour later, the halls of Thorngrove were eerie in their stillness. Signa kept close to the shadows, her fingers curling into the banister's gnarled wood, as she took her time descending the stairs with cautious steps. When the iron bolts locked behind the last of the gossip mongers, and Warwick had retired to his quarters, Signa became overly aware of every groan and creak of the wood that echoed through the foyer. Her nose tickled from the smoke of too many hastily blown-out candles, which cast the manor into such darkness that Signa shouldn't have been able to see her own 2 hands before her. Yet she may as well have been in a summer glade, for the glow of a spirit seeped beneath the ballroom's threshold and illuminated an effortless path toward the double doors. She expected that Death must still be in there preparing the late Duke, and she was trying to peer discreetly inside when the hairs along the back of her neck rose and a voice sounded behind her.
"He's asked for a few minutes alone with his son."
Signa stumbled back, having been ready to abandon her own skin before she realized that the low, resonant voice belonged to Death. She checked behind her, ensuring that no one was lurking on the stairwell before she waved him down the hall. The last thing the Hawthorns needed was to find her alone in the darkness, talking to herself moments after a murder. Death had returned to the form of his shadow self, gliding across the walls behind Signa, who tried not to shiver from his nearness. A million questions plagued her mind, but the first that slipped out as she sealed the parlour doors shut was, "When were you going to tell me that you have a brother?" Death's sigh came as a soft brush of wind that blew wisps of hair from Signa's face as he took her hands into his own. Had she not been gloved, his touch would have been enough to still her heart and bring out the powers of the Reaper that lay dormant within her. But because of those gloves, Signa remained entirely human as she curled her fingers around his.
"I've not spoken to him in several 100 years,"
Death answered at last, his shadows gentle as they tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with great care not to touch her skin.
"Were it not impossible for us to die, I wouldn't even be certain I still had a brother."
Signa recalled the way he'd shrunk in Fate's presence, and the tension in his grip as he'd held her. Even now, alone and pressed against the bookcases in a corner of the room, Death kept his voice low. She tried not to grind her teeth, hating to see him so anxious. Death was not meant to cower. He was not meant to fear. Who was Fate, exactly, to sweep in and make his brother respond in such a way? "He's toying with us," Signa said. Her skin itched, and she was more unnerved than she cared to admit. She eased only when Death pulled her close, her heart fluttering as his thumb stroked a soothing line down the length of one glove.
"Of course he is. Fate controls the lives of his creations. What they see, what they say, how they move. Their paths and actions are all foretold by his hand. My brother is dangerous, and whatever his reason for being here, we can be sure that he has no good intentions."
Signa didn't care much for being referred to as one of Fate's creations. After all she'd overcome, boiling her choices down to Fate made her success feel unearned. Like he somehow had a hand in all her hardest decisions and her biggest triumphs. "He certainly didn't treat you like a brother." Signa pressed her thumb softly into Death's palms, wanting only to pry her gloves off so that she might feel more of him.
For the longest time, the two of us had only each other,
Death said.
We came to view ourselves as brothers, though that title means little these days. Fate hates me more than any person in this world ever has.
Signa didn't have the opportunity to press for more before Death stole his hand away to take hold of her chin, tipping it toward him. As dark as it was in the parlour, Signa could still see the cut of his jaw among the ever-shifting shadows. The tension in her shoulders eased as he touched her bare skin for the first time that night. Coolness flooded through her body, and Signa tipped her head against him, savouring the touch.
Tell me the truth.
Death's lips brushed her ear, and her knees buckled.
Did he hurt you, little bird?
Signa cursed her traitorous heart. She wanted more information, for only in that moment was she beginning to realize there was so much left to learn about this man she'd believed she understood. But the longer Death held her, the more Signa felt herself melting beneath his touch, as, beat by beat, her heart stilled. How long had it been since he'd held her like this? Days? Weeks? For them to see each other, someone nearby had to be dead or dying, and ever since Blythe had recovered from belladonna poisoning, such circumstances were rare. Signa was glad for that, of course, for she could use some stability and a bit less death in her life. Still, she'd spent too many nights remembering the burn of Death's lips against hers, and how it felt when his shadows glided across her skin. For too long, she'd been able to communicate with him only through her thoughts. But with him physically present, her control wavered. Her mind may have wanted answers, but her body wanted him. "Are you trying to distract me?" she asked as she peeled off her gloves and discarded them onto the floor. The deep rumble of Death's laughter had heat stirring in her lower belly. Signa's blood burned with desire as he asked,
Is it working?
"Too well." Signa trailed a hand down his arm, watching as the shadows melted beneath her fingertips and gave way to skin, to hair that was white as bone, and a frame as tall as a willow and broad as an oak, to eyes as dark as galaxies, which shone as they looked upon her with the very same hunger that pulsed deep within her core. But not enough to keep me from asking what your life was like before I met you. I want to know everything, Death. The good and the bad. Endless was the silence that stretched between them, the only response that of a branch scraping against the window, the sound sharp and staggered in the spring breeze. Then Death whispered,
What might you think when you discover that the bad outweighs the good?
Signa tried to commit this feeling of his skin beneath hers to memory, savouring it while she still could. I will think that everything you've gone through has made you the man who stands before me today. And I quite like that man. Death's arm snaked around her waist, his fingers curling into the folds of her dress.
How is it that you always know the right thing to say?
Melting into the contours of his body, she laughed. I seem to recall you accusing me of the opposite a few months back. Or have you already forgotten?
I couldn't forget that clever tongue of yours, even if I wanted to, little bird. And I will tell you whatever you want to know about me. But first, I believe we have some catching up to do.
Death settled a hand on each of Signa's hips as his shadows swept behind her, scattering checker pieces to the floor as he laid her upon the table where she and Elijah had played several months prior. Signa had a fleeting, humorous thought of how she'd hated Death so passionately then. Yet here she was, months later, with her legs locked around him and her skirts lifted as she kissed him fully. She tasted his lips and thought of nothing but how much she wanted them to consume her. Signa kept herself gripped around him, and when they'd had enough of the table, they moved to the chaise, where he came down over her, one knee settled between her legs. Death's lips savoured her neck, her collarbones, the tender flesh just above her corset.
I have thought of you every day.
His voice was a rushing stream, pulling her into the depths of its current and devouring her whole.
I have thought of this, and all the ways I would make my absence up to you.
There were not enough words in this world to describe the way death's touch made her feel. One day, when she was old and her human life had run its course, there would come a time when the cold would call to her and not let go. Signa wasn't eager for that day, but she wasn't afraid of it either. She had learned to appreciate the cold that seized her veins, to revel in its power, for it was part of who she was meant to be. And so, she guided Death closer, placing his hands on the laces of her corset. Except, rather than release his hands, Signa stilled, as she recognized the chaise they were settled upon as the one that Blythe and Percy had used to watch Signa's early etiquette lessons. Her eyes darted to the thick Persian rug that she'd tripped on when Percy had been helping teach her to dance. Signa pushed away from Death, clutching her chest, as she thought of the last time she'd seen her cousin, in a burning garden, made the meal of a hungry hellhound.
Signa.
Lost in her haze of memories, Signa barely heard the Reaper's call. She didn't regret her decision. If she'd made any other, Blythe would be dead. Still, she couldn't stop hearing Percy's laughter, couldn't stop seeing his smile in her mind's eye, and remembering how red his nose had turned whenever they'd ventured into the snow. This is where I learned to dance. She curled her fingers into the cushions, nails dragging across the fabric. Percy helped teach me. That was all Death needed to understand, adjusting his position so that he could scoop her into his arms. Signa sat between his thighs, cradled against the pleasant coolness of his chest.
You are not responsible for what happened to your cousin.
She appreciated him saying so, but that didn't make it true. I was given a choice, she whispered. And I made it. With his chin resting on her head, Signa felt Death's gentle hum before she heard it.
Are you saying that if you were in that position again, you'd choose a different path?
She wouldn't. And that's what terrified her more than anything. What kept her up at night wasn't that she'd given the command to trade Percy's life for Blythe's, but that she'd do it again. She had begun to love Percy, truly, but it had been almost too easy to let him die. Perhaps she was already more of a Reaper than she'd let herself believe.
I will not lie to you and say that this is an easy existence.
Death's touch was tender, one hand snaking around her waist as she tipped her head against his shoulder.
Perhaps it was wrong for me to ask you to make that choice, but there was no easy answer. I didn't want you to lose both of them.
You cannot protect me from who I am. As she said it, the realization of those words sank in. Already Signa had accepted the dark power within her. Still, there would always be that whisper, the one that she had grown up with, that had made her believe everything about her was wrong. When someone cleared their throat at the doorway, Signa threw herself from Death and spun to look at who had silently entered the room, not having heard the door open. Fortunately, it remained shut. It was Lord Wakefield's spirit, who stared at them from the threshold.
It's no wonder you weren't more interested in my son.
He folded his hands behind his back, not bothering to conceal the judgment in his voice, or how the corners of his eyes creased as he assessed Signa, then turned to Death.
No matter how I try to avoid thinking about what might come next, it seems that I keep finding myself gravitating back to you.
Death extended his hand to the Duke.
That's a good thing. It means you're ready to join me and leave this place behind.
The Duke didn't draw forward, but instead asked,
Does it hurt to pass on?
Death's gentle smile was a brilliant sight.
Not in the slightest.
It melted Signa's heart to hear how tenderly he spoke, and she was glad that all the years had not hardened him. The tension in the Duke's fists eased, and he stretched a hand toward Death's, only to pull it away the moment before they touched.
My son will have to take over my duties,
said Lord Wakefield, the words tumbling out.
I'm not sure I've prepared him.
Again, Death stretched his hand forward.
You've done the job you were meant to do. Your son will be fine. The duties are demanding,
he argued.
Perhaps I should stay and watch over him. He won't rest until my murderer is found.
I know, Signa told him. Given how the last spirit she'd been near had possessed her, she fought every instinct in her body that told her to run when Lord Wakefield's attention whipped toward her. Although she didn't know Everett well, she had seen his face as he held his father. I'm sure you're right about Everett, and I have every intention of helping him find your killer, my lord. Whether Signa wanted to, fate had ensured that this was her task to deal with. It took a moment for the Duke to bow his head, out of excuses. His eyes fell to Death's hand, and this time he took it.
Take care of him,
the Duke's voice cracked as Death's shadows wound around him. But before they left, Death cast Signa one final look.
I do not know when or how,
he told her, the words little more than a whisper in her mind.
But I will find my way back to you soon.
Signa forced a smile, wishing she could easily accept those words. Doubt and loneliness were meant to be things of her past. Yet as the shadows consumed Death and the Duke whole, she realized that perhaps this was only their beginning. As breath settled back into her lungs, Signa adjusted her skirts and slipped on her gloves. The moment she started toward the doors, however, her returning heartbeat fluttered. She stumbled, gripping the edge of a tea table to keep herself upright. This was far from Signa's first time tempting Death, but this time something was different. This time, Signa choked as her breath returned, coughing into her gloves as a fit overcame her. She dug her nails into the wood. It felt as though she'd swallowed shards of glass that were trying to slice their way through her. Minutes passed before she was able to catch her breath. And when she peeled her hands away from her mouth, breathless and shaking, Signa's white gloves shone crimson with blood. Chapter 3. Blythe. The sky was pale with an arriving dawn, and still Blythe had not heard a word on the status of her father and uncle. She paced the floor of her sitting room, fretting across a thick Persian rug that she couldn't help but to stomp upon with extra vigour, for its beauty felt noticeably out of place for a night as severe as this one. Blythe had not yet changed out of her gown, which shimmered as it trailed behind her. How happy she'd been to put it on, finally having an occasion to wear something luxurious. Now, she scowled as it wound around her legs with every twist and turn. She kept waiting for the click of the doorknob, for Warwick or Signa or someone to arrive with news that her father had returned and that it had all been a misunderstanding. Perhaps it wasn't cyanide at all, but a heart attack with phenomenally poor timing. She could only pray and hope, because of all the places a man might drop dead, why, on God's green earth, did it have to be at Thorngrove? And why did that man have to be a duke? Blythe had only just begun to feel well enough to venture back into society, and already she was exhausted by the stares and the gossip surrounding her home and family. Her mind swirled with the memory of the shocked faces that had watched Lord Wakefield fall, the faces that had turned their attention to her father as the cause. Blythe's hands balled into fists. Nothing would please her more than to stuff socks into every bystander's mouth to stop such ludicrous gossip. Yes, her family had suffered great tragedies of late, and yes, she supposed Thorngrove was a little strange with its odd decor and general dreariness, but there was nothing supernatural about any of it. At least, she certainly hoped there wasn't. Little by little, though, Blythe had to admit that a sliver of doubt had begun to fill the darkest crevices of her mind with wild, impossible ideas. Inklings that, perhaps, there was more to this situation than she could see on the surface, for there had lately been too many nights when she awoke at the witching hour to memories of knocking on death's door. She remembered little about those feverish moments months ago, when it had felt like a veil had been cast over reality, distancing her from real life. But her dreams did not have the same haze over those memories. In them, she remembered how her father had held her hair back as she lost what little remained in her stomach. She remembered how he'd blamed the governess, Marjorie, and how Signa had been speaking with someone, a faceless, shapeless figure that no one else seemed able to see. In her dreams, Blythe remembered something strange stirring inside her, something light and warm that pulsed every time she'd been meant to die. She'd felt it days before Signa had arrived, and again on the night Percy had disappeared from Thorngrove. Even now, a tight, hot coil squeezed in the centre of her chest, tightening and tightening, until it felt as though she could barely breathe around it. It was nice, sometimes, a balmy, pleasant reminder of all she'd overcome. Other times, like there in her sitting room, it blazed within her and made settling impossible. Thinking of the man who'd accused her father only made it worse. Never in her life had Blythe seen the man with golden brown skin and eyes as blinding as the sun, though she supposed that meant little, considering she'd been ill for nearly a full year and hadn't the faintest clue who a great deal of people were these days. He had the appearance and self-righteousness of a noble, but whether he was a prince or a duke or God himself come down from the heavens to smite them all, the man was a fool to come into her home and accuse her father. For all she knew, he could have been the killer, and she intended to make that point known to anyone who would listen. Only when the sun had officially ascended did Blythe force herself to try to settle, flitting from the table to the bed, then back out into the sitting room to find whichever chair might best help with that effort. Having refused the help of her maid earlier in the evening, Blythe was left to claw at whatever parts of her corset she could reach, trying to give herself room to breathe. She eventually fell upon a chaise and kicked her boots onto the table before her. It felt like hours passed as she stared thoughtlessly up at the ceiling, and she practically leapt to her feet when a knock sounded at the door. Her hair was certain to be a mess, and surely the bare hint of rouge she'd worn on her lips and face had smudged. Yet she made no effort to make herself presentable because there was only one thing that mattered.
"Father?"
She tried to conceal the severity of her disappointment when it turned out to be Elaine Bartley, her lady's maid, who stood at the threshold.
"There's no word of him yet, miss."
Elaine made her way into the sitting room, observing Blythe's state with a solemn frown. Though Blythe would have preferred news above all else, her longing could not be disguised when she caught sight of the tray of tea and pastries Elaine set on the table.
"I thought you might still be up. Miss Farrow is too, and Mr. Warwick. Breakfast will be ready in another 2 hours, though I thought you might be hungry since I doubt you've slept a wink."
Blythe was hungry, ravenously so. But before she could pour herself a cup of tea, Elaine added,
"How about we get you into something more comfortable? I don't imagine a ball gown is ideal for either sleeping or eating."
Despite the daylight peeking in from behind the curtains, Elaine acquired a nightgown and helped Blythe change into it. It was only then, so close to Elaine, that Blythe saw how red-rimmed and squinty the woman's eyes were. Elaine pressed a hand to her forehead, looking unsteady on her feet.
"Are you ill?"
Blythe asked, holding her breath a little, just in case. Only having just gotten back on her feet, the last thing she wanted was to catch a sickness that could ruin her progress. Elaine's cheeks flushed.
"On and off, miss, though I expect it's nothing more than the ragweed. The pollen gets the best of me every year."
Elaine stepped away so that Blythe could smooth out her nightgown. It was far more comfortable than her previous attire, as light as air. She looked toward a freestanding mirror to see how horrid a state she was in, yet it was Elaine's reflection that captured Blythe's attention. Cold terror raced through her, seizing hold of Blythe as she stared at a reflection with purple bags under her eyes and a withering, skeletal frame. The Elaine in the mirror was little more than flesh clinging to bone, and Blythe's throat thickened around a scream she couldn't summon. She couldn't stop shaking, nor could she look away as the gaunt face twisted toward her, every facial bone and the outline of each tooth visible through paper-thin skin, as Elaine asked,
"Have you caught a chill?"
Her voice was the scratch of branches against a window pane, so abrasive that Blythe fell back as the familiar weight of sickness seized her. Perhaps she had fallen asleep, and this was all a dream, for what else was there to explain the wisps of shadows that seeped into Elaine's skin and spread through her like a blight? Blythe tore her gaze away, breathing so heavily that the maid took Blythe's hands to steady her. Every inch of Blythe's body went cold.
"Miss?"
Elaine whispered.
"Miss Hawthorne, are you well?"
This time Blythe did scream, her heart lodged in her throat as she spun away from the woman's skeletal touch. Except there was nothing skeletal about it. The Elaine who stood before her was the one Blythe had always known. Even when Blythe glanced from the maid to the mirror once more, the reflected Elaine was full-bodied and, aside from the red-rimmed and glossy eyes, appeared to be in perfect health. Blythe swallowed. If she wasn't dreaming, then perhaps she was delirious from lack of sleep. She looked pointedly away from Elaine, trying to settle her stomach before her sickness spilled onto the floor, and she gave Elaine a reason to remain in her room even a second longer.
"A break would do you some good."
Blythe's voice trembled with every forced word as she tried to cast away the oddity of what she'd just witnessed.
"You ought to take the day off."
The last time Blythe had seen hallucinations. No, she couldn't be getting poisoned again. She refused to even consider it.
"That's kind of you, but I wouldn't dream of it." Elaine said. What kind of person would I be if I were to leave you and your cousin now?
As Blythe sat down, Elaine crouched to help work off her long white gloves. It took everything in Blythe not to flinch as Elaine's fingers grazed her bare skin.
Cold.
Elaine's fingers were so cold. Elaine fortunately made quick work of the task and rose to her feet.
I'm not much of a fan of idle time anyways, especially these days.
She spoke those last words so ominously that Blythe understood at once that she was referring to all that had happened within Thorngrove as of late. The rumours of spirits, or ghosts, or whatever one wanted to call them, and the strange string of murders. Only, after what she'd just seen in the mirror, Blythe hesitated to call them rumours. She looked to Elaine once more, squinting. No longer could she see a sickly pallor or the stirrings of a blight. Elaine's voice, too, was back to normal. It was as though Blythe had imagined the whole thing.
Thank you for your help,
Blythe said in a tone of sharp dismissal. She turned away and tapped her fingers against one hip, just to have something else to focus on. Surely her mind was playing tricks on her. She'd had champagne at the party, and the day had been long and exhausting. That had to be all it was.
I'll see you at breakfast.
Elaine curtsied before seeing herself out, and the moment the door shut behind her, a deep fatigue settled into Blythe's bones. Perhaps the party had been too much, too soon after her illness. She couldn't make it to bed, but instead reached for her tea and a cranberry scone, too sweet for her liking, to shove into her mouth. As she chewed, she hoped that by the time she rose for breakfast, her father would be safely back at Thorngrove. All would be well, and the unfortunate day would forever be a thing of the past. Chapter 4. Signa had little idea how many people were left at Thorngrove these days. Elijah had culled the majority of the staff after Blythe's illness, leaving only those he trusted most and those the girls vouched for personally, like Elaine. A few new staff had been hired, of course, as they still needed help to tend to the horses and to clean the sprawling manor. But as Signa walked the dreary halls in the still grey hours of the morning, passing looming portraits of long-deceased hawthorns, she couldn't help but think that the manor felt eerily similar to a graveyard, with so many memories of its past residents imbued into the walls, and not a single living soul in sight. Signa wouldn't have been surprised if, after Lord Wakefield's death, the staff had packed their belongings and headed elsewhere to find new employment. There was at least one silver lining. Whatever illness Signa had succumbed to the night prior seemed to have passed quickly. She'd buried her bloodied gloves in the yard and cast them from her mind. She couldn't die, after all, and had been under insurmountable stress lately. Perhaps it was a passing illness. Perhaps it was poison. Or perhaps it was something that would require more thought than she was ready to give it. As Signa made her way down the stairs for breakfast, she was relieved to see that the table had been set for her, meaning that someone else was, in fact, still at the manor. Perhaps alerted by the noise of her chair sliding against the wood as she took her seat, Warwick emerged from the kitchen, wearing spectacles low on the bridge of his nose. Behind them were haunted, bloodshot eyes. Signa was certain the only reason her own eyes did not mirror his heavily shadowed ones was because, for her, none of the recent events felt new or surprising. She might not have anticipated fate's arrival, but she should have known her life would never be easy. Perhaps she should change her way of thinking to, instead, always anticipate the worst, and to be pleasantly surprised if nothing horrible happened.
Good morning, Miss Farrow.
When the words came out in a croak, Warwick cleared his throat and tried again.
Shall I fetch your breakfast?
Signa glanced around at the empty chairs, unsettled by the unnerving quiet. Why don't you eat with me, Warwick? She asked, despite knowing there were probably more than 100 silly societal rules about the inappropriateness of such a suggestion. Has there been word of Byron or Elijah? The black, bushy moustache upon Warwick's upper lip straightened over the top of what Signa could only assume was a frown. He gave no verbal answer to her request to dine with him, but instead remained standing.
Not yet, I'm afraid.
She steadied a hand on her nervous stomach. Nothing good could come from a visit with the constable taking so long. What of Miss Hawthorne? How is she faring? He opened his mouth to speak when a feminine voice from behind swept in.
Obviously, she has seen better days.
Blythe all but dragged herself into the dining room, looking worse than either of them. Her icy blonde hair hadn't been brushed and was still dented from where pins had fastened the waves. Fine hairs were strewn about her head, ratted tendrils falling over bony shoulders. The remnants of powder still clung to the creases of her face, rouge smeared across her lips. Like her father had done so many times before, Blythe wore only green velvet slippers and a robe over a loose ivory nightgown. Though Warwick startled at her appearance, Signa didn't hesitate to embrace her cousin, having needed the reassurance of seeing Blythe unharmed more than she'd realized. Blythe squeezed her back once before she took her seat beside Signa and grabbed the newspaper across from them. Flopping it open, she skimmed the pages quickly, until, with a relieved breath, she said,
There doesn't appear to be any mention of Lord Wakefield's death.
Perhaps Everett is paying them off, Signa said, uncertain whether she should feel worry or relief. I imagine such news would make headlines otherwise. Still reading, Blythe asked,
They'll be announcing Everett as the Duke now, won't they?
I would expect so. Folding the paper shut and tossing it to the side, Blythe turned to Warwick.
Does the offer of breakfast extend to me as well?
He pushed up his spectacles, quick to rectify himself. Signa supposed he ought to have been familiar with such oddities, given that he worked directly with Elijah. Seeing Blythe mirror her father's actions, however, appeared to be a first for him. Those actions were perhaps not the most reassuring sign of the young woman's state of mind, but Signa still admired Blythe's complete lack of regard for societal expectations. Envied it, too, considering that she herself had risen early to get dressed for the day. Given all that had happened the night prior, such a thing felt ridiculous. Warwick disappeared, only to return minutes later to set out porridge, sliced ham, scones, kippers, eggs, and toast on platters before them. Elaine worked beside him, rosy-cheeked and humming as she poured tea into their cups and set the pot on the table. Blythe took hold of her unsweetened tea, her winter-sharp eyes fixed on the maid, who fluttered out of the room with a small curtsy.
Does Elaine seem ill to you?
Blythe asked, leaning in with a conspiring whisper.
Does she seem feverish? Phlegmy?
Odd though the question was, Signa obliged with a simple reply. I don't believe so, though I don't remember ever hearing her hum before.
That's precisely what I mean.
Blythe drew her steaming cup to her lips.
Today of all days.
Given her own relationship with the deceased, Signa couldn't fault any person's way of mourning or dealing with troubling times. Still, Elaine had always erred on the side of propriety, and such behaviour was most certainly odd. It's all very strange. I don't understand why the constable is taking so long.
I don't understand any of it.
Blythe lifted her feet to sit cross-legged in her chair as she turned fully towards Signa.
What could make them believe that my father would want to kill the Duke? He wanted out of Greys more than anything.
That much was true, and though Signa felt no desire to be the one to break this news to her cousin, she felt it her obligation to say in an apologetic voice, "He was the one who offered Lord Wakefield a drink." Then, before Blythe could tear her head from her neck, Signa grabbed her hand and hurried to add, "I know that doesn't make him a killer, but it does give the constable reason for suspicion."
What about that man from last night?
Blythe ripped into her toast.
The one who made the accusation against my father. Have you ever seen him before?
There was the question again. The same one that fate had asked her the night prior. "I have not." Signa slathered a mountain of butter onto her lemon scone and tried to ignore the bitterness festering within her. While the words were her truth, Signa couldn't help but feel that she was lying. She'd come to view Blythe as a sister, and day by day the need to share what she was and everything she was capable of was becoming impossible to ignore. But how exactly did you tell someone who had no experience with the paranormal that not only was Death a sentient being who had helped Signa hunt down Blythe's murderer, who just so happened to be the brother that Blythe still believed was alive, but also that the man responsible for accusing her father was Death's brother, Fate? If that wasn't convoluted enough, there was also the fact that Signa and Death were intimate, and that she had the powers of a reaper. It would be a lot for anyone to take in, surely, and was a conversation Signa wasn't convinced even could be broached. And so, rather than say anything more, she filled her plate with ham and eggs and slathered more butter onto another lemon scone. When everything went to hell, at least she could always count on scones.
Whoever he is, he certainly has some nerve,
Blythe pressed, sipping her tea with a ferocity Signa had not known possible.
Or perhaps an ulterior motive. I intend to find him and see which it is.
The very thought had Signa so distracted that she burned her tongue on the tea, forgetting to blow on it. "Do not forget that you are a hawthorn," she said carefully, stirring in a third spoonful of sugar. "Your family is bound to have enemies, be it for reasons of jealousy or bitterness. Perhaps your father refused someone's entry into the club. Perhaps it has nothing to do with Elijah at all, but with Lord Wakefield. If someone wants his title, Everett could be the next victim. We can't dive into this situation without thinking it through." Blythe leaned back in her seat, stabbing her fork into a chunk of ham.
Then what do you propose we do? I cannot be expected to sit idly by.
Signa hated that such a question made her skin buzz, and some tiny part of her spark to life. Uncovering Blythe's murderer was not something Signa wished to ever relive, but for the Hawthorns she wouldn't hesitate. Still, it was unnerving how quickly her mind latched onto the idea of a new puzzle dangling before her. Already, she found herself trying to sort out the scattered pieces. "I think that, for now, we wait and see what happens with Elijah." It was not an answer that Blythe appreciated, though some small part of her must have realized it was their best option.
I must warn you that my patience is limited, cousin,
Blythe said. "And I must warn you that, were you to venture out into the world right now, looking as you do, and behaving as boorishly as you are, you would only further the belief that there's something strange about the Hawthorns." Signa smiled when Blythe cut her a look, though the jest was short-lived, as a heavy clunk, clunk, clunking echoed outside the dining-room doors. So familiar was the sound that Signa and Blythe shared a look before bolting to their feet as the double doors opened and Byron Hawthorne stepped inside. His shoulders were bowed, and his gaunt cheeks and neck were shadowed with dark stubble. Signa looked behind him to where Warwick stood alone, and clutched the back of her chair to support herself. Blythe noticed Warwick at the same time, and the smile melted from her face.
"Where is my father?"
I did everything I could.
Byron fisted his cane tight and looked his niece in the eye.
I'm sorry, Blythe, but I'm afraid that Elijah is being detained for the murder of Lord Wakefield.
Chapter 5. As well acquainted with death as Signa was, she'd met very few murderers in her lifetime. There was Percy, of course, and she supposed herself, though she tried not to stew on that. Still, she didn't need more experience to understand that Elijah Hawthorne was no murderer.
"What possible motive do they think he had?"
Signa demanded, as the puzzle pieces scattered in her mind's eye.
"He wanted to be done with Greys."
Lord Wakefield had already made a sizable payment to secure his future in the business.
Byron looked as though he'd aged 20 years overnight as he peeled off his gloves and tossed them onto the table.
They're theorizing that Grays was bordering on financial ruin due to Elijah's neglect, and that he needed the money, but didn't want to give up full ownership.
His forehead was perspiring, and Warwick was quick to fetch him a glass of water and a stool as Byron took a seat and propped up his bad knee.
"That's preposterous!"
As fair-skinned as she was, Blythe's face and neck were flushed with rage. Byron nodded at her, then did a double take when he noticed his niece's state of dress.
What in God's name are you? Oh, never mind. Despite what the truth may be, it was Elijah who gave Lord Wakefield the drink. The fool admitted it himself.
Blythe's indignant huff was enough to suggest she thought her father was ridiculous for admitting to such a thing. Signa agreed, especially given the circumstances. She knew from experience how awful it was to have people believe you were the reason for someone's death. But to have people believe you killed a duke? It would soon be in every paper throughout the country, ruining the Hawthorns' reputation, and that of Greys with it. If he was trying to save Greys from financial ruin, Signa said, then why would he kill a duke and soil its reputation? Where's the logic in that? Byron's eyes narrowed, and Signa tried not to show her offence at his surprise. Byron was by far the most traditional member of the Hawthorne family. In her months at Thorngrove, she'd come to learn that when Elijah had initially taken over the family business, Byron was filled with such jealousy that rather than working alongside Elijah, he went into the service to make himself scarce. According to Elijah, Byron had ascended high into the rankings before an injury sent him home with a bad knee. He had little choice but to partake in the family business soon after, though military training had made him more rigid than ever. Byron operated under the belief that there was a proper order to all things, that women had their place and men had theirs. Signa was a little surprised he was even entertaining this conversation. Perhaps the past few months had had some positive influence on him after all.
You're right.
Byron set down his water glass.
It's not logical at all. Unfortunately, after the past year, no one is expecting Elijah to think rationally.
"He no longer indulges,"
Blythe argued.
"Not even a little."
The thin skin around Byron's eyes creased in genuine apology.
Once you earn a reputation for yourself, it's difficult to change the way others perceive you. I'm afraid your father is facing a long and arduous uphill climb.
But you believe him, Blythe pressed. Don't you?
Signa's belly churned when Byron looked away. She was glad that Blythe couldn't see the shadows that darkened his expression.
It's not for me to decide,
he said. Signa thought of all the people who had shown up for the party the night prior. She thought of their painted-on grins and their pretty words, congratulating Elijah one moment, only to condemn him the next. How quickly everyone had turned on him. How quickly they would turn on anyone. For too many years she'd been willing to fight tooth and nail for a place in society, and she hated herself for it. Hated how hard she had tried to mold and shape herself into something worse than any poison she'd ever tasted.
Surely my father got the drink from the true killer,
Blythe suggested. Byron's seat gave a low creak as he leaned back, shut his eyes, and began to massage his temples.
He claims he got it off a serving tray and doesn't remember who from.
Signa went to take a sip of her tea, only to find she'd already drunk it all. Her mind had been too busy processing this new information to notice, for it made little sense. No one else at the party had been sick. So how was it that someone had managed to poison a single drink on a serving tray and ensure it landed on its right mark? Unless... perhaps... Do you think it possible that Lord Wakefield wasn't the intended victim? She asked, thinking of Percy, and how the tea he'd poisoned had been meant for his birth mother, Marjorie. Blythe went rigid.
You think the poison was for my father?
It's a possibility. Signa drummed her fingers on the table as she worked through the idea. It could have been meant for anyone, really. If it had been meant for Elijah, the person behind this was unaware that he's no longer drinking.
We can theorize all day.
Byron seemed ready to fall asleep in his seat, should they let him.
All that matters right now is that the authorities believe Elijah is the murderer. And if they don't find a more obvious culprit by the time of his trial...
He didn't need to say the rest. The truth of it already hung heavy around them. The punishment for murder was execution. If they didn't find the true culprit, Elijah would be hanged. Blythe hadn't taken a bite of food since Byron walked in, yet she still clutched her fork so tightly that her knuckles were bone white. We cannot leave this up to a constable, Signa said. With fate involved, that option would only end in loss. However, it wasn't as though she could say that aloud, and Byron hadn't changed enough to stop himself from fixing Signa with an incredulous stare.
I know there's something strange about you, Miss Farrow,
he began, not unkindly. Or at least not unkindly for him.
I know that with this strangeness you have helped my family once already. But you are no Hawthorne, and this is not something any young lady should get herself involved with. No one would fault you if you were to return to Foxglove early.
Signa hadn't realized those words would feel like a bludgeon until they struck. Beside her, Blythe threw her fork onto the table with a clatter.
To Foxglove? She demanded. Why on earth would she go there?
Because that is her home, Blythe. To be frank, the last thing we need is to give anyone another reason to scrutinize our family, and Signa is a beacon of unfavorable attention.
There was no time for Signa to form her own thoughts before Blythe sat up straighter, fuming.
How do you think it would look if she left us now? People would think we frightened her off.
As much as Signa could both hear and acknowledge the argument surrounding her, she could hardly pay it any mind. Her heart had lurched from her chest to her throat, hammering so fiercely that she worried she might be sick. Foxglove. For months that manor had been looming over her. When she'd turned 20 and inherited her parents' fortune, Elijah had given her all the help she might need to pursue getting the manor set up for her arrival. He'd given her recommendations, contact information for a newspaper that would put out ads for staff, and had even offered to purchase her a ticket for the train. Eventually, though, as ledgers of his notes and advice began to pile up with dust in her sitting room, Elijah stopped discussing Foxglove altogether. Ages ago, he'd told Signa that she could remain at Thorngrove for as long as she liked, and it seemed he'd meant it. Signa knew she'd be expected to leave eventually, but the thought of returning to Foxglove felt like stepping into a past that Signa had long since left behind. Here at Thorngrove, she finally had a family. And as Blythe slid her hand into Signa's beneath the table and squeezed tight, all Signa could think about was how much she wanted to keep that family close.
She's not leaving.
It was Blythe who decided, unfaltering beneath Byron's glower. Both girls ignored the way he pinched the bridge of his nose.
If she stays, she'll need to help us.
His eyes were severe as they flicked to Signa, searching her face. He frowned, not seeming to favor what he saw.
Can you do that, Miss Farrow?
Signa had to fight to find her voice as she asked, "What would I need to do?"
You and Blythe will do what all ladies your age are meant to.
Signa's skin prickled at his words. Still, when Byron leaned in, so did she.
Focus on bolstering the name of this family. Or, at the very least, maintaining our reputation. God knows Elijah could use the help. If you're going to stay, we cannot have you sulking about inside. You must be out and about, proving that you are confident in this family's innocence. It will only fan the flames if people believe that we have holed ourselves up out of fear.
To her surprise, Signa had no argument. When she had first walked into the room, she'd thought about how silly it had seemed to have breakfast and to go on pretending that everything was normal. But perhaps putting on a good face and maintaining a charade that all was well would ease the gossip. Not to mention that if it meant remaining at Thorngrove with Blythe and Elijah, Signa was willing to do anything. Byron pried himself from his chair, ready to make his exit, when the dining room's double doors swung open, and a raven-haired maid Signa had seen only in passing hurried in, with a letter set upon a silver tray. She curtsied, something Signa was still getting used to, then extended the tray to Signa, who took one look at the golden envelope and tasted acid. She knew without looking who it was from, for the shade itself was too similar to Fate's burnished eyes to be coincidence. Blythe's curiosity prickled at Signa's skin as she took the envelope from the tray.
Open it,
Blythe urged, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the written words. Byron was observing them too, and since there was no way out of it, Signa tore open the envelope. Inside, there was no letter, but an invitation written in gilded script.
To the ineffable Miss Signa Farrow.
She already wanted to burn Fate alive for his ridiculous greeting alone.
Your presence has been requested to join His Majesty Prince Aris Dryden of Verena at Wisteria Gardens this Saturday evening at 6 o'clock for a grand ball to celebrate his arrival to Celadon.
Signa barely managed to refrain from crumbling the invitation in her hands. A prince! How ridiculous this man was to think he could waltz in with such a grand facade. She had every intention of tearing the parchment apart until Blythe, reading over her shoulder with gleaming eyes, plucked the invitation from her fingers.
Signa.
Her cousin's voice was breathy with wonder, and Signa realized that whatever game fate was playing, she'd already lost.
We must go. If we can impress a prince, perhaps he might help us clear my father's name.
The truth seared a hole in Signa's tongue, though it wasn't as though she could admit to knowing that this man was no prince.
Blythe is right.
Byron plucked the invitation from his niece's hands. Such a bad habit must have run in the family.
This is the perfect opportunity. At the very least, you must attend and demonstrate to everyone your confidence in this family. You may not be a Hawthorne by blood, but perhaps that's to our benefit. Others may be more likely to believe you.
Signa tried not to scrunch up her nose. She would do it, of course, even if the last thing she wanted was to throw herself back into society's clutches during the season. She made it a point not to look too closely at Byron or Blythe, staring instead at the hands she folded against her lap. As quiet as the night, Blythe whispered,
My father is innocent. I know he is. Please say that you'll help him.
Signa steeled herself, shoulders back, and gathered every ounce of courage within her. If she had to play fate's game, then so be it. She was a reaper, a shadow of the night with a lethal touch. She would protect her family, her home. And when she was through with him, Signa would ensure that fate regretted the day he'd ever challenged her. Of course I will, Signa promised, staring firmly into her cousin's eyes. I'll go to the party, or woo the prince, or whatever it takes. We will save your father, Blythe. Of that, I'm certain. Chapter 6. It was to her suite that Signa soon retired, fate's invitation clutched in her hand. If she was going to beat fate at his own game, then she needed more information. Signa locked the heavy oak door behind her, then contemplated dragging over her dresser to further block entry, before deciding that would only draw more attention. The lock alone would have to suffice. Gundry watched from the foot of her bed, yawning from behind the billowing canopy as Signa pressed her ear to the door. She moved to the nightstand only when she was certain no one was wandering the halls, then opened the top drawer and withdrew a small bundle of silk cloth. Cradling it close to her chest, Signa took the bundle to her bed and spread it over the linen, revealing a handful of berries so dark they were nearly black. Belladonna. Behind her, Gundry growled deep in his throat. The hellhound had been with her for the past several months, sent by death as a companion. Mostly he spent his days lazing away near a hearth, or, when the weather permitted, flitting through burnished leaves in the yard. Signa had told everyone he was a stray she'd picked up during a trek through the woods, and though it took some convincing, Elijah had agreed to let him stay. No one who met Gundry would think the hound much of a protector, but sometimes, as Signa watched him stir during the witching hours, she'd remember the shadows that had dripped from his open jaws, and how he'd clamped those jaws around Percy with a single command. "Hush," she told him, bopping the beast on his wet snout. "I may regret this, but I need your help." When Signa was in her Reaper form, it was only Death who could either see or hear her. She could perhaps show that she was near with a sudden gust, or windows slamming shut on a mild day, but if she hoped to communicate with Elijah, she'd need assistance. "Ready yourself, Gundry. We're going on an adventure." Gundry's ears flattened. He looked from her to the berries with a whine that Signa paid little mind as she drew the curtains shut and scrawled a hurried note onto a piece of tea-stained parchment. The ink was still wet when she folded the sheet and reached forward to scratch Gundry under his chin, slipping the note beneath his collar. "We'll be fine," she told him. "I promise." There weren't many berries left, perhaps 15 or so, and it would be several more months until the belladonna near Thorngrove was back in bloom. All she had remaining were dried and shriveled berries from last autumn's stash, which would likely taste as rotten as they looked. Still, they should do the trick. It'd take at least 5 berries to produce the result she needed, and so it was precisely 5 berries that she scooped into her palms before bundling the cloth and setting it aside. Signa took a seat on the bed and pressed all 5 berries upon her tongue. They were crunchy and bitter, their rot soiling her mouth. Yet she swallowed them down all the same, and curled her fingers in Gundry's soft coat as she waited for the effects to take hold. Signa shut her eyes as her vision swam, and sipped slow breaths through her lips until she could take in no more. Only then did she crack an eye open as the belladonna claimed her, the Reaper's power spreading through her veins. She greeted it like a lover, embracing the cold and the darkness that wisped around her fingertips. "Hello, you," she whispered to the shadows that swathed her hands. Gundry still lay with his chin on her lap, though he was changed. There were shadows where his eyes had once been, and more that oozed like smoke from his maw. The last time he'd been in this form, it had been too dark to notice that Gundry's ribs protruded from his skin, or that his hollowed-out insides were visible through a gaping hole in his belly that swirled with darkness. Gundry looked every bit like a beast that had crawled its way out of the depths of hell, with elongated canines and massive paws that were twice the size of her face. And yet, he was still the same Gundry, whining and nudging his wet nose against Signa's hip. "I'm all right," she said, slipping from the bed. "Come, we should hurry." Signa steeled her nerves. Death had once said that her powers were about intention. Want something, then take it. Facing the barest wall in her suite, she focused on Elijah's face as she imagined a portal of shadows that would take her to see him. It was certainly possible. Death had done something similar the night he'd taken her to see the Bridge of Souls. Still, just because something could be done, it didn't mean that she knew how to do it. She was having trouble focusing as slivers of sunlight cut through the windows. Her powers felt out of place in the daylight, perhaps even forbidden. Only under the cover of night could she stop thinking about how odd it was to not be able to feel the press of the springtime heat against her skin. It was thoughts like that, however, that would get Signa into trouble. There was no choice but to cast aside her doubts and to step into the shadows that built upon the wall. Unfortunately, Signa smacked face first into the wall the moment she tried, and rocked back, cursing the blasted space as though it had reached out and attacked her. The ground rumbled suddenly, with a deep, smoky laugh. Signa squeezed her eyes shut, refusing to turn and look at Death from where he waited on her bed. "How long have you been watching?"
Long enough.
He sounded smug, but Signa didn't spare him a glance to confirm that he looked it too.
What are you up to, little bird?
Her poor nose felt as though she'd just taken a brick to the face, and she tried to rub away its aching. "What does it look like I'm up to? I'm trying to use these beastly powers." Only when he chuckled again did she shoot him a glare so scathing that Death's lips promptly uncurled. He tried his best to look inconspicuous, though there was no denying the amusement glittering in his eyes.
What for?
He asked.
I thought we agreed that you'd only use those berries in an emergency.
She glanced to her reserve of belladonna, 10 berries left. If she wanted to avoid having to take more, there was no time to stand around chatting. "Your brother is on an expedited mission to ruin my family. If that's not an emergency, I don't know what is." A surge of panic shot through her, and Signa clutched her chest as the heart within it fluttered. Death was behind her in an instant, his hands on her shoulders. She settled against his body as her heart stilled once more and lifted her hand to his. "I let myself get too worked up," she said. "It won't happen again."
Your body is acclimating to the belladonna.
Death swept a strand of hair from her face and tucked it behind one ear.
You shouldn't be using it.
"Elijah is in prison." Death's eyes were filled with such concern that Signa had to keep her eyes trained on his chest. "We'll discuss this later." Only then did he ease his hold on her, though to help maintain her current state, he didn't let go entirely.
Very well.
He waved his free hand at the wall, where fervent shadows swarmed.
Is this what you wanted?
She kept her chin high. "It is."
Wonderful. I quite like your face, and I'm not sure that it could handle another one of your attempts.
Slipping his hand from her shoulder and down to hold hers, he pulled her toward the writhing shadows.
Whenever you're ready.
At her heels, Gundry gave a low whine. Signa cast a cursory glance at the parchment beneath his collar, ensuring it was still secure, before she gave his head a gentle pat and stepped forward. It was a familiar feeling to let the shadows pull her from one place to another, like slipping through a lake and emerging dry. Strange and a little unsettling, but also deceptively peaceful, given where they'd ended up. No longer were they in Signa's bedchamber, but in a too-small room with such little light that at first Signa thought her sight had been spirited away. Only because she was a reaper did her vision normalize, the darkness soon giving way to reveal the outline of a small cot, a chamber pot, and eventually a man huddled on the cold stone floor, knees drawn into his chest. Signa started toward him before Death's grip tightened.
Remember that you are a reaper right now. Mind your touch.
Signa backed toward a wall with her arms wound tight around herself. "Are we in the prison?" She was glad she wasn't human in that moment, for the stone splitting from the ground was caked with so much dust that she feared for her ability to breathe. It felt like one wrong move was all it would take for this place to come shattering down upon them.
Yes.
Death spoke in the placating tone he'd used with Lord Wakefield and other restless spirits, and though Signa recognized the tactic, she also appreciated it.
No light is allowed in the cells. The idea is to blind the prisoners, to never let them see each other or their surroundings, so that they might feel entirely alone. I've picked up far too many people from rooms just like this one, driven to madness from the isolation.
As she looked at Elijah, Death's words cut deep. "Go to him," Signa whispered, summoning the hound to her side. Gundry took one look at her before he bowed his head and padded the few short steps toward Elijah. The shadows swirling around his protruding ribs slipped from him with every step, shedding from his skin until his body filled out, and he was nothing but a common hound with a gentle whimper. Elijah startled at the sound, jerking his face toward it. The left side of his face was bruised and swollen. His hands and clothing were covered in the grime of the room, stained a sooty grey. Signa covered her mouth, scrutinizing the cut along his brow, to the bone and begging for an infection.
"Who is that?"
He croaked, trying to squint through the darkness.
"Is there someone there?"
Signa squeezed Death's hand, keeping herself grounded. She could only watch as Gundry nudged Elijah's leg, still and calm even as Elijah pulled away.
"Gundry? Can this truly be you?"
Gundry pressed his snout into Elijah's leg, and with trembling hands, Elijah reached out to pet the beast. The moment his fingers curled into Gundry's fur, Elijah's voice croaked with a hoarse laugh.
"It seems I have gone delusional."
He stroked down Gundry's back, and then back up again, stopping when his fingertips brushed the slip of paper tucked beneath the hound's collar. Elijah stilled at the sound, glancing at the door once before he tugged the note from Gundry's collar. He held it up, though there wasn't enough light to read it, especially where some of the letters had smudged. His hands shook as ever so slowly he scooted toward the cell door and held the note up to the keyhole in the iron lock, squinting to read one letter at a time with only the barest hint of light. Is there a suspect? It took such a painfully long time that Signa had half a mind to go back and fetch him a lighter, but the idea had hardly formed in her head before the cell door rattled. Elijah shoved the note into his mouth and swallowed as the door swung open, nearly hitting him. Elijah's eyes flew at once to Gundry, but the hound was nowhere in sight, already back at Death and Signa's side and concealed in the shadows. Hideous was the only way to describe the man who stepped inside the cell. His face was too small for his body, round and oily, and he wore a gruesome grin that Signa longed to wipe from his chapped lips. She looked at once to his knuckles, scabbed, which answered the question of what had happened to Elijah's face.
"Get up, Hawthorne. This ain't a gentleman's club."
Signa hadn't realized how tightly Death was holding her back until he squeezed her hand.
"Steady, little bird."
The words were a gentle buzz in her mind.
Steady.
If not for Death's presence, such a thing would have felt impossible as the man gripped Elijah by the collar and hauled him to his feet. As awful as it was to watch, Signa was glad that Elijah didn't fight back. Who knew what might happen if he dared to make a move against these men? The guard threw Elijah a mask that looked like little more than a sack with slits for eyes. Elijah put it on without protest, though a moment before he slid the monstrosity down his face. His eyes trailed to the back of the cramped cell, right to where Signa stood pressed against death. She stiffened, though as he continued to search, it became clear that he couldn't see her.
Byron did not speak on my behalf.
Elijah's words were so quiet that the prison guard cupped an ear.
What was that, Hawthorne?
The hideous man stepped forward, yanking the mask the rest of the way onto Elijah's face.
You got something to say?
Signa could hardly see the pleading eyes that searched for her, but she knew enough to understand. Elijah said nothing more as the guard hauled him out of the cell, though his message was loud and clear. Byron Hawthorne had lied when he said he'd done everything he could to protect Elijah, which meant that Signa had a prime suspect in Lord Wakefield's murder. Chapter 7. Signa barely sensed the shift as death drew her from Elijah's cell, through the shadows that leached any returning warmth from her skin, and back to the safety of her suite at Thorngrove. Her mind was a deluge of thoughts, all of them about Byron. She tried to steady herself against the edge of the vanity, only to forget what form she was in, stumbling as her hand slipped through it. Why might Byron be involved in this? Did he still want Grays? Was he capable of murdering for it? She'd believed that he'd finally come to terms with separating himself from the business, as he'd taken quite an interest in eligible women this season. It had seemed that he would find a wife and settle down. Signa held her stomach, fighting the sickness that gripped her every time she pictured Elijah's bloodied, beaten face. She could kill the man that did that to him, and thought of the way she might do it. She could return to the prison, follow him out into the dark of the night, and wrap her hands around his throat. He'd be dead in an instant, and as for his soul, oh, how she wished to destroy it. To form her shadows into a scythe and slice through the man until his very essence was wiped from the earth. As if able to sense the bitter thoughts festering within her, Death drew Signa close, smoothing his hands down her arms.
I understand what you're feeling, and have acted on that impulse more times than I can count. Rarely is it worth it, little bird. Awful as that man may be, he has a family, one he does not treat so poorly, and who rely on him. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that we do not get to play God. We do not get to tamper with fate, especially when he is breathing down our necks.
Signa wished that Death had not spoken, and that those few words alone weren't enough to plant the idea of that man's family in her mind. It was for them that she shut her eyes and willed her mind to ease away from such vicious thoughts of death. God, what was happening to her? Byron told us that he tried everything, Signa whispered, forcing her mind elsewhere, onto a new puzzle in need of solving.
Then we'll have to find out why he lied.
The more Signa let the fire within her fizzle out, the more Death's grip eased.
In the meantime, I'll ensure no one lays another finger on Elijah.
Signa watched as Gundry padded toward her sitting room, shuffling in circles a few times before he settled beside her writing desk. Elijah must believe himself mad for the things he saw today. Using Gundry was the only way I knew how to communicate with him.
Elijah is no fool.
Death told her.
He deserves more credit than you give him. He suspected the supernatural with his wife's spirit, just as I believe he's always suspected it of you.
This made her still, a surge of fear tightening her throat. You think Elijah knows about me?
He knows that you were able to communicate with Lillian, and I believe he's always known that you are more than you appear.
His finger grazed the bare skin of her neck, and as it slid down, the coil of tension in her body eased.
Relax your mind, little bird. We will solve this.
She tried to let those words hit her, tried to wrap them around her soul and find comfort within them. This wouldn't always be her life. They would save Elijah, and then the nightmare would be over. One more time. One more mystery. And then she could finally have the peaceful life she'd always wanted. No more murders, no more mysteries that kept her mind churning at all hours of the night. Just a peaceful life with the Hawthorns and the man that she loved. Signa rolled some of the tension from her shoulders as Death cupped the side of her face and bent to kiss her with lips that tasted sweet as nectar and felt as all-consuming as winter. She tipped her head back as he peppered kisses across her skin, and though she wanted to let him continue, wanted the distraction of his deft fingers undoing the silk laces of her dress and to feel his shadows along her thighs, she forced herself to peel away. We have things to discuss. Signa cleared her throat, each word forced and awkward. She would love nothing more than to back onto the bed and pull him over her, to let his body become her greatest distraction, and to let it ease her worries until she finally fell asleep for the first time in over 24 hours. But there was still the matter of fate, and until she knew more about who they were up against, her mind would allow no distractions. Primarily, your brother. Death's jaw tightened.
I will deal with my brother. You don't need to concern yourself with...
His eyes fell past her to the golden envelope on her nightstand. As if instinctively, Death dropped his hand from her to stalk toward it, and Signa shuddered at the immediate warmth that consumed her body in his absence. She clamped her eyes shut, fighting the wave of nausea that ripped through her. Death, Signa called, reaching out for him.
What is this?
He picked up the envelope and tore the note free, scoffing as he read the gilded words.
Who does he think he is, waltzing in here like damned royalty?
Death! Signa called again, but it was too late. She doubled over as breath crashed back into her lungs. Her stomach lurched, and Signa fell to her knees beside a wastebasket seconds before she threw up once, twice, and then a third time. Finally, she was able to sit back, the neck of her gown dampened with sweat. Her vision was a haze, Death's shadows swaying in and out of it as he crouched beside her. I'm fine, she whispered through chattering teeth, straining not to lose sight of him. It was a futile effort. It'd be only moments before the belladonna was entirely out of her system.
You most certainly are not fine.
Death's voice once again filled the space of her mind, and Signa couldn't help her resentful scowl. She wanted him to stay with her, to hear his voice spoken aloud, to hold him.
The reek of death clings to your skin, Signa. What's going on?
She lowered her face to stare at the floor. It's nothing. Merely a fever. The chattering of her teeth was lessening with each word, and slowly she was beginning to feel more herself.
This is no fever.
His shadows twisted behind her, drawing from the bed a blanket that he carefully wrapped over her shoulders. It did little to calm the shivers racking through her.
Why are you not surprised by this?
Signa gripped a corner of the blanket with one hand. Though she had a theory about what was happening, she had no desire to speak the truth into existence. Unfortunately, Death was nothing if not a patient man. It wasn't as though she could be rid of him either, considering he could speak quite literally into her mind. She had little choice but to tell him the truth. Now isn't the first time something like this has happened. There was a long beat in which Death did not respond, and in that moment, Signa's heart raced. Would he leave? Had he already left? She was about to call for him, but then heard his voice once more, clipped and firm as he asked,
When?
"Last night," she whispered, feeling herself shatter with each word. She knew already what he would think, just as she also knew that there could be no more secrets between them. "After you left with Lord Wakefield, I began coughing up blood." There was a shift in the room, and Signa could sense that Death had moved farther from her.
After you crossed the veil back into life, he said. I knew those berries were a bad idea. If stepping in and out of the veil is what's causing you to be sick, then you must stop taking them.
She clenched her free hand against the floor, nails grating against the wood planks. She couldn't just stop. Couldn't just not see him. But saying that would do her no good, so instead she asked, "How else am I to defend myself against your brother?"
I told you already that fate is my responsibility.
His voice sounded even more distant, and she knew from the trail of it that he was backing toward the window.
Should he even dream of touching you, I will be there. If you must use the berries, do so in emergencies only. Promise me this time. Swear it. This sickness is surely fate's doing.
Signa glanced to where Fate's note lay on the table, golden and gleaming. Perhaps their animosity had started as a feud between two brothers, but the moment that Fate involved the Hawthorns, it became Signa's war. And so she did not answer him, knowing that she had every intention of going to that party and confronting Fate face to face. Instead, she asked, "Why is he doing this? What happened between you two?"
As much as I wish I could tell you it was all a misunderstanding, I'm afraid my brother has every right to hate me.
The response was quiet at first, as though she were listening to him through water-clogged ears. Signa had to strain her focus to hear him when he said,
I have not seen him since the year 1346, when I killed the only woman that fate has ever loved.
Signa clung to the end of that sentence, waiting for more. And yet the silence dragged on, first for a minute, then for 2. "Death?" Signa hauled herself to her feet, clutching the blanket. There was a stillness in her mind that she'd not had in a long while, one so heavy that she at once understood something was wrong. "Death!" she called again, dread burning her throat. She could still feel his presence in the air that had gone frigid with his nearness, and knew he was still there from the goosebumps that spiked along her skin. But she could not see him, could not touch him. And now, with a growing panic rising in her chest, Signa realized that she could no longer hear him. Chapter 8. Signa searched for death everywhere. Sometimes, when the temperature plummeted, or she felt the caress of a particularly gentle breeze across her cheek, she would imagine that he was there beside her. She took her morning walks when the springtime sky was still a dreary grey, and the lawn sparkled with the morning dew, ensuring she was alone as she spoke to a man who she couldn't be certain was even there, giving him the updates of her investigation. Nearly a week had passed since the day Elijah had been taken. Nearly a week of tailing Byron as he puttered around Thorngrove, busying himself with hiring staff and assigning duties, inspecting all work with a critical eye. With the deal for Gray's Gentlemen's Club having fallen through, he often took to Elijah's study from sunrise to sunset to go over ledgers and paperwork. There was little else Signa could do while he was in there, and thus she took to spending many afternoons pricking a needle into her finger, watching the blood swell, and then stop, seconds later, without any sickness. Her powers still worked. It seemed it was only when she crossed the veil and had full access to them that she took ill. Though she knew little of Fate's abilities, she guessed this situation was somehow his doing. If she didn't already had enough of a reason to want to beat him at his own game, she certainly did now. Blythe, too, had put on her detective's cap, and unlike Signa, was less distracted with worries of fate and the image of Elijah hunched and beaten in his cell. However, she also didn't have all the information, and Signa had no idea how to broach that conversation. "Good morning, Blythe. I am a Grim Reaper who used my powers to visit your father in his cell. He suggested that I investigate your uncle. Would you like to join me in my continued mission of tearing your family apart?" No. If it meant sparing Blythe the pain of such knowledge, Signa would bear the burden of it forever. Just as she intended to do with the truth about Percy. Blythe spent her mornings and afternoons in the library, reading about poisons and poring over whatever news clippings she could find for murders involving cyanide. She'd spent the first few evenings since Elijah was imprisoned at the dinner table, sharing the details of her findings with whoever would listen. Once Byron realized that she had no intention of discussing more dinner-friendly topics, he instructed the two girls to take their suppers elsewhere so he could have some peace, which meant that evenings quickly turned into Signa cutting into a piece of roast as Blythe discussed in extraordinary detail the latest murder she'd read about. By the time Fate's soiree rolled around, or rather Prince Eris's soiree, as that was the name he'd been going by, the day felt as much of a mental reprieve as it did a chance to confront the man face to face. Every time Signa read the name and saw those gilded letters, another crinkle marred the invitation. Elaine had helped Signa ready herself that afternoon, practically glowing as she laced her into a gorgeous satin gown the colour of ripe autumn moss and adorned with golden embroidery. The dress was perhaps a few shades too dark for both this year's style and the season, yet Signa loved the way it reflected back at her in the mirror. It felt rich against her skin and fit her like a glove, tight around the waist and narrowly avoiding a scandal at the bust. As she was unmarried, her hair had been pulled back from her face, twisted and pinned into elegant curls. She loosened a few of them as she inspected herself, wishing that death would be there to see her. Maybe he would be. Maybe he was already here, and trying to warn her not to attend the soiree. With their communication halted, it wasn't as if she'd know.
If you don't have 100 handsome men asking for your hand by the season's end, then surely there is no hope for any of us.
Elaine lowered her hands to her hips as she looked Signa over. She was the single rose among the aptly named Thorngrove these days, and Signa wondered if perhaps it was for her and Blythe's benefit that Elaine's cheeks were so rosy and her smile so bright to make up for the foulness that plagued the manor. But the more time that passed, the more genuine it seemed. When Signa had first met Elaine, the young woman had been quiet and reserved. Now she hummed when she strolled the halls, and shared stories of happy news whenever she delivered tea. Though her cheerfulness was sometimes odd, such grim circumstances made it that much more appreciated. As for the comment about the men, Signa smoothed out her long white kid gloves, never having realized they could be so interesting. Her wealth was no secret, and with the hawthorns feeding her as well as they had been, Signa had filled out in a lovely way. Her skin was suppler than when she'd first arrived at the manor, and though there were some who still considered her eyes with great scepticism, for one was a winter's blue and the other a melted gold, Signa knew she was pretty enough to draw interest. However, knowing that she couldn't summon death whenever she wanted, had her yearning for him even more, and seeking the attention of others less than ever.
Oh, don't make such a face, Elaine chided,
looking at Signa's reflection in the mirror in front of them.
If this is about Mr. Everett Wakefield, even I know he's keen on you. I'm certain that once Mr. Hawthorne is proved innocent, all will be well. Though, if you ask me, I say why not go for the prince instead, especially if he's handsome.
Signa didn't care one bit for the playfulness of Elaine's voice, or the way she wagged her brows. More than anything, though, she hated the suggestion that a man as despicable as fate could ever be thought of as handsome. He was ghastlier than anyone she'd ever laid eyes on, which was saying a lot, considering she had grown up seeing all sorts of strange spirits, with parts of their bodies stabbed or rotted or blown away in old wars. Signa didn't have the heart to shoo Elaine away when her lady's maid pinched some colour into her cheeks and ushered her out the door.
You best be on your way, miss. Your uncle will be meeting you in the carriage.
While the idea of being escorted by Byron for an entire evening once would have stalled Signa's steps, she was eager to get him out of Thorngrove and away from Elijah's study. Fate wasn't the only one to be wary of. She needed to see how Byron behaved in the public eye. Whom would he approach or find himself in conversation with? What might his mannerisms be? Whatever he did, she'd be there to track his every move. Skirts in one hand, Signa held the other above her eyes, blocking out the beaming sunlight as she hurried to a polished carriage led by two stallions with slick black coats and thick muscle. The wiry groom who opened the door was decidedly not Death's human charade, Silas Thorley, and Signa felt a little pang in her chest as the young man helped her up. To Signa's surprise, it wasn't Byron who waited for her inside.
Hello, cousin.
Blythe's voice was more cheerful than it had any right to be, and Signa fixed her with the most vicious glare to signal as much.
Oh, don't give me that look. Surely you knew I was going to come.
I expected you would consider it, though I had hoped you'd see reason. Signa halted at the door, debating the merits of dragging Blythe out by the skirts when the driver cleared his throat.
Hurry and take your seat,
Blythe scolded.
We're already late.
She wore a shade of blue so pale it could almost pass for white, and kept her hair as loose as possible while still maintaining societal rules. There was a healthy flush to her cheeks, and Signa hated that there was such a glimmer of determination in her eyes, for she had no idea how she might possibly manage to convince Blythe to stay home. "Where is Byron?" Signa asked.
"He'll follow us in the next carriage," Blythe answered. "With our gowns, there wouldn't have been room for him to stretch his legs."
Again, the driver cleared his throat. Recognizing that she'd lost this round, Signa sighed and slid onto the velvet seat across from Blythe. Her cousin folded her hands on her lap and inspected the sapphire jewel upon her gloved finger, not meeting Signa's eyes. "You shouldn't have come."
"Of course I should have."
Blythe was dismissive, as though that fact was the most obvious thing in the world.
"Look at me. I couldn't let this dress go to waste."
"I'm being serious, Blythe."
"So am I."
Only then did Blythe look up with a dark severity in her icy eyes.
"My father's life is at stake. I do not care if the prince is 60 years old or the most boorish man that has ever walked this earth. There is power to being a pretty girl in a pretty dress, and if I have any chance of getting him on our side, I intend to do so. Now, will you help me or not?"
She stretched out a hand, and against her better judgment, Signa let her fingers slip through Blythe's. Even through the gloves, Signa could feel every bone in Blythe's fingers. She was still so thin, still so frail. Though Blythe tried not to show it, she was clearly still recovering. And the last thing in the world that Signa wanted was for her to get sucked into fate's games any more than the Hawthorne family had already been. "I will always help you." Signa squeezed Blythe's hand in both of her own. "But, given the current state of the Hawthorns and that it's my name on the invitation, perhaps it would be prudent if I spoke to the prince first."
"Perhaps,"
Blythe shrugged her delicate shoulders.
"though Uncle says the invitation was likely for the family. I understand your concern, but I've been to hell and back in this past year. I believed that I would never again attend the ball, let alone ride in another carriage. Yet, here I am. A prince does not frighten me, cousin. Especially not one who doesn't even have the decency to properly invite me to his soiree."
Signa had little choice but to lean back in her seat and settle her hands into her lap. How much simpler it would have been if only Blythe knew the truth. Step by step, she was veering closer to the web that fate had spun for them. But if Blythe wouldn't protect herself, then so be it. Signa would work twice as hard to keep the Hawthorns safe and away from his ensnarement. No matter what happened that evening, she would not allow fate to win. Chapter 9. They'd been riding for what felt like hours, journeying through twisting, brambly roads, and hills so precarious that both Signa and Blythe had to squint their eyes shut for fear of falling. Eventually, though, forest gave way to sprawling hills cast a burnished orange by the setting sun, as the first sign of Wisteria Gardens emerged. The palace sat upon acres of grass so ripe a green that it reminded Signa of illustrated pages from old fairy tales. It was situated on a vast mountainside, massive enough that Thorngrove felt like little more than a farmer's cottage in comparison. Both Signa and Blythe pressed their faces to the windows as their carriage continued past iron gates strung with ivy and half green with lichen. Before them was a line of at least a dozen more carriages that rolled through a courtyard paved with pristine white stones. Grass nearly the colour of Signa's dress sprouted between them, so meticulously clipped that it made the walkways look ready for a life-size game of chess. It was upon those stones that the young women were dropped off, Signa's heart fluttering in spite of itself as she stepped out of the carriage. Wisteria Gardens was almost eerie in its beauty. The setting sun burned behind the palace, and the breeze was so gentle and lulling that Signa was almost tricked into believing the place was little more than the innocent countryside home of a prince. She looked to her right, where ripe green hills rolled down a mountainside full of grazing horses and bleating sheep. It was odd, though, how the sounds they made seemed to repeat themselves, as if on a loop, and how there was no scent of them in the air. She smelled only the wisteria, and looked past the courtyard to see the blooming trees that were the place's namesake, purple blossoms dangling from the branches and crawling up the side of the palace. There was even a wisteria-laden archway along the walking path, exquisitely maintained.
"This place is incredible,"
Awe laced Blythe's voice as she stepped forward and hooked her arm through Signa's.
"How strange that I've never been here before. I wasn't aware it existed."
Signa bit her tongue. How fate intended to stroll into Celadon with a palace that had appeared out of thin air and call himself a prince, Signa hadn't the faintest idea. And yet, no one seemed to question it, not even Blythe, who pulled Signa along while Byron eased himself out of the next carriage and hurried to catch up. Blythe led them toward a towering marble fountain of a woman in a gown of ivy and flowers that split at her mid-thigh and twisted around her ankles. Water poured from the chalice she tipped precariously in her hands. Live lotus flowers and lily pads drifted at her feet. There were other fountains too, smaller, but each of them as extravagant as the next, and surrounded by short, spiraling hedges, or adorned by the most bizarre flowers that once again reminded Signa of a fairy tale, ancient and magical things that seemed out of place in the real world. All around them towered wisteria trees in full bloom, their rich petals dangling overhead like the most glorious canopy. Everyone was gaping in delight as they stretched their hands towards petals that were somehow always just out of reach. Yet as beautiful as it was, the courtyard dulled in comparison to the palace itself. Never had Signa seen anything so massive. Where Thorngrove was dark, Wisteria's exterior was a spotless white, adorned with gilded carvings and more windows than Signa could count, each of them sporting marvellous stained glass. There was a long stone walkway leading up to the palace, with a pond on either side. Sculptures loomed from the water, some of them of gorgeous women or powerfully built men, while others were of beastly creatures that could come from only the wildest of imaginations. They appeared to be made from marble, some of them blanketed with moss and creeping fig, and each as excessive as the next. Signa stretched her fingers out to draw them across their damp stone, then turned toward Byron at the tapping sound of his walking stick coming up the path.
"I want you both on your best behavior,"
he warned, fighting the same slack-jawed awe that everyone at Wisteria wore.
"This prince could be our key to clearing Elijah's name."
Signa very much doubted that. Blythe squeezed Signa's arm, her footsteps hastening as they followed a trail of bustling crinoline toward the palace. There were whispers, too. A few of them sounded excited, but the majority were low and prickled at Signa's skin. She turned to catch the eyes of too many strangers staring at them with dagger-sharp glances and spiteful rumours searing their tongues. Though Signa was used to such behaviour, it never stung any less, especially considering that she'd believed herself finally free of it. Blythe, too, kept her jaw tipped high and her expression flat, refusing to mark herself as prey before ravenous vultures. It was she who had warned Signa all those months ago of just how willing society was to pluck the skin from one's bones to worsen any wound. And if there was one thing that Signa had learned about society, it was that people loved little more than watching those above them fall from grace. "Come." Signa steered her cousin forward. "I'd like to see the inside. I imagine it must be even more grand." Oh, how right she was. If the exterior of Wisteria was opulent, the interior was decadently lavish. Like the exterior, the walls inside Wisteria were bright and pristine, decorated with extravagant ivory wallpaper and gold flourishes. It would seem fate had a taste for the colour, for the mirrors and paintings were also plated in a matching gold.
"Oh, it's magnificent."
Blythe craned her neck to gaze 3 stories up to the ceiling, which was painted a brilliant shade of red, and beheld the most intricate floral designs swirled throughout. Ahead were 2 grand staircases that met in the middle of the 2nd story. They were covered in a thick red and gold rug, and the girls followed suit as guests climbed the stairs. They slowed their steps for Byron, and Signa used the time to take in every inch of the decor. Strung along the walls were the wildest assortment of oil paintings, each one depicting strange and nonsensical things. One showcased a garden full of fairies that danced around overgrown mushrooms, while another portrayed 2 women dancing in a candle-lit ballroom, their dresses igniting into flames behind them. Tucked into every corner were the most elaborately carved vases or sculptures. Most were tame, while others elicited blushes and concerned gasps, such as the statue of 3 people in the heat of passion, and another of a man brushing his hand along his lover's cheek with more tenderness than Signa knew was possible to impart into a piece of stone. Each painting conveyed a story with such richness that the art felt alive. She wasn't convinced that if she glanced away, they wouldn't spring to life and continue their stories.
"His lordship is quite the collector,"
said someone ahead, and Signa recognised the sharp voice as belonging to Diana Blackwater, a mousy and uncivilized girl who could often be found attached to the hip of Eliza Wakefield. She was perhaps one of the worst vultures Signa had met thus far, and Signa made sure to stay quiet, trying to keep from Diana's view.
A collector indeed.
Byron's scowl grew in severity with every piece of art they passed.
At the very least, they should have had these pieces temporarily moved. Avert your eyes, girls. You shouldn't see such atrocities.
Arms still linked, Blythe leaned toward her cousin and whispered,
"It would seem he hasn't the faintest idea what's in half the books that end up on our nightstands."
Signa pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. Though she ducked her head and pretended to follow Byron's instructions, her eyes remained lifted to inspect every inch of the palace and its art. As much as she hated to admit it, Wisteria was beautiful. Even so, there was a sense of oddness to the palace, a looming heaviness that permeated the air and had her wishing that death could be at her side. Signa's palms ached with the absence of his touch as she forced herself up every step, feeling as though she were treading water. When she squinted, a strange golden haze blanketed everything. Yet no one else said a word about it, and soon enough they were at the top floor, in what was, regrettably, the most gorgeous ballroom she had ever seen. Unlike the rest of the palace, the ballroom was not bright and crisp, but made up of ornate panels backed with gold leaf. There was no part of the walls that went bare. All were either mirrored or featured gilded carvings of foxes climbing trees or rolling among the flowers, lit by sconces that set the room ablaze in warm, rich amber.
What I wouldn't give to live here.
Blythe's words were breathy and wondrous. Everyone seemed to agree with her. The guests were all chattering and whispering, twirling around the room to take in its extravagance. While the rest of the palace was decorated with art, this exquisite room was the art. Byron straightened beneath the amber glow and whispered to the girls.
Tonight is not the night to overindulge. Mingle, but keep your wits sharp, and your tongues soft. Understood?
Understood,
Blythe echoed dismissively.
But I dare say, Uncle, that Signa and I won't have managed to draw the prince's eye with you looming over us. Surely we may walk about the room ourselves.
Byron opened his mouth to speak, though his lips sealed as he scanned the crowd. Alerted at once, Signa tried to follow his gaze to who had drawn his attention, though there were far too many bodies to decipher which guest had caught his eye.
Very well,
Byron huffed as he adjusted his cravat.
Be mindful about how you present yourselves, and do let me know if either of you finds this evening's host.
Signa could only hope that she would be the first to hunt fate down, though it was going to be difficult, given that she needed to keep an eye on Byron too. Gently, she unlinked her arm from Blythe's. We'll have a better chance at finding the prince if we split up. Will you manage? The decision could very well come back to bite her, though Signa needed some space if she was going to tail Byron. Blythe tossed her hair back with a sharp,
Of course I will,
and disappeared into the throng of guests. It wasn't long until Signa jumped, feeling a hand on her shoulder.
Miss Farrow?
She bit down her groan, for the voice was the same grating one she'd heard while climbing the staircase. Miss Blackwater. Signa attempted her most curt smile as she turned toward Diana, though it barely touched her cheeks. It was fortunate the room was so dark. How lovely it is to see you.
Likewise.
There was a gleam in Diana's eyes that made Signa feel as though she were a mouse and Diana the hungriest feline.
I must admit that I didn't expect you out so soon, given the scandal.
It would seem they were getting right to the point then. Very well. If there was one thing Signa had learned by then, it was that a person could not cower when targeted by a vulture, for such a scavenger would only continue to circle, to peck and wear its prey down until it was ripe for the feast. Signa Farrow was many things, but she was not prey. Having no intention of letting Diana continue her pecking, Signa made herself tall and relied on a skill that every proper lady had been forced to utilize at one point in time or another, whether for the benefit of herself or a man whose ego she was expected to stroke. Feigning ignorance. The scandal? Signa pressed a hand to her chest. I can only assume you're referring to the tragedy that befell Lord Wakefield. The man was murdered in cold blood, Miss Blackwater. Heavens, I dare not reduce what happened to him as a mere scandal. Oh, how good it felt to watch Diana's cheeks flare crimson. I'm glad that Mr. Hawthorne has been so willing to help with the investigation of such a tragedy. Signa put a little sigh into her voice, quite proud of her performance. It was a shame that Blythe was not nearby to watch. It would have delighted her.
Of course not.
Diana's mouth was small and shrewd, and she held her lips together in a line so thin they looked almost non-existent.
Though it does you no good to be associated with that family. You were doing so well for yourself at Everett, though I can't imagine he'll be interested in you now.
Signa's merciless smile remained unwavering. How is Lord Wakefield? She asked, referring to Everett. His new title was strange upon her lips, especially given the circumstances.
Ask Eliza.
Diana fluffed out a long white fan and waved it against herself as she nodded toward the throng.
It seems that, despite the circumstances, she could not refuse an invitation from the prince.
Signa followed Diana's gaze. Sure enough, Eliza was not at home, mourning the loss of her uncle. She hadn't even donned traditional mourning wear, but was instead dressed in a beautiful lavender gown. Still, there was a pallor to Eliza's skin, and haunted shadows beneath her eyes as Signa surveyed her conversing with a small crowd expressing condolences. She was surprised to see that one of the men nearest to Eliza was Byron.
What a time to be flirting one's way through a ball.
Diana gave her fan a little flutter that didn't hide her cruel smile.
I suppose she must not have loved her uncle as much as she wanted us to believe.
There hadn't been much in Signa's old etiquette books about the particulars of dealing with royalty, especially when a familial relation had just passed. Though Eliza's presence at the ball did seem unusual, Signa doubted that it was easy for someone to pass up a direct invitation from a prince. Still, it was remarkably odd, especially considering that she was chatting with Byron. Miss Wakefield is doing the best that she can. It was another voice that spoke, one that normally would have soothed Signa, but at that moment made her skin prickle. Charlotte Killinger. Signa's oldest childhood friend, and the only person who had seen her follow Percy into the garden the night they all believed he'd vanished from Thorngrove. Signa had done her best to avoid Charlotte and her prying eyes, but that was certain to be more difficult with fate forcing her back into the throes of society. We all are. Signa hated that she tensed when Charlotte laid a hand on her shoulder. Hated that guilt welled up in her and threatened to leak like a rusted faucet. She didn't regret what she'd done or the choice she'd made to end Percy's life in favour of Blythe's. But she also didn't want anyone else knowing about it. Not ever. How are you faring? Charlotte asked, and Signa immediately wished her friend were less kind. That she was as sharp and guarded as she'd been when Signa had first arrived at Thorngrove last autumn. We're all eager to learn the truth, Signa said, by way of answer, despising the heaviness in her chest. How is Everett? Still grappling with the gravity of the situation, I think. He's barely spoken a word since that night. Signa may not have been able to remember her parents, but she remembered her grandmother, whom she had loved deeply. She also remembered the pain of losing her, and never again wanted to relive the emotions she knew Everett was enduring. The Duke's killer will be found. Signa filled her voice with such confidence that both Charlotte and Diana straightened as if reproached. Signa didn't care, for it was the only way to convince herself. She had found a murderer before. Now, she only needed to do it once more. Watching Byron fill out Eliza's dance card, Signa wondered if Elijah had already set her on the right path. Chapter 10. Blythe. Blythe knew when she wasn't wanted, mostly because it was an entirely different experience than the ripe smiles and too cheerful voices that she was accustomed to. All around her were faces she'd known her entire life, yet not a single person asked how she or her family were faring. But to be concerned about it would be silly, for being the subject of gossip always had an expiration date, and the vultures would move on the moment the next scandal reared its ugly head. And when they decided to welcome her again, when they tried to get on her good side and exchange gossip like it was gold, ha! She would eat them alive. because Blythe Hawthorne was not nearly as forgiving as her cousin, and she had no desire to be. She was glad, though, that Signa had agreed to stay at Thorngrove. Even if she was acting stranger by the day, which was saying a lot given Signa's perpetual oddness, Blythe wasn't certain how she'd manage without her. Selfish though it was, she hoped that Signa would remain with her at Thorngrove forever. For so long as she had one person on her side, Blythe refused to give a rat's ass about what anyone else thought. Her feelings about society were akin to her father's. It was there whenever someone was in need of entertainment, and while it was important to at least make an effort to keep one's name from the scandal sheets, it mattered little in the grand scheme. So long as she had money and status, the vultures would return to shove their greedy little beaks into her pockets soon enough. And that was a fine way of things. Blythe didn't need pity, nor did she need anyone's protection. For too long she'd been treated like some fragile heirloom meant to sit on a shelf, too precious to be taken out into the world. But she was no delicate artifact, nor the soft doll that her family seemed to think her. Perhaps that was why, when Blythe bit, she bit hard. She was small and still frail from sickness, and because of her blonde hair, fair skin, and lips as pink and pretty as a rose, people often dismissed the cleverness of her mind, or her ability to handle herself. But high society had been her domain since birth, and she more than knew how to navigate it in whatever way she saw fit. She just could never quite get herself to care. Seeing that Signa was distracted, and having realized the prince was not yet in attendance, Blythe had made her escape from the amber ballroom and the whispers. Wisteria Gardens was far brighter than Thorngrove, and Blythe found herself unable to look away, mesmerized by its boldness. It was lavish, and perhaps even a little gaudy with its extravagance, but everywhere she turned, there was something magnificent to catch her eye. Intricate busts carved from marble, rich oil paintings made from the brightest cobalt, and a gold so striking that she could only imagine how much each would cost an eager collector. There was no theme to any of it. Every picture and every statue was thoroughly different from all others. The voices behind her faded as she followed the art down an endless hallway, passing delicate sculptures of butterflies and pottery so ancient it looked as though it belonged to another time. She stopped at the end of the hall, beneath a towering painting of a woman so beautiful that Blythe lost her breath. Like the figure in the courtyard fountain, the woman stood waist-deep in a pond filled with lotus flowers. She tenderly cupped one and stared down at it with such fondness that Blythe felt compelled to step forward to investigate further. The woman's hair was pale as snow and fell to her hips in elegant waves, the ends of it sweeping into the pond. She wore a thin white gown that billowed in the water, the fabric so sheer that her figure beneath it skimmed the edge of visibility. Foxes crept in the grass behind her, their golden eyes watching through towering ferns. The image felt like a moment captured in time, so real that Blythe kept waiting for the woman to look up. Kept waiting to see whether her eyes were brown or blue or green.
"They're silver."
Blythe nearly tripped into the portrait at the voice behind her, brisk, deep, and decidedly masculine. She turned at once, and given the man's height, the first thing she noticed was not his face, but that he wore a coat of ivory and gold, with fitted trousers to match. From the quality and colour of the material alone, Blythe understood at once whom she was speaking with, and dropped into a practised curtsy.
Your Highness.
She dipped her head, heart in her throat. For while she may have found society and all its customs to be silly, she could behave long enough to impress a prince.
You were trying to look at her eyes, weren't you?
The prince asked.
They're silver.
Ever so slowly, Blythe straightened, eyes trailing up and over the beautiful stitching of his coat, then toward a ruffled white cravat that climbed so high on his neck it appeared to be strangling him. And then she looked even higher, to his face, and her breath caught. Two familiar, amber eyes looked past her to the painting, sparing no concern for Blythe, whose mouth had fallen slack. The man before her was the very one she'd cursed in her bedroom several nights prior. The same one she'd planned to give a piece of her mind the next time she saw him. The man who had condemned her father was the very same prince she was meant to charm. Yet the thought of sparing him a single kind word made Blythe want to cut off her own tongue.
You!
The word slipped from Blythe before her mind could catch up with her mouth. She had to clutch her skirts to keep her hands from shaking.
You're Prince Aris.
She couldn't be certain whether he recognized her, for the prince made only a low grunt beneath his breath and stepped toward the painting. His face was expressionless as he inspected it.
What do you think of her?
So jarred was she by the question that Blythe turned and followed his gaze to the painting, giving her mind a moment to process the fact that it would be in her best interest to excuse herself before she said something she'd regret. She sucked in every foul word burning her tongue. She knew she'd already made a piss-poor first impression by practically shoving herself into the man and condemning him at Thorngrove. Just as she knew that someone like him could change the fate of her family with a single word.
She is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen,
Blythe answered truthfully, steadying her temper. The man grunted again, but didn't turn away.
Is that all?
So that he wouldn't see her annoyance, Blythe stepped in front of the prince as she tried to look at the painting, not as a consumer impressed with it on the surface, but as an artist.
She is gentle,
Blythe said.
but sad. There is a weight to her smile, and creases near her eyes that make her seem older than she appears. She has much love for wherever this place is, though she's very tired. Perhaps from standing too long in a frigid pond that smells like duck droppings and dead fish. When she drew back, a sly grin on her face, Blythe found that the prince was no longer staring at the painting, but at her. She'd hoped that he'd have at least a smidgen of humour somewhere beneath his rigid demeanour, yet his expression remained surly. He kept his hands behind his back, and with even more of a bite, said,
You are the girl who threw herself at me like a wild boar.
Blythe had to press her lips together to keep from saying the first thing that came to mind. Calling him a bitter and resentful brute who had potentially ruined her life would only get her so far. Still, she couldn't help biting back.
And you are the man who publicly condemned my father to prison with no proof.
He clicked his tongue, and Blythe hated that she couldn't for the life of her decipher the vague look on his face. Boredom? Intrigue?
Your father was the one to give Lord Wakefield that drink, was he not?
The way he phrased the question made it sound so enragingly simple that Blythe clenched her skirts together.
My father would never have killed Lord Wakefield. He was wrongly accused.
Was he now?
Aris brushed a hand over his cravat, as if smoothing away an invisible speck of dust.
Then answer the question. Did your father give Lord Wakefield the drink that killed him? Or didn't he?
Blythe had been born into this life of high society. She had spent years playing by its rules and learning that wordplay was no less dangerous than wielding a sword. Even so, it was Signa who was better at this dance of wits, or elegantly twisting out of a situation she did not wish to be in. Blythe had inherited too much of her father's temperament, and was getting far worse about managing her annoyance with every year she grew older. She had such little patience for the game that she drew a breath from her nose and exhaled it through her mouth, so that she did not say anything foul. Not because he didn't deserve it, but because she needed him. Unfortunately.
My father is an innocent man.
Her words were sharper, daring him to challenge her. Aris's vague expression gave way to the smallest hint of a smirk.
If that's the case, then I'm certain justice will prevail. It sounds like your father will be a free man in no time.
He certainly would be if Blythe had anything to say about it. The prince's comment sounded so much like something Byron would say, however, that she had to stop herself from making a face.
It would appear, sir,
Blythe began, trying her best to imitate her cousin's forced niceties,
that you give yourself too little credit. A man of your title must be aware of how much sway you have over society.
Aris gloated a little at this, and if Blythe didn't hate him already, she certainly would have then. Already, Blythe had lost her mother, and her brother had fled Thorngrove without a word. If someone wanted to take her father away, they would have to pry him from her cold, dead fingers. As pompous as this prince was, he was quite possibly her father's best hope. She just had to play her cards right.
Do forgive me for my outburst the other night, Your Highness.
Her smile was so forced and pinched that her eyes creased.
Understandably, I am not accustomed to death, let alone a murder within my own home. Though I do wonder why you attended the ball that night dressed as a commoner. I had no idea you were a prince.
Aris regarded her shrewdly, and Blythe got the sense that he was weighing whether she was worth his time. To her surprise, he leaned toward her.
I planned to remain in this town for some time, and I wanted to meet its people without all the pretenses.
And where is it you hail from?
She took a step back.
I must admit, I knew nothing of this palace's existence. It's so beautiful that it seems a shame to tuck it away for all this time. The art alone is enough to open a museum.
You enjoy the art?
He seemed pleased by this, and Blythe locked onto that crumb at once.
I find most of it to be phenomenal. Are you a collector?
He opened his mouth to speak, snapped it shut, then repeated this pattern once more and asked,
Most of it.
Blythe's heart spiked with dread, but before she could offer any excuse to save herself, Aris waved a dismissive hand and said,
I'm a consumer of art in all forms. Paintings, music, books, sculptures, everything but poetry. I've never cared for poetry. Too pretentious.
Too pretentious, said the prince while wandering the halls of his enormous gilded palace. Blythe forced herself to find something else to focus on before she could laugh at the absurdity.
And what about her?
She motioned to the towering painting of the woman.
It's the same woman I saw in the courtyard, isn't it? She's lovely.
She is.
The blazing light in Aris's eyes dimmed.
And she's the most priceless artifact in this palace.
She's certainly the largest.
Blythe tipped her head back. She couldn't imagine how long it must have taken someone to paint such a magnificent piece. It was at least 3 times her height and twice as wide, taking up the entire expanse of a wall.
Given that she's so priceless, it's fortunate that you don't need to worry about someone sneaking off with the portrait. It would require a small army to move.
At least.
He agreed, the severity of his tone easing some.
Though I doubt anyone would attempt to steal from Wisteria if they wished to keep their head.
As he stared at the painting once more, Blythe took note of the oddness of his eyes. They reminded her of Signa's, only his were an even richer shade of gold. Perhaps the colour was genetic. Not that she'd seen any other members of his royal family to know. She hadn't the faintest clue what they might look like, or even who else there was. If she was to use this man, then she first needed to find out more about him. And if not him, then perhaps there was a queen who would listen to her plead her father's case.
Why are you out prowling the halls, rather than enjoying the ball?
Blythe asked, trying to draw his attention away from the painting.
You're the host. Shouldn't you be busy getting harassed by every mamma and affluent businessman by now?
He scrunched his nose, and for a split second, Iris looked boyish enough to appear almost approachable.
I suppose they'll be looking for me, won't they? It is the season, after all.
Is that not why you've invited us? Find yourself a princess to carry on such a proud lineage?
I don't recall inviting you at all.
There was a tick in his jaw as he watched her, and it took everything in Blythe not to show her embarrassment. He truly had avoided inviting her then. She supposed it was only to be expected, given all that had happened with the Hawthorns, but it hurt more than she cared to admit to be scorned so thoroughly.
I apologize if my presence offends you,
she said, with every ounce of bitterness she had to spare.
I was recently sick and confined to my bed for some time. Now that I am well again, the excitement of seeing my cousin's invitation got the better of me.
Had she been looking up, Blythe might have noticed the heat in his stare. She might have seen the millions of gossamer threads that surrounded them. There were even some attached to her, and fate studied them with great interest.
You
He said at last,
are the girl who defied death.
Blythe stilled at the odd phrasing. She didn't need to ask how he knew that. This whole town reeked of gossip. Still, it was jarring to hear it said aloud, and she didn't care to give that time of her life any more attention.
I am a woman, she corrected. But yes, I very likely should have died several times over. It is a miracle that I did not.
A miracle indeed.
She wondered whether she was imagining that Iris's voice had cooled significantly, or that he seemed to have taken a renewed interest in her.
I am glad that you came, Miss
Hawthorne, she said. My name is...
Blythe! Blythe spun toward the urgent voice that called to her from across the hall. Signa's skin was flushed and her curls dishevelled as though she'd been running. Rather than look at her cousin, however, Signa had her eyes trained on the prince. Blythe tried to gather Signa's attention and warn her that this man was the one they'd been searching for. This was whom they needed to impress. Yet her cousin didn't once turn toward her. It took Blythe drawing a step closer to realize that Signa's eyes were even stranger than usual, wide with alarm.
Blythe,
Signa repeated with the gentleness of an ox. We should get back to the ball. Byron's bound to notice your absence. Once again, Blythe tried to send her cousin a message with her eyes, but if Signa understood it, she paid it no mind, as Oris slid past Blythe and closed the gap between them.
"Ah, Miss Farrow,"
he said. Blythe could have sworn his voice was lighter, a sudden pep in his step that had not been there seconds before.
"I was hoping you'd come."
Signa inched closer, nearly knocking into one of the strange sculptures. Her eyes never strayed from Aris. She was behaving like a skittish fawn staring down the barrel of a rifle. "My cousin and I were just heading in to enjoy the ball," she said, sidestepping and grabbing hold of her cousin's arm with such vigour that Blythe winced. "Our uncle will be looking for us."
Signa, behave yourself.
Blythe kept her words low, spitting them through a smile.
This is the prince.
She'd hoped that the news would relax Signa, that she'd stand up straight and stop behaving so boorishly. But it seemed that Blythe would have to be twice the lady to compensate for Signa, who didn't so much as flinch.
Miss Farrow is right.
Blythe smiled with each word, her heart hammering. For her father's sake, she needed to make a good impression.
Someone might get the wrong idea if they caught us out here alone. We'd be happy to have an escort back to the ballroom, however. I find myself in need of a partner for my first dance.
I don't think that's a good... Signa lurched forward, just as Prince Aris offered his arm. His eyes glinted as gold as the gilded panels around them.
"Of course, Miss Hawthorne."
He smiled as Blythe slid her hand over his forearm.
"I would be delighted."
Chapter 11. If looks could kill, Signa aimed to obliterate fate as he strolled onto the dance floor with Blythe on his arm. One corner of his lip quirked when he caught Signa glaring. From the placement of his hands to the smug gleam that lit his face, it seemed fate was making every effort to get under Signa's skin. Unfortunately for her, it was working.
Is that Blythe Hawthorne on the arm of a prince?
Bodies pressed in behind Signa, falling into a tizzy of whispers that had her digging her heels into the marble. She'd been a fool to let Blythe out of her sight, too distracted by Byron and Eliza, who even then fought to steal her attention. The pair no longer stood near the dance floor, but had excused themselves to a corner of the room. Eliza spared no glance at Byron. In fact, she held her fan out to cover her mouth. Every so often, Signa would catch a glimpse of Eliza's lips and see that they were moving. Byron stood close enough to listen, and though he hid it well, he was speaking too. Signa longed to get closer, sensing with everything in her that she was missing something important. But if fate had made one thing clear, it was that he intended to allow Signa no reprieve. She'd been enough of a fool already to allow Blythe to fall into his hands. She wouldn't make the same mistake again by allowing him anything more than a single dance with her cousin. The ballroom fell quiet as fate bowed to Blythe, who returned the formality with a curtsy. Though she would have heard the whispers by now, Blythe was light on her feet and held herself with the grace of a queen as she placed one delicate hand atop Fate's arm and allowed his other to settle upon her waist. The swell of a waltz filled the ballroom, and with every step the couple took, Signa's pulse throbbed in her neck. How was it that fate had managed to convince everyone that he was royalty? He had only to appear, and already ladies were fawning while men straightened their vests. Signa thought to ask some of those men for more information, where the prince allegedly came from, or where his parents, the queen and king, were, yet the moment her mouth formed the words, their eyes went glossy and stared blankly back at her. They watched her as though swept into a dream, never hearing the questions. No one else noticed it, but Signa did, just as she noticed that while the voices had quieted, they wielded their whispers like finely honed blades, and flocked around Blythe like wolves circling for the kill. She wished again that death were present, if only to feel his comforting chill against her bones as she watched her cousin with increasing dread in her stomach. On her own, Signa's abilities were not yet a match against Fate's. Yet she thumbed at the belladonna she kept tucked in her dress regardless, just in case. Whether Fate intended it or not, he was broadening the target on Blythe's back, and one of these days, someone was bound to take aim. Signa wished only that she could be Blythe's shield. Fate set his hand on the small of Blythe's back, a small gesture, but one that was far from innocent. Like every other unmarried woman in the crowd, Signa readied herself to pounce the moment the song was over, unwilling to watch her cousin continue this parade of tossing her hair back and smiling in some ridiculous attempt to sway a man she undoubtedly hated. "Look at them," Charlotte whispered dreamily, leaning her head against Signa's shoulder. "They make quite the pair, don't they? Their children would look like little sunbursts."
He knows that her father's been accused of murder, doesn't he?
Diana flapped her fan against the heat of the ballroom, and for once Signa found herself wishing she had one of her own. Why was it that these events always looked so much more glamorous on the outside than they truly were? It was a challenge to stand idly by as Fate and Blythe danced. Though given all the eyes on Signa, she had little choice but to force a smile onto her lips. She needed to get onto that dance floor, which meant that she needed to make herself look approachable at the very least. Already Charlotte and Diana were being swept away with invitations, names filling their dance cards. Eliza Wakefield, too, had rejoined the others on the floor. Though her dress dazzled as she spun and twirled in the arms of a man Signa had never seen, her smile was frayed at the ends, and her gaze kept flickering toward the corner where Byron stood watching, the sconces cutting grim shadows across his face. Signa nearly cursed when she realized what she was doing. How much easier it would have been if she'd been honest with Death about her intent to come, and had him watching over Byron. As it was, she had to make a choice. There would be time for Byron later. But first, getting Blythe as far from Fate as possible took precedence. She accepted a dance from the first man to ask her, and took her place across from him in a row of other women. Down the row her eyes wandered, searching for Blythe. It wasn't until she turned her attention back to her partner that Signa noticed the man who stood before her was not the same one who'd invited her to dance. It was Fate himself, silent but for the gleam in his eyes that spoke louder than laughter. There was no time to retreat before the song began.
"Is there something I can help you with, Miss Farrow? I could feel your eyes boring into me from across the room."
Fate stepped forward, the burnished amber of the walls casting a glow on the floor that reminded Signa of a late autumn sunset, almost as though they were dancing upon fallen maple leaves. Yet there was no gentle crunch beneath her footsteps, no settling of her mind and easing of her chest that came from autumn's stillness. Signa mirrored her partner as he lifted one hand to the air, their palms nearly touching as they circled each other as if on either side of a looking-glass. Heat seared between the open space of their palms, jolts of static prickling her fingertips. Signa kept a straight face despite it all. From the low swell of music to the sunset lighting, everything about Fate was a performance she refused to acknowledge. Whatever your issue is with me, my cousin has no part of this.
On the contrary,
He said, and Signa noticed for the first time that there was the hint of an accent in his voice. It wasn't like any she'd heard before, but something old and strange and almost guttural.
because of your insistence that she live, your cousin has now defied her fate 3 times over. 3 times she was meant to die.
Signa's throat squeezed tight as she realized that the room's chattering had ceased. Gone was the low sweep of autumn as winter's silent chill leached in. There were no whispers or laughter, nor even the soft tinking of glassware. While those around her continued to dance, their movements had sharpened, every one of them as precise as the next, and perfectly coordinated. Pretty faces smiled at no one, their unblinking eyes filling with tears that streaked down their cheeks and onto grinning lips. They were little more than puppets, and fate their puppeteer, twisting and twirling and bending them to his every whim. Everywhere Signa looked, there were signs of fate's power. From the palace and the golden threads spun around it, to his control over so many beings at once. It was an effortless power, one he didn't even seem to consider as he spun Signa across the dance floor. Free them. While her command was firm, Signa was careful not to let emotion slip in. It wouldn't do to give fate anything more to hold over her, though something in his gleaming eyes told her that he already knew how deeply his power bothered her.
You must have many questions for me,
He said.
Promise me another dance, and I'll answer whatever you wish me to.
She had to stop her brows from shooting up. Fate was baiting her, yes, but if there was even a possibility that he was being sincere. Anything? She pressed, scrutinizing his every movement.
Within reason, though you must first promise to stop your glaring.
She forced her gaze away from him.
And your scowling.
Very well. It was Blythe that Signa thought of as she blocked out the image of hollow faces spinning beside her. I agree to one more dance. Dazzling was the only word to describe the smile that spread slowly across Fate's lips. He made the tiniest motion with his free hand, fingers barely shifting, and suddenly laughter filled the air. There were whispers again, and chatter all around as the dance ended, and partners separated in search of the next name on their dance cards. All the while, Fate kept a firm hold of Signa. He was so indiscreet that Signa could only hope her cheeks did not flush as quiet gasps and tittering laughter rose behind her. First Blythe, and now her. She could only imagine what Byron must be thinking, though wasn't it he who had suggested that Marjorie sleep with Elijah to stop him mourning his late wife? Perhaps he believed this was exactly the sort of play that Signa should be making. Thank you for that, she admonished, earning only a grin from Fate as music reverberated through the ballroom once more. It wasn't a proper waltz, but rather an old tune that sounded like something from another time. Something that made her feel as though they should be dancing barefoot in a forest glade, rather than a dimly lit ballroom. Fate was close enough that Signa smelled the wisteria on his clothing, mild and sweet. He drew the first step, leading her through the dance with practiced grace. You were right. I do have questions. Many of them, she said, trying to sound less anxious than she felt. To her surprise, Fate's touch was firm but careful, and he watched Signa's face as though she were a puzzle in need of solving. She suspected that her own face looked the same.
So long as there's music and we are dancing, you may ask them.
His voice was gentler than she expected. Why is it that no one is questioning a palace that has appeared out of nowhere? Signa demanded, wasting no time. No one seems to recognize you as the man who accused my uncle. They only see you as a prince. Her steps were rigid as she counted from 1 to 3 in her head. Signa would be damned if she allowed herself to blunder a simple dance before fate.
Human minds are easy to placate.
Again, the golden threads around them glistened.
I can control what they see, what they do. If necessary, I could have everyone forget that Elijah's imprisonment ever happened.
Fate braced her when she missed a step, as if he'd anticipated her doing so. Only then did Signa allow herself to truly look at this man. She didn't care for the heat of Fate's body, or that touching him made her hands clammy. Still, she appreciated that he was gentle with her, and that he handed his information over easily. It didn't hurt that feigning the role of a prince didn't feel out of reach for him either. His face was one that belonged on the pages of newspapers throughout the world, broad and chiseled in all the right places, with a proud, square jaw. He was strong, too, his body firm beneath her fingers. And she couldn't forget the cleverness in those eyes, always a little squinted, as though he was in a constant state of assessment and perpetually dissatisfied with his findings. Signa could have sworn she'd seen that look before, though she couldn't place where. "Why are you here?" she asked as he spun her. His answer was too simple, too relaxed.
I'm here to meet you, Miss Farrow.
She missed another step, though fate took her by the elbow and corrected her before anyone could notice. Signa scowled, trying not to let herself linger too long on his words. It would seem, with increasing evidence, that the man was a true and proper rake with a tongue of silver. "What about your brother? Are you not here for him?" Fate leaned forward, a mere breath away from starting a new scandal.
I no longer have a brother. I told you already. I'm here for you.
Signa trained her eyes on his chest, hating herself when she felt her cheeks warm. Unable to catch her gaze, the light in Fate's eyes dimmed.
This song will only play for so long. Aren't you going to ask why I'm here for you?
No. She had no intention of falling for his tricks, and certainly not when there were more pressing matters. I want you to leave Blythe alone. The price for her life has already been paid.
Yes, by a man who had 10 more years left on this earth. Believe me, I'm aware.
Fate's grip tightened, and though he didn't show it, she could feel a storm raging inside him.
There is a ripple effect when you toy with a person's fate. Why don't you take a guess who's left to deal with the repercussions?
Signa's skin burned beneath his sweltering touch. I promise you that she's worth our effort. Mine and yours. He puffed an amused breath from deep in his chest.
No one is worth that much.
I don't believe you mean that. She gave no thought to what she was saying, the words pouring from her, even as Fate's expression went taut. You can't tell me that there's never been someone you would do anything for. That there was never anyone you believed was worth it. The music crashed to a halt. All around her, bodies slumped forward, bent at the waist like puppets with their strings cut. The walls flickered, the facade splintering to reveal glimpses of bare, grey stone, webbed and cracking. Signa shot a panicked look through the crowd in search of Blythe, but her cousin was nowhere in sight. Fate took a breath, then tightened his hold on Signa as the music started once more. Immediately, the crumbling stone disappeared, replaced once more by gilded amber as bodies snapped upright like tin soldiers and twirled without any sign that they had ever stopped.
What exactly did death tell you?
Only that you once loved a woman, she said in a rush, staring at the walls as they flickered from grey to gilded. And that he had to take her.
Well, that's a start.
Fate's laugh was the grate of carriage chains dragging over cobblestone.
But I'm afraid that barely scratches the surface. Little bird.
Chills rippled through her, and Signa had to fight every instinct telling her to pull away. Don't you dare call me that. He was about to tell me more, but you took away his ability to speak with me, didn't you? With his square jaw shadowed by flickering candles, Fate's princely face broke with the smallest crack of pain. There one moment, and gone when she next blinked, just like the palace.
Death doesn't deserve happiness.
The music was coming to a crescendo, and Fate hastened their dancing until they were moving so quickly that Signa's vision began to blur. What of me? She demanded. Does my happiness mean nothing?
On the contrary, Miss Farrow, it means everything.
Signa was panting for air by the time the music stopped, sweat beading her temples and gliding down her back. Fate didn't have a hair out of place.
It's my turn to ask a question,
he said at last, so quiet she had to strain to hear him.
When you heard that song just now, did you recognize it?
She riffled through her mind, hoping to find something there to appease him. The answer he wanted was clear, and with so much at stake, she wanted little more than to give it to him. But no matter how much she strained, no matter how much she looked upon him or let his skin sear hers, nothing about this man was familiar. I've heard many songs in my life. I can't be expected to remember them all. Fate ran his palms down his face, groaning into them. Only when his shoulders eased and his anger ebbed did he extend a hand.
Please.
It was a plea, gentle as a lullaby.
Take it, and we'll try it again. I need you to remember. I need you to listen and to remember who I am.
Signa drew back, tucking her hands close to her sides. Who you are? Perhaps her initial impression of Fate wasn't as far off the mark as she'd thought. I would know if I'd met you before. Fate didn't withdraw his hand, but instead pressed it forward as his stare bore into her.
No, Miss Farrow. You might not. Not if we met in another lifetime.
Chapter 12. It didn't feel appropriate to laugh. Not at the situation, nor at the man who had bared his soul to her and seemed terrified of what she might do with it. And so, Signa didn't laugh, despite how it bubbled nervously within her. for this was one of the most preposterous things she'd ever heard.
You're not saying anything.
Fate's jaw flexed.
Please, say something.
Signa opened her mouth, only for the words to curdle like cream upon her tongue. He was fate. He knew how a person's life would play out, just as he must have known who was behind Lord Wakefield's murder and how they might save Elijah. Signa may not have been the person he wanted her to be, but she also couldn't afford to have this man as her enemy. You think I'm... what? Your reincarnated lover? Her mouth felt as raw as if she'd swallowed glass as fate closed the space between them. Why on earth would you think it's me?
For every human life, there is a tapestry that defines their fate, he said. On yours were threads of silver that I did not sew. My threads are gold, while death's are black. And yours have always been silver.
She didn't look at him as he spoke, but at the glistening gold threads around them. They were everywhere. He had stilled every body in the room, had brought time to a standstill. And yet, even with all that, there wasn't so much as a bead of sweat on his brow. She'd always known that death was powerful, though his abilities often came in large, sudden bursts, sharp wind or a deadly touch. Fate's power felt more consuming. It was infinite and terrifying, and all Signa could do was ease her hand toward the belladonna berries she carried with her. There are not enough colours in this world for every person to have their own, she whispered. So why do I? Signa stilled as Fate took her chin between two fingers and tipped her head back so that she could look only at him.
Because you're not a regular human. And you're not a reaper either. You are life. And you have no idea how long I've been looking for you.
He had a look in his eyes that almost made Signa draw back when she realized what it was. Hunger. Like he was a starved man, and she was a feast laid before him. Life. Life? This time, Signa could not control the laugh that escaped her. She threw both hands over her mouth, smothering the sound, but it was too late. He thought she was life? Good God! Where had he been these past several months? Fate's eyes narrowed, deep lines knitting between his brows.
You do not feel a pull toward death because you are a reaper, Miss Farrow. You feel a pull toward him because he's the one who took you from me. In another time, you were my wife.
Another laugh bubbled in her throat, though she fought this one down. His wife? The very idea was ludicrous, but this man had clearly never witnessed her deathly powers in action. It's your brother that I love. Signa spoke low and soft, as though placating a skittish fawn. I'm not who you think I am, but I'll help you look for her. We can find life together. From the way Fate drew back, one might think she'd struck the man across the face. The gold in his eyes burned molten, and behind him all of Wisteria quivered. For a sliver of a moment, Signa once again saw the palace for what it truly was: bare grey walls and cracked slate floors. Empty, hollow, and as lifeless as his marionettes that swayed as the ground beneath them trembled, kept on their feet only by their golden threads. Then they were back in the amber ballroom and surrounded by the laughter of guests, the transition so fast that Signa had to convince herself it wasn't her imagination.
My tapestries do not lie.
Fate was no longer reserved nor coy. His movements were erratic as he took her by the shoulders, bending to capture her gaze.
I am not a man who begs, but I am begging now for you to listen to me. I am begging you to think, Miss Farrow. To think about what it is that you want. Are you happy to spend the rest of your life surrounded by death, by pain and grief?
Signa didn't realize she was shaking until she reached up to knock him away from her.
It's not so gruesome as that,
she whispered, recalling the night she'd first seen a soul, or the night death had taken her to the bridge into the afterlife.
Death is simply the way of things.
The way of things,
Fate scoffed.
What if those hands of yours could do more than kill? I could show you how. I could teach you. You'd want that, wouldn't you?
She didn't. She couldn't. Signa had only recently accepted the darkness within her and found the beauty in it, and yet there was that whisper again, the one that warned if she was so hesitant to admit to Blythe what she was and the things she could do, then perhaps she was an abomination. She didn't want Blythe to be afraid of her. She didn't want anyone she loved to fear her. But if they knew the truth, how could they not? There wasn't a soul alive who would welcome a reaper with open arms. Only for that reason did Signa feel a pull towards Fate's promise, though there was no world in which she could entertain his help. If not because of how it would affect death, then because she'd only recently started to feel comfortable in her own skin, and the idea of once again opening herself up for exploration was terrifying. And so, Signa did not answer the question about her powers. Instead, she told Fate,
No matter what you say,
or what you might think, I love your brother. I will not leave him, nor is it fair to keep me away from him. Fate's smile thinned, a darkness stirring in his eyes.
They say that all is fair in love and war. I have built my trench and brought my rifles, and I have no intention of retreating. I will pursue you until you remember who you are. If that means I need to court you, Signa Farrow, I will. Flowers, promenades, even poetry, if that's what you want. Whatever it is you enjoy, I will learn. And eventually you'll remember the life we once had.
This wasn't going at all how Signa had expected. She could feel the prickle of nerves along her chest and had to step away to take the fan from Diana's frozen hand, flipping it open in a desperate attempt to cool herself. Fate had to be wrong. She wasn't life. She couldn't be. She had killed her Aunt Magda. She'd stolen lives, not given them. Fate was a foolishly hopeful man. But perhaps there was a way to use that to her advantage. Make a deal with me. There was hardly time to consider her words before she spoke them aloud, stilling her fan.
A deal,
he echoed.
I'm not certain that you understand the magnitude of making a deal with me.
Of course she didn't. A bargain with fate felt every bit as dangerous as one with death, and yet Signa could not seem to stop herself. If this was her one opportunity, She had to seize it. I do not have to stand idly by while you throw flowers at me or show up at my doorstep. But if you restore my ability to communicate with death, then I will entertain this fantasy of yours. Fate's jaw clenched, and Wisteria Gardens felt like a furnace against her skin, the air stifling and oppressive. Though she wanted little more than to retreat to a window and escape the heat of his severity, Signa kept her shoulders squared and her chin held high until Fate's expression turned sour.
I have conditions. First, your communication with death will only be restored during the evenings after you and I meet.
When she opened her mouth to argue, his lifted brows halted her protest. It seemed this deal was as good as it was going to get. And you swear to honor this bargain?
Of course I do.
Each word was clipped.
It matters little in the grand scheme of things. Eventually you will remember me. And when you do, you'll decide to stop communication with him on your own. That will be better than any revenge I could imagine.
Signa's breath burned her throat. He was too confident, too calculated. But what choice did she have? Very well. Count tonight as our first outing, and I accept. She spoke so quietly that she wouldn't have been certain she'd said the words aloud, if not for the sight of Fate's grin. While she'd thought he was enigmatic before, it was like she'd flipped a switch with those last two words. He was practically glowing.
Deals with fate are binding, Miss Farrow. When I wish to collect, you must be ready.
He spoke as though he was savoring every word. Signa had read enough fairy stories to know not to agree so easily. 3 events or outings are all you get. And after that, you'll restore my ability to communicate with death in full. His laugh had shivers rolling up her spine.
A month,
He corrected.
during which I may call upon you multiple times.
It was less time than she'd expected, though still long enough that Signa did not have to fake her frustration. Very well, she agreed. But I have one more question you must answer first. Who killed Lord Wakefield? To her surprise, Fate's grin never wavered.
There is no more music, and we are no longer dancing.
All at once, bodies twisted toward the doors, the guests marching like soldiers down the stairs.
I hope that your evening was as lovely as mine. I will see you again soon, Miss Farrow.
She did not linger or allow herself to spend so much as a second reconsidering the situation she'd gotten herself into. As the rest of the guests filed out of the ballroom, Signa gathered her skirts and fled Wisteria Gardens. Chapter 13. Signa found Blythe slumped in the carriage, looking like she'd been to hell and back. They both did. "Where were you?" Signa demanded as she slammed the carriage door shut, much to the surprise of the driver, who had leaned forward to do the same thing. Blythe blinked. Once, and then again.
Dancing, I think. It was so warm that I must have come out here for air.
She took her time with each word, piecing them together like a puzzle. She didn't remember. Of course she didn't remember. Signa's head fell back against the seat as she tried to decide whether to be angry or relieved. Eventually, she huffed. It felt like we were dancing in the devil's armpit. hoping to placate Blythe's unease. "Byron is already in the carriage behind us. Everyone's leaving."
So early?
Blythe frowned, mental wheels still turning. She glanced out the window to a sky as black as pitch.
Where on earth has the time gone?
Only when the driver snapped the reins and the horses began their descent down the mountain did Signa allow herself a proper breath. Blythe, however, fretted at her fingernails, absently picking at the cuticles. While they'd both taken great care with their appearance that morning, Blythe's pale blonde hair looked as though she'd been hunted through the woods. A halo of stray baby hairs was strewn around her face at every angle, and her fair cheeks were deeply flushed. For her part, Signa could feel that every square inch of her skin was sticky, and she imagined any powders or rouge she'd bothered with that morning had probably all but melted away.
Did you learn anything?
Blythe asked as she tipped her head against the window. Signa pressed against the window too, trying to catch one last look at the fountain in the courtyard. The sculpture of a woman who looked so unlike herself that Signa scratched at her arms and tried to dispel the possibility from her mind. It wasn't her. It couldn't be. "Only more rumours," Signa answered. "Charlotte was there. Eliza too."
Not even in her morning wear,
Blythe noted.
Odd, don't you think? She couldn't keep her eyes off Iris, even while she danced with Lord Bainbridge all evening.
Signa's blood froze. "Aris? Don't you mean the prince?"
Must I be formal around you too, cousin?
Blythe admonished. Signa had to bite the inside of her cheek to keep from making a retort. Blythe was clever. If she thought Signa was withholding information, she'd sniff out the truth like a bloodhound. It was a relief when Blythe continued, with only a slight edge in her voice.
I'm surprised Eliza came at all. If she keeps it up, it won't be long before the vultures descend on her.
Though Signa was no fan of Eliza, the young woman had always been the worst of the gossips, and perhaps the most judgmental of any of the ladies Signa had met thus far. She understood better than most that grief could make a person do unfathomable things.
I assure you it's the season that's changing her behaviour, not her grief,
Blythe added, as though she could read Signa's thoughts plainly upon her face.
The moment she heard that a prince was entering the fray, she turned as eager as a mamma. Did you see her neckline?
Have you seen mine? Signa motioned toward the bodice of her dress, and Blythe reached forward to grip Signa by the knee.
Precisely my point. Your atrocious behaviour aside, we came here with every intention of seducing a prince. And so did she. Or that viscount at the very least. It seems a strange thing to be focused on with her uncle's death, doesn't it? He was the closest thing to a father that Eliza had.
It was a little peculiar. Just as it was peculiar that she'd spent so much time near Byron whenever she wasn't dancing. Still, even before Lord Wakefield's death, Signa had witnessed Eliza's change in demeanour the moment she'd debuted into society. She'd wanted a match her first year out, which wasn't something Signa could hold against her. After all, hadn't Signa hoped that for herself once too? It's worth keeping an eye on her, Signa agreed. I don't see what motive she would have to kill the Duke. Blythe sighed and slipped on her gloves.
No, I suppose she wouldn't have one. She did rather enjoy parading through town on his arm. He always bought her the prettiest dresses.
Perhaps there was a motive to find, though it seemed like a stretch. Every suspect seemed like a stretch. Finding the killer felt like little more than a wild goose chase, and while Byron was at the top of her list, the pieces weren't fitting together. She wanted to tell Blythe what she'd noticed between him and Eliza Wakefield, but Blythe had been through enough when it came to her family. Signa didn't want her to feel betrayed by her uncle, too. The road beneath their carriage had smoothed as they journeyed down the mountainside. When the conversation lulled, Blythe rested her head against the window and shut her eyes. After a few moments, she was breathing deeply. Signa leaned back, sprawling her legs beneath the dress, and then frowning, for the action reminded her of when she'd first started speaking to Death, to Silas. The two of them had been in a train car when he'd spread his obscenely long legs, as rude as could be. God, how she wished he could be with her now. Gazing out the window, she caught glimpses of a beautiful blue moon through towering alder trees. Staring at it brought back memories of autumn, of riding horseback beneath the stars, with Silas by her side. The breeze had nipped at her skin, and she could still recall the wry grin on his face as he tipped his head back to the sky and howled with Gundry. She hadn't wanted him to know about her escapades at Wisteria Gardens, especially considering he'd begged her not to go. But she missed him, and there was no saying how long Fate's agreement would last. Signa didn't want to wait until she was back at Thorngrove before she spoke with Death. Like Blythe, she tipped her own head against the carriage window and shut her eyes. "Do you intend to tell me the rest of the story about your brother?" she asked. "Or shall I sit and ponder the ending for all of eternity?" Signa waited, stilling her foot, when she noticed its nervous tapping. Perhaps this was all for nothing. Perhaps Death still wouldn't be able to hear her, and this was little more than Fate's cruel joke. It seemed an eternity had passed before Signa's eyes prickled with tears as she felt his attention home in on her. She hadn't always been able to tell when Death was there, listening, but ever since shared thoughts had become their most frequent form of communication, Signa had learned to sense his small subtleties. A quiet hum in her body, a prickling of her senses, suddenly more attuned to his.
"Oh, little bird, how I've missed you."
Though he may not have been with her in person, Death's voice was a balm that soothed Signa all the same. She was glad Blythe was asleep, for there was no masking her grin. She swiped at her eyes, savouring the moment. Fate was a fool if he thought that she would ever leave Death. She loved him like the winter, resolute and all-consuming. Loved him with summer's steadiness and with the ferocity of nature itself. "I've missed you too," she told him while she still had the chance. "And there are a million other things I'd rather talk to you about, but I don't know how long we have." She heard Death sigh, as though he were beside her, and willed herself to pretend that he was. That if she only reached out, the icy chill of his body would creep into hers.
"I take it you've spoken with my brother."
"I need you to tell me who Life is," Signa said, by way of an answer, hoping to bypass any argument they had no time for. "I need you to tell me everything." For a long moment, there was only silence. Signa hesitated, wondering if Fate's side of the agreement had already hit its time limit. But when she focused, she could feel Death still lurking in the corners of her mind, biding his time before he answered.
Fate was all I had for many ages. Our relationship was not perfect. He has always felt that I should interfere with the human world less, while I have always suggested that he interfere more. That he listen to the requests of the souls whose lives he weaves, and take them into account. But fate believes himself to be the perfect artist. Once a story is woven, he moves on to the next and doesn't look back. We didn't always agree on each other's methods, but at the end of the day, we were all each other had. Until one day, we weren't.
It was here that Death paused, seemingly to gather his thoughts. Each subsequent word felt raw, as though this memory was costing him something great.
There was a woman like us,
He continued.
one who had always been in this world in one form or another. Her name was Life, and she was radiant. Fate was immediately taken with her, and they fell in love before my eyes. Life would create a soul, and fate would give it purpose. He would weave their story before her. They were kinder stories then, woven with more care, because life wanted her souls to thrive, and fate wanted her to be happy, for her to smile. She had a beautiful smile.
Signa's shoulders stiffened a little, and Death at once clarified.
I loved her very much, little bird, but it was not romantic. The older we became, the more I began to realize that life was not like me or fate. Although he and I were ageless, lines creased her eyes and mouth. She began to tire, and there came a time when the new souls she could generate were few and far between. One day, she pulled me aside to tell me that it was time for her to go. She told me that life was not meant to be infinite, and that she would return to us in a new form soon enough. For there is no life without experiencing death. She asked me to take her, but first she wanted one more day with fate. One more day to say goodbye. Of course, fate realized what was happening.
Death continued, each word seeming to stick to his teeth like gristle.
He demanded that I refuse her request. He made it clear that if I didn't, he would never speak to me again. He couldn't see that I was mourning too, and in that mourning, I was susceptible. When life came to me the next day, I refused her, and it was the most selfish thing I have ever done, for life was stronger than any of us, and she knew it was her time to go. She would reincarnate, but none of us knew where or what form she would assume, nor did we know how long it would take for her to find us again. We'd spent a great deal of our existence without her already, and neither fate nor I wanted to risk that again. But it's as I said already. One way or another, it was her time. The more I resisted, the worse the situation became.
Signa kept still, hardly breathing as she clung to his every word.
I heard the call of her death. I knew it was time. Still, I resisted until it was pent up inside me and burst. and I gave her the worst imaginable death possible. The plague, Signa. The Black Death. I was trying so selfishly to keep her alive until I couldn't manage any longer. She was the first victim. And then it spread and spread. And God, how it spread. Do you know how many people died because of my selfishness? Do you know how many innocent lives were taken because of my mistake?
She wished that he was there beside her, that she could take his hand and hold him while he shared this story that was so much worse than she'd expected.
25 million,
he said at last, and Signa felt the severity of such a number like a blow to her stomach.
In 4 years, I claimed 25 million innocent lives. All because I was unwilling to let her go.
You loved her, Signa told him, hating that they could speak only through this strange bond that existed between them. We all do ridiculous things for the ones we love. It was why she'd protected Blythe, why she'd made this deal with fate, just to have the chance to speak with death.
It was more than ridiculous, Signa. It was selfish and cruel. I have not seen life since, and neither has my brother. Perhaps this is our punishment. Or perhaps she doesn't remember us. It's hard to be certain of anything. But I haven't been able to find life since the day I watched her die.
Signa wanted to tell Death everything fate had told her. She wanted him to laugh and agree that it was absurd to believe that she could be the woman they'd spent so long searching for. But the words clotted in her throat, for she was terrified of what he might think. If it was true that she was someone else, if there was even a small chance that she was Life, the woman he had killed and the one whom his brother had loved so deeply, would he feel differently about her?
Now it's my turn to ask a question. Was your visit with my brother eventful?
Signa homed in on each syllable Death spoke, scouring his voice for any sense of just how angry he might be. It was unnervingly difficult to tell. The ball was pointless. She curled her fingers into the carriage seat. I feel no closer to stopping fate or discovering Lord Wakefield's murderer than I did last week. I'm worried about Elijah, and Blythe too, if we can't find a way to clear his name. Can't you get into the constable's head and convince him of Elijah's innocence, as you did with Thorngrove's staff when Percy disappeared? Death's silence weighed on her for a long while as he considered her request.
If I did that, fate would only retaliate with something worse. He won't let us disappear this.
At this point, Signa deserved an award for resisting the mounting urge to throw her head back and scream. Sensing her worry, Death said in a voice as smooth as silk,
Do not lose faith. We already have a list of suspects in everyone who was at Thorngrove the night of the murder.
That wasn't nearly as reassuring as he seemed to think. Half of the town was at Thorngrove that night.
Perhaps. But this is a start, which is more than you had the last time you solved a murder.
Signa supposed it was true, given that she hadn't known a single soul when she'd first come to Thorngrove. Still, she'd known Blythe's would-be murderer would have had frequent access to Thorngrove, which wasn't much more to go on than she had for Lord Wakefield's killer. Why does it feel so much harder this time? She wanted to sound confident, to believe that she would solve this case. But she couldn't manage the facade, not with death.
My brother wasn't breathing down your neck last time, out for revenge and making light of the situation. And you didn't love the Hawthorns as you do now. Not at first.
She did love them, immensely so, which was why she needed to get her head on straight and figure this out. Death was right. Even if it wasn't a great lead, she had someone to start with. Byron.
I don't yet know how to help you,
Death continued, his words as lulling as the spring breeze.
but I will speak to my brother. And in the meantime, I want you to stay away from him. Truly this time. Can you promise me that?
It would be an impossible promise, given fate's intentions with her. But Signa didn't think Death needed to know the full details of that, at least not until she deciphered her own feelings first. I promise to do what I can, and that I will use discretion. It was the best she could offer, and though he sighed her name, Death seemed to know better than to protest.
Has anyone ever told you how immensely stubborn you are?
She was surprised by the grin that split her lips. Would you have me any other way? His pause was enough of an answer.
Keep it up, little bird, and we'll see if you're still as stubborn the next time I get my hands on you.
The mental image of that promise sent her into an imaginative spiral. She shifted, suddenly uncomfortably warm in what felt like the mountains of fabric she wore. And just what will you do? Describe it to me in detail. Death's voice was a low growl, yet Signa never managed to hear his reply. Instead, her body jolted to attention as a voice that was decidedly not Death's asked, "What on earth has you grinning like that?" Signa's eyes flew open as Blythe took her by the shoulder, leaning forward to inspect her cousin. She pressed the back of her hand to Signa's cheeks, her forehead wrinkling. "You're flushed from the neck up. Do you think you're coming down with something?" Blythe's hand was hot against her skin, though Signa had only a moment to notice it before she jerked back in surprise. "I'm perfectly well." She must have flushed even deeper, for Blythe narrowed her eyes for a long moment before her face lit with delight. "Oh my God, you were dreaming about a man, weren't you? Who was it? You must tell me." Death's low, rumbling laughter sounded in the back of Signa's mind.
Go on, he taunted. Tell her.
"It was no one." "Don't give me that," Blythe scoffed. "Did you meet someone at the ball? Given that you did not so much as blink in his presence, it surely wasn't the prince." As much as she would have loved to say she'd met someone, Signa was so flustered that it was a struggle to even recall her own name, let alone that of anyone else at the soiree. Knowing Blythe, handing over a name would be like granting her permission to stalk the poor man and figure out every last detail about him, his family, his deepest secrets, and his worthiness of Signa. And so, without giving it too much thought, she said the first name that came to her mind. "It was of Everett Wakefield." Blythe's mouth slammed shut. She folded her hands pleasantly in her lap, doing a poor job of appearing at ease. "Well, I suppose he is eligible. But goodness, Signa, the timing. I wondered if you might still be interested in him after everything. It seemed your attention diverted from him over the past months, though I didn't want to pry. God only knows he could use some company with everything he's going through. Though,
Have you seen the way Charlotte looks at him? I wonder what she might think if the two of you were to make a match.
I suppose I'll have to ask. As the towering spires and iron gates of Thorngrove came into view, Signa breathed a sigh of relief so heavy it fogged the window. The sooner she could get out of the carriage, the better. Death, after all, was waiting for her. Chapter 14. Blythe didn't bother to knock when she arrived at Signa's room early that next morning, flushed and breathless as her body bowed to the weight of the floral arrangement she carried. It was nearly half as large as she was, with wisteria that draped over beautiful greenery.
Dare I ask what feminine wiles you worked to earn the prince's affection so quickly?
Blythe set the arrangement on Signa's tea table, trying not to trip over the flowers that skirted the floor. It was barely sunrise, though Signa was already wide awake, seated at the desk in her sitting room and poring over the list of names of those who had received an invitation to Thorngrove the night of Lord Wakefield's murder. Several of them seemed to have been crossed out while she'd been sleeping, and it took her a solid 10 minutes of staring at the parchment before she realized that this update could have been done only by death. The realization had her scouring the table until she found a letter he'd left for her folded into the list of names. Wildflowers were pressed into the page, and Signa's heart practically burst at the sight of it. Fate may have been able to stop them from speaking, but he couldn't stop this. She'd just unfolded the letter, which detailed all the things they'd do once this was over, and all the places they'd see, when Blythe burst through the door, leaving Signa to shove the letter down her bodice as she pushed up from her chair. Crossing the room, she inspected the flowers with a frown.
They're beautiful,
Blythe said between stretches, trying to soothe her back from the weight of the arrangement.
Given the way you spoke to him, and how you daydream of Lord Wakefield now, I'd thought they were for me, until I saw your name on the letter. I've no idea how you managed to tame such a beastly man, but I'm impressed.
Signa bent to see that Blythe was right. In the middle of the arrangement was a gilded envelope addressed to her. She pried it from the flowers, knocking a few petals to the table in her haste.
I thought you didn't care for the prince.
Blythe pushed, her eyes narrowing as she drew several steps closer to examine the envelope. For someone who also did not care for him, you certainly seem interested in what he sent, Signa bit back. She didn't mean to come across as antagonistic as she did, but Blythe's prying ate at her nerves, and whatever this letter said, she preferred that Blythe not see it.
Is it so wrong to be curious?
Blythe swept the fallen petals away.
Rest assured, I despise the man enough that he should have sent me flowers as an apology for burdening me with his existence. They're quite lovely.
They were, unfortunately. They appeared expensive, too, which meant that anyone who saw them delivered would immediately understand the prince's intent. Signa could only imagine the ways in which Byron's mind was already scheming.
Aren't you going to read the letter?
Blythe tipped onto her toes, trying once more to look over Signa's shoulder.
If you've won the prince's favour, then you must respond.
Signa bit back her groan as she tore the envelope open, angling her body away from Blythe, who further encroached by the second. Signa didn't want to know what fate had to say, but she didn't doubt that he would realize what she'd done if she simply threw the letter into the hearth. And blast it if she wasn't a little curious herself. With fretting fingers, Signa pried the slip of parchment within it free. There was but a simple sentence written in elegant script.
Give me the chance, and I shall show you that I am not the villain here, Miss Farrow.
Signa felt faint.
What does it say?
Blythe asked, as Signa tucked the note against her chest and out of sight. Nothing. It's only a note to thank me for dancing with him. There was a tart pucker to Blythe's lips.
I danced with him too. Let me see that.
Signa dodged out of the way when Blythe made to grab the letter, then recalled what Elijah had done with his slip of paper back in the prison cell, and crumbled it. When Blythe extended her palm expectantly, Signa popped the paper into her mouth. Only it was much thicker than the small slip of paper she'd brought Elijah, and she choked. Blythe's mouth hung ajar.
What on earth are you thinking?
With or without the letter preventing her from speaking, Signa couldn't respond. Fortunately, there was no need, as she was rescued by a knock upon the door, and Elaine hurrying inside a moment later.
Miss Farrow, cried the maid, you must ready yourself at once. What is it, Elaine?
It was Blythe who asked, allowing Signa a moment to spit out the wad of parchment and scrub her tongue clean. She hurried to rip the damp paper and toss its remains into her wastebasket when no one was looking.
Has something happened?
He's here, miss.
Elaine's voice quaked with anticipation, and Signa's blood froze as she prayed that the woman meant Elijah. Perhaps fate's letter meant that he'd decided to help them after all. But then Elaine continued,
Everett Wakefield is here to see you. Mr. Hawthorne is with him in the parlour.
Blythe made a noise of appreciation in the back of her throat.
First the Prince, and now the Duke. Someone had an eventful evening.
Signa slumped back in her chair. Lord Wakefield is here to see me? But I'm not receiving today. The words sounded absurd, even to her own ears, for surely he wouldn't be calling on her without good reason, given all that was going on, especially not at such an early hour. Still, curiosity had Signa back on her feet, knocking Blythe gently on the shoulder when she noticed her smug grin. Very well. We mustn't keep him waiting. Elaine hurried to help Signa out of her dressing gown and into a beautiful cream house dress with a high neckline and long sleeves adorned with lace around the wrists. Signa quickly pulled on her gloves herself, cognizant of how Elaine fussed, ensuring that every strand of hair was in place. It felt ridiculous for anyone to be concerned with her appearance when Everett's father had recently died, but she didn't argue.
It seems like you made quite the impression on the Prince, Elaine said. You should see all the arrangements he's sent for you.
Good God, there were more. Blythe swept the hem of her nightgown into the air, bowing low.
Shall I curtsy when I address you from now on, cousin? I wouldn't want to offend a princess.
Since when has a title stopped you from offending anyone? Signa's words cut off in a gasp as Elaine tightened the laces of her corset so severely that Signa worried her ribs might crack. Readying oneself in the morning truly was an arduous affair, and by the time she was dressed and ready, Elaine was sweating, and Signa was breathless and a little sore, while Blythe watched from a chair in the corner. Did Lord Wakefield give any word of why he is here? Signa asked as she slipped into her shoes, already starting out the door. Elaine followed behind her. She was shorter than Signa and had to hustle to keep up.
Only that he came to speak with you.
Signa had wondered every day for the past 2 weeks how Everett was faring. Unlike his cousin Eliza, he'd kept a low profile, never once leaving his estate. If he had, Signa would have heard the gossip. So why was it that the first time he left, he'd chosen to come to Thorngrove of all places?
Wait,
Blythe hissed as she followed them. She was still dressed in her robe and nightgown, hair undone, as she bounded down the hallway.
I'm coming too.
Elaine spun to face her with a horrified gasp.
You most certainly are not. We'd need to get you dressed appropriately, and there's no time.
Blythe waved her away.
He's not going to see me. I'm just going to listen. Speak loudly, cousin. Enunciate.
Though Signa would have loved nothing more than to tell Blythe just how silly and nosy she sounded, there was no time to argue. They'd reached the top of the stairs, and Blythe at once drew a step back, ducking into a corner of the landing. Elaine remained there as well, leaving Signa to descend by herself. The lady's maid had been right. There were flowers everywhere. Giant arrangements of peonies and roses. Lilacs, endless wisteria draping from massive marble vases. Saying that it was excessive was an understatement. Signa tried her best to ignore everything as she made her way toward the parlour, taking a moment to assess the situation while still unnoticed. Byron and Everett sat across from each other, a tray of tea and untouched pastries between them. Everett was dressed from head to toe in morning black, and he held his hat in his lap. His warm brown skin had gone ashy, and there were fine lines Signa had never noticed carved upon his forehead. Though his every movement was sluggish, Everett made polite conversation, and Byron was every bit as proper as Percy had once been, sticking to easy subjects and trying not to pry, though Signa was certain he wanted to. She didn't hear any mention of Elijah's name, nor the Duke's, and soon enough, curiosity bested her. At the threshold to the parlour, she cleared her throat. The two men rose to their feet.
Miss Farrow.
Everett drew the tiniest of steps forward, glancing discreetly at the flowers behind her.
Forgive me for once again arriving unannounced. I promise I will not make a habit of it. I would have sent a letter detailing my arrival, but...
He didn't need to say anything more. People were little more than piranhas these days, waiting for Everett to emerge so that they might tear into him. She stepped into the parlour, going immediately to his side. Improper though it was, she took one of Everett's hands in her own. "There are no apologies necessary. Please let us sit. I am sorry about your father, and while I know it's not a fair question, I can't help but ask it. How are you faring?"
Miss Killinger has been most gracious with her time,
he said as he sat, drawing her down beside him.
She's been helping me arrange everything. The funeral, the burial, the ceremony for my title. Truthfully, that's why I'm here. I wanted to invite you and your family, and to apologise for my behaviour that night. I've no idea what came over me when I said what I did about your uncles.
His gaze slid sideways to Byron, who nodded, but watched Everett with keen eyes. It seemed they'd already had a discussion of their own.
I wasn't in my right mind,
Everett continued.
I want you to know that I spoke with the constable as soon as I got my wits back, and that I spoke on Elijah's behalf.
Signa straightened, ignoring a quiet thunk from the stairway where Blythe was listening. Are you saying that he'll be released? The long delay before Everett spoke again was enough of an answer. Gently he eased his hand from hers.
I don't believe that your uncle had any reason to poison my father. But Mr. Hawthorne confessed to being the one to hand him the drink, and the constable believes he had a reason to want my father dead. They're keeping him regardless of what I say. I just thought you should know that I never meant for this to happen.
Were she in Everett's shoes and the situation reversed, Signa probably would have hated him. The tactical side of her mind ventured at once to thoughts of potential motives. But then she remembered the letter from Fate that signalled his intent to prove himself. Could Everett's reversal be a gift from him? The apology in Everett's eyes was sincere enough that she could almost allow her body to be at ease. Almost, but not quite, given that there was no telling whether Everett had come of his own volition or fate had planted the seed in his mind. You speaking on his behalf at all is a great help, she managed to say at last. What happened to your father was horrible, Everett. The fact that you're even thinking of my uncle right now is deeply appreciated. But you must take care of yourself. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know.
There is something, actually.
He leaned away just enough to reach into his coat and withdraw a letter.
As I've said, I must formally take my place as the Duke of Burness, and it would mean the world to me if you and your family attended the investiture.
When he pressed the letter into her palm, Signa stilled. What he was asking was no small thing, and if not for fate, Signa doubted that Everett would even ask. Though, without fate, she didn't believe that Elijah would have been accused in the first place. Still, if she and her family showed up to the investiture with an invitation in hand from the man who had named her uncle a culprit, well, what could be a better step for clearing Elijah's name?
I made a hasty accusation that night.
Everett brushed a hand over his hair, Adam's apple bobbing in his throat.
For that I apologize. I figure this is the least I can do to help repair the damage I've caused to your family.
Byron cleared his throat, and Signa looked at him just long enough to see him nod once. She set the invitation in her lap and flashed Everett a smile. "We'll be there." She hadn't realized he was so tense until his shoulders eased upon hearing her answer.
Wonderful,
he said, and she knew that even if fate had orchestrated this whole thing, Everett still meant every word. He was a kinder person than she was, than most people were, really. Deeply, wonderfully kind. Everett stood then, and both Byron and Signa followed suit.
I should go before anyone sees my carriage out front, but I apologize again to your entire family, and I look forward to seeing you all at the ceremony. You're going to make a fine duke,
Byron told him.
Your father would be proud.
Those 5 words alone were enough to steal Everett's breath and snatch any remaining light from his eyes. Signa stared at the pale press of his lips, guilt swelling within her as she watched him try to rectify himself.
Thank you.
His voice was flat, though he'd forced himself to smile.
I certainly hope so. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Perhaps unable to feign stability any longer, Everett set his hat atop his head and hurried off to his carriage. The moment the door shut behind him, Blythe practically flew down the staircase. Her gown trailed behind her until it became wedged between 2 floral arrangements, and she had to stop to pry the hem out.
"Do you think he was being genuine?"
she asked when she caught her breath. He seemed sincere, Signa admitted, though it's hard to say.
This is precisely the sort of attention we need.
Byron scanned beyond the open door to where the servants were still gathering Fate's gifts.
We'll have to tread carefully. One wrong move, Miss Farrow, and everything shatters. When is the investiture?
Signa pried open the envelope and removed the invitation, skimming down the elegant script until she saw the date. The 20th of April.
Less than a week. Not much time to plan.
Byron ran a hand down the length of his jaw, and when he looked once more at Signa, it was not with concern, but rather the same consideration that one might give when inspecting a horse prior to the races.
This is going better than I anticipated. Keep it up, and we may have Elijah back sooner than we could have hoped.
Whether he did hope, however, was the question. And it was time that Signa finally got an answer. Chapter 15. The belladonna berries were pruned and shriveled as Signa unfurled them from their wrapping. Only 10 berries remained, and as she stared at them, she imagined Death's voice in her head telling her not to take this risk, that they would find another way. For 2 weeks, Byron had done nothing to prove himself the culprit, but if he was, then there was no time to waste. She'd waited hours for him to leave Elijah's study, and there was no telling when he might be back. Byron had barely left the room even to sleep, and when he did, he never left it unlocked. If Signa wanted to know what he spent his days doing in there, this was her chance to figure it out. As the temperature of her bedroom plummeted, Signa knew that while she may not have been able to see him, death was there with her, watching as she palmed 5 of the remaining berries. The windows ripped open, frost icing their edges as a breeze tore into the room and knocked one of the berries from her palms. She glared behind her at where she hoped Death stood before she picked it back up and steadied her trembling hands, not wanting him to see just how afraid she was. Something strange was going on with her powers, but fate wouldn't let her take ill enough to die if he suspected she might be life. It wasn't a comforting thought, but it gave her the confidence to move forward with her plan. She popped the berries into her mouth before she could change her mind and chewed, grimacing at the rot that soiled her tongue. She knelt against the bed frame after that, waiting for the familiar effects to overcome her. It took longer than usual, the berries less potent. She would need to move quickly to avoid getting stuck on the other side of the study door. Eventually, when the world had spun into a haze of grey and her body turned cold, Signa opened her eyes. She didn't need to turn to know where Death stood, for his shadows had already curled around her, bringing her to his chest. He hugged her so fiercely that Signa wondered whether he'd ever let go. She settled into the familiar rush of power that coursed through her in this form, tipping her head against him as she summoned the night. Shadows swept to her, gliding up her feet and swathing her fingertips until they blanketed her skin like armor. Signa's hands flexed as she welcomed them. The power felt so natural that she pitied fate and his hope.
Hello, little bird.
Death's voice cut through the night, a cool burn against her skin. God, it was good to hear his voice, not just in her head, but sweeping through the room like a glorious storm. She leaned away so that she could look at him. Not a human, but shadows cast in the shape of a man, face and skin masked by darkness. "Don't be angry with me," she whispered, and though she would have loved nothing more than to let herself fall back into his arms and feel him there against her, Signa feared she'd have less time than ever to remain in this state with the berries as old as they were. "There isn't time."
There's never any time these days. And it's no use being angry. I've resigned myself to the understanding that you will forever ignore my wishes and will do whatever you want.
Though he kept his voice light as he followed her out the door, he hovered within arm's reach, observing her every move. They kept to the walls, close to the portraits of the Hawthorne lineage, which Death inspected as they walked.
There really are a lot of them, aren't there?
He took a few more steps, stopping at another portrait of a woman with flat eyes and an angry mouth.
I remember the day I picked this one up. She wouldn't stop screaming, and told me that if she was dead, then I needed to take her husband too. He was perfectly healthy.
Signa smiled and let her hand slide into his, savouring the moment while it lasted. She'd journeyed down these halls with Silas before, sleuthing for clues about Lillian Hawthorne's murder. She knew she shouldn't feel nearly as giddy as she did, but Signa's life had never been normal, and sneaking into the study to investigate her uncle with Death at her side felt like her own personal brand of courtship. "This is the one." Signa paused to listen for any footsteps or signs of life from inside. When only silence answered, Signa shuddered as she slipped through the door. Elijah's study was as she remembered, an expansive room with leather chairs as rich as caramel and sleek, polished furniture. It had a masculine essence, warm and sophisticated, and smelling of pine. The hundreds of books shelved across the walls were pristine and untouched, though the desk was another story. It was a mess of tea-stained papers and journals filled with notes on every page. Death joined Signa as she prowled around the desk, commanding her shadows to slide the chair out of the way so she didn't have to stand in the middle of a piece of furniture and feel like a true ghost. He laughed, low and pleased as he watched her.
I didn't expect you would have such control already.
Of course I do. She summoned the shadows around her again, their tendrils turning the pages she could not touch in her spirit form. I'm a reaper, after all. The words were as much for her own benefit as his, though she stumbled on them. When she was in this form, being able to command the shadows made her feel more powerful than anything in this world. She liked that she and Death were so similar, liked that there was a side to her that only he understood. But as much as she craved the thrum of this power coursing through her, Fate's suspicions still beat against the back of her mind. If he was right, if her hands really could bring life instead of death, then shouldn't that be the power she craved? She didn't want to believe it could be true, and yet the idea had burrowed too deeply into her mind, a constant itch she couldn't scratch. She had to distract herself from it by sorting through the pages and clippings scattered on the desk. The first that drew her eye featured a story of the garden fire. Signa's throat tightened. So lost in her thoughts was she that she tried to reach for the paper herself, only for her ghostly hand to slip through it. Death stepped beside her, inspecting the pages from over her shoulder. And then he spoke aloud the truth that filled Signa with such dread.
Byron is investigating Percy's disappearance.
There weren't just notes in the ledgers, but also the names of vendors and friends. Charlotte Killinger's name was underlined, and Signa noticed with great distaste that her own name had been circled. Elijah's too. Behind them was a map that Death turned and inspected in grim silence. Signa turned to it as well, though she immediately wished she hadn't. There were towns struck through with an X, and only one still circled. Amestris. She returned to the desk to find the same name on the ledgers, with the address of every inn and pub in Amestris noted. Byron's searching for him, Signa whispered. Her guilt was acidic, burning through her. It seemed Byron had searched nearly half the country by now. Page by page, his notes lost their elegance until nearly illegible writing was scrawled across the journal. Some of it was so difficult to read that she nearly missed a word at the top of the most recent page. Murder? The shadows evaporated from her like smoke as Signa stumbled backward. Death gripped her by the shoulders, steadying her. He knows. Had Signa been in her mortal form, she would have been sick. As it was, she settled a hand over her stomach and tried to quell the burning guilt. He knows Percy is dead. He knows someone killed him. My name is on those papers, Death. He must think it was me. He must know.
He knows nothing.
Death's fingers curled into her skin.
We left no trace behind. Byron can suspect all he wants, but he doesn't know a thing. I promise you. I took care of it.
Perhaps. Yet all she could see were the maps with cities crossed out and the dozens of scattered notes written by a wild hand. Outwardly, Byron was maintaining his composure, but inwardly... He loved Percy. Signa's lips numbed at the words. He loved him. And he'll never see him again. He doesn't even know what happened. She felt as though she were a forgotten doll, held together by threads that were fraying at the seams. As cruel as Percy was in the end, did his family not deserve answers? She had hoped to spare them such a painful truth, yet there was nothing she could say without them knowing she was responsible for his death. If that happened, she would lose the Hawthorns forever.
Signa.
Death's grip on her tightened. Her body was flickering in and out of its spirit form, visible one second and translucent the next. Shadows wisped about her, frenzied.
If it wasn't Percy they had to mourn, it would be Blythe.
He cut off sharply as the handle of the door wiggled. Death threw his shadows around them. Though Byron wouldn't be able to see or hear them, both Signa and Death kept as still as could be, feeding off each other's anxiety. Only it wasn't Byron who entered the study. It was Blythe, and as Signa stood there, invisible in her Reaper form, she felt rather silly for not having first asked her cousin about the key to this room. She'd been walking on eggshells around Blythe when it came to her suspicions about Byron, yet she should have known that her cousin would be as suspicious of him as she was. Signa should have known that while she was avoiding her, Blythe was doing her own sleuthing. Blythe was as quiet as the dead as she made her way to the desk, though not nearly as careful as Signa had been as she riffled through the papers. She didn't always close journals to the page they'd been opened to, nor was she careful about keeping everything organised. So that Byron wouldn't realise they'd been there, Signa took care to reorganise things every time Blythe looked away and moved on to the next parchment. They were to be little more than ghosts passing through, just as Silas had told her all those seasons ago. Blythe dug deeper than Signa had, prying her way through the desk until she happened upon a tiny velvet box in one of the drawers. She stilled, and Signa gripped Death's shoulder. Even without looking inside, the contents of the box were undeniable. Still, Blythe pulled the top open to reveal a stunning emerald stone set on a gold band. "That's Elijah's desk." She threw the words at Death as his shadows stirred, seeming unnerved.
Byron's been using it for a week. The ring could belong to either of them.
The ring likely wasn't Elijah's, given how he was only just beginning to spend his days without losing himself to thoughts of his late wife. Byron, on the other hand, had been far more invested in this season than ever. She thought back to how odd his behaviour had been at Fate's soiree, and how he and Eliza had stood beside each other on more than one occasion. Surely there couldn't have been anything going on between them, could there? Blythe snapped the box shut, dropping the ring back into the drawer with a deep frown. She shifted her focus to the desk, eyes more critical now as she lifted several of the clippings to skim through once more. It took a beat longer for the realization to hit Blythe than it had Signa. It wasn't until she noticed the article about the fire that she dropped the news clippings, face turning bone white as she pored over Byron's theory. Not that Percy was gone, but that he, too, had been murdered. Blythe was stiff as she read over the words too many times. Then she scooped up the papers and placed them back where she found them. She gripped the desk by the edges, unaware that Signa was beside her, watching as her cousin sorted through the names on Byron's list. Watching as she saw Elijah's name. Signa's. "No," Blythe whispered, and oh, how Signa wanted to take her cousin's hand and tell her everything. But Blythe would never forgive her. And why should she? Signa had told herself that she wasn't keeping this secret for her own sake, but for Blythe's. But as guilt pressed against her, Signa realized how deeply she'd been lying to herself. She wanted to spare Blythe, of course. More than anything, though, Signa was terrified of losing her. She was terrified of returning alone to Foxglove, once again left behind by those she loved. Had death not been gripping her, she would have reverted into human form, if only to reach out to her cousin. To apologize for everything she'd had to do to save Blythe's life that night in the woods. Fate's words rattled in her head over and over again.
What if those hands of yours could do more than kill? You'd want that, wouldn't you?
In that moment, she did. If it meant never again being the one responsible for the tears of someone she loved, then God did she want it. The world spiraled around her, too warm. No, not warm. Hot, blazing, scorching, like something was burning her alive. She clutched her head, sinking to her knees. This was not the cooling comfort of death, but a blazing fire that tore its way through her as thick vines erupted from the wooden planks beneath her feet. It was like that night in the woods, back when Gundry had stood at her side and Signa had raised the dead garden to ensnare Percy. Only this was no dead bramble rising from the earth, but thriving ivy that clawed its way up through the floor like wildfire. "What's happening?" Signa demanded, panicked as thick lichen devoured the legs of Elijah's desk and wisteria wove itself between splinters of wood. Death careened backward, hissing as he clawed at the vines that somehow ensnared his shadows. Blythe threw herself from the desk and away from the growing earth with a squeal, kicking at moss that worked its way up her boots. She rubbed at her watering eyes as if trying to disillusion herself, though when she lowered her hands, ripe green stems stretched from the wall and curled around her fingers. This time, Blythe screamed as she stumbled over a chair.
We should leave.
Death grabbed a fistful of the ivy that had ensnared Signa's hands. Thorns dug into her skin, drawing wisps of darkness rather than blood. She couldn't see straight enough to get them off herself, and she was shaking as Death ripped them free and hurried her out of the study. They didn't stop once on their way back to Signa's suite. Not to speak, not to ask questions, not for anything. But the moment they were back, the flowering vines fell away from their bodies, swept aside by the shadows that Death let drip from him as he returned to his human form. Only then could Signa see the pointedness of his gaze and how he set about watching her as though he'd never seen her before.
"I'm sorry,"
she rasped.
"I swear I didn't mean to. I didn't know it was true. I didn't think..."
Her chest was tight as breath swept back into her lungs. The blood in her veins burned and her body flickered in and out of view. But she wasn't sick yet. She wasn't coughing blood or throwing up, and she clung to that victory.
"Say something,"
Signa all but whimpered when she finally got the courage to address Death. Usually he did a fine job at playing human, but in that moment, he'd forgotten to blink as he stared at her. Signa tried to ground herself. Tried to stay steady and calm any way she could, since it would do neither of them any good if she started sprouting things again. Death's fingers curled one by one around hers, and he shut his eyes.
You grew that, Signa.
"I know. I didn't mean..."
You're not listening to me.
He squeezed her hand tight, and Signa's fear surged. It couldn't have been true. It couldn't have. She'd killed Percy. She'd killed Magda. Her hands were lethal. Poisonous and deadly because she was a Reaper. She was a Reaper. But one look into Death's grey eyes and her entire world shifted.
You grew something.
There was a perilous calm to Death's words as he bent to capture her stare.
You didn't claim a life. You didn't take anyone or anything away. You created something. There is only one person in this world with the powers to do such a thing.
Signa would have given up her entire fortune to stop him from speaking, to hit the clock and still time forever, because although she understood the words that were to come and that some deep, secret part of her wanted to hear them, there was nothing to prepare her for the weight of what they meant, as Death said.
Signa, you used life's powers.
This time, there was no denying it. She had seen the thorns and the vines sprout from beneath her own feet, had watched as they'd climbed up the shadows and crept along her skin. Still, it seemed impossible, because if she had life's powers, if she could give life. All her life, those around Signa had treated her like she was evil incarnate. Over the years, she had grown to lean into the oddities of who she was and what she could do, and she finally felt comfortable in her own skin. And yet, for years, Signa had internalized this hatred for herself. Though she thought she'd managed to put it behind her, it seemed that change did not come so easily. There was no switch she could simply press that would allow her to forget how much she had hated herself. The memories were as lashing as the sea, threatening to drown her in the self-loathing that consumed her. All this time, her life never had to be this way.
Did you know?
Death's voice was a scythe that cleaved through her chest.
Did you know that this was why my brother came here?
She held firmly to his hand, for in the back of her mind a voice warned her not to let go, that if she did, everything would be different.
I was afraid to believe it could be true.
Death's grip tensed.
But it is true, Signa. All this time I have been nothing but a fool to believe that you and I were made for each other. That if fate had his counterpart, then surely I might have one as well. I thought it was a sign that I could touch you without killing you, but now I know why.
This is precisely why I was afraid. Signa's mind was a flurry of thoughts that had turned her words sharp. Don't you dare get philosophical on me. Don't you dare think for even a moment that this changes anything between us. You told me before that you were the one to reap life's soul. How did you do it? Death stilled.
The same way I always do.
Through touching her, right? Signa was so relieved when Death nodded, she had to choke back a laugh. Then don't you see? I don't know what I am, but I cannot be her. I don't die when you touch me, Death. I am not her.
But you have her powers,
he said.
which means that your options are limitless, little bird. You no longer need to be consumed so thoroughly by all that's dead or dying.
You don't get to make that decision for me. She would wage war on this hill if doing so would make him come to his senses. You don't get to tell me what I should do, and you don't get to pull away from me. Not now. He seemed to recognize the intensity of the emotion pouring through her before she did, for his lips brushed the back of her hand as he drew her close.
I would never dream of it. You mean more to me than you will ever understand, and I will not willingly leave. But if we're going to be together, then I want it to be by choice. Don't shut out this other side of you simply because you're afraid of how I might feel. If you're who I think you are, you deserve to explore that. You deserve to know what it means.
Perhaps, though there were no words for how deeply the idea unsettled her. These powers were no soft thing. They were wildfire upon her skin, and felt as if they would burn her whole if she allowed them to.
Whatever you decide, I will be here,
Death promised.
until the moment you tell me to leave. I will be by your side.
Signa leaned her head against his chest, trying to fill the ache in her heart. What a fate! If it's true that I may be who he's looking for, then where does he fit into our picture? She was glad for the sudden tightness in Death's face. Glad when he wound himself around her and pulled her in close.
Whatever you are, and whatever you can do, you are not who fate expects you to be. You are still Signa Faro. And I am not a good enough man to allow my brother to take you from me.
Those were the words she wanted, that she needed, and she could only hope that Death meant them. Because Signa Faro had another secret, one that she didn't dare admit aloud. And it was that while the vines tore through the floor and the burn of life's powers lanced through her, Signa had heard the song that she and Fate had danced to. She had heard the song he'd asked her to remember. Chapter 16. Blythe. Surely Blythe was being poisoned again, for what else could explain what she'd seen in her father's study? She had never run faster than she did the moment she was able to free herself from the ivy, and it had taken hours of pacing and fretting and convincing herself that she must be seeing things before she'd gathered enough nerve to return to the study, only to find that no plants waited inside. Every floorboard was unscathed, and the desk and its papers were free from even a bit of earth. It was then that Blythe realized she was losing her mind. She refused to linger in the study, sucking in thin breaths as she hurried not to her room, but down the stairs and out of Thorngrove altogether, trying not to scream and alert the entire manor to her ailment. It had been a long while since she had left Thorngrove in anything but a carriage. Worried about a relapse in her health, Elijah had kept a cautious eye on her, ensuring that Blythe had little physical exertion and that the staff doted on her. But her body was trembling too fiercely for her to hole up alone in her room, and so Blythe took to stomping around the yard for the good part of an hour, soaking up the springtime warmth into her bones as she debated whether she should tell Signa what had happened. In the end, Blythe decided she wanted more time. More time to see if this was only a temporary relapse. More time to feel at least a little normal, without everyone treating her like a fragile crystal heirloom. And so she ventured to the stables instead, where a groom she'd never seen crouched in the hay with a small foal curled beside him. The poor thing was quivering, its eyes unopened, and its breaths heavy. A beautiful golden mare poked its head over from the next stall, watching. Blythe's gut clenched as she realized that it was her mother's horse, Mitra. The groom sang as he stroked his fingers through the foal's coat, and though it took a minute for her to recognize the tune, Blythe's laugh was the softest breath when she realized he was singing an entirely inappropriate song about a bonny lass who worked on a farm, his voice tired and thick with a lilting brogue. Blythe's eyes trailed from him to the foal, and very quietly she asked, "Will it be all right?" The groom bolted upright. "Miss Hawthorne! Oh, God!
Forgive me, I'd no idea I was in the presence of a lady.
His eyes were round and wide, and he was failing spectacularly at not tripping over himself.
Is there something I can help you with?
The foal. Will it be all right?
His face softened.
Only time will tell, miss. All there is to do now is make him comfortable and pray for the best.
Blythe's chest tightened to a point where she could barely breathe, and she hated that she followed her first instinct of turning away from the newborn. It was too difficult to look at the dead or the dying these days. The reminder of how much time she'd spent at that threshold was still too awful to bear. She forced her attention back to the task at hand. Her father would rage if he knew she'd even made the trek to the stables in the first place, let alone that she wanted to ride horseback. Fortunately for her, the groom was new to the job, hired by Byron only a week prior.
I'd like to take Mitra out.
Blythe folded her hands behind her back and tried to look confident. The groom glanced past her, the tiniest crease knitting between his brows when he saw she was alone.
Will you be needing an escort?
It was a sincere question, an honest and expected one that any proper groom would think to ask. Still, it had Blythe bristling, for there was a time when something like riding horseback had been so easy for her that his question would have been laughable. Now she was too unfamiliar with her new stamina to know when she might tire, and she wasn't so foolish as to allow the possibility of getting stuck unaccompanied in the woods. And so, Blythe bit her tongue and told him,
That would be much appreciated, Mr.
Crepsley. William Crepsley.
He had hands calloused from hard work, a broad frame, and sun-tanned skin that did not belong to a man of high society. He couldn't have been much older than Blythe, and she noted his kind round face and earnestness. Given how new he was, he would undoubtedly wish to make a good impression, which meant that he'd be far too easy to take advantage of.
Will the foal be all right alone?
It won't be alone,
William promised.
The examiner will be here soon, and Mr. Haysworth will care for it in the interim.
Blythe nodded, though she didn't have the faintest clue who Mr. Haysworth was. For 20 years she'd lived within the walls of Thorngrove, and yet it was becoming more unfamiliar to her by the day. It would take ages to learn the names and faces of the new staff members.
Very well. Then I would appreciate an escort to the Killinder estate, Mr. Crepsley. I'm happy to lead the way.
As William nodded and set off to ready the horses, Blythe found herself more grateful than he would ever know. Not because he was kind, or so fresh to this job that he hadn't realized she wasn't meant to be here, but because, if the earth began to sprout moss and thorns once again, at least this time, she wouldn't be alone. William was slower than he ought to have been, though Blythe gave him no trouble. She was certain he was triple-checking his work, likely because he'd not had the opportunity to prep a horse for a proper ride since he'd started at Thorngrove. But she kept her patience, and soon the groom returned with Mitra and another saddled white mare. Mitra approached with her head low and her tail swishing, snorting a pleasant greeting at Blythe, who pressed a palm to the horse's forehead and curled her fingers into the beautiful golden mane. It had been ages since she'd seen the horse. Ages since her mother had been alive and well enough to go on rides with her nearly every afternoon. Blythe could almost hear the echo of her mother's laughter as they rode, could almost see her wind-blown hair shining like a sunburst against the sky. For too long she'd avoided the memories of her mother, desperate not to follow in her path. But now, standing on the other side of death's door, Blythe ached with nostalgia that had her longing for any remnants of her mother that were still left on this earth.
Here you are, miss.
William steadied Mitra as Blythe slipped her foot into the stirrup and hoisted herself onto the saddle. Her throat tightened the moment she felt the steady lull of Mitra's breathing beneath her. How long had it been since she'd had the strength to pull herself up without thinking anything of it? Blythe turned away from the groom as tears pricked her eyes. Perhaps her subconscious had known all along that this was what she needed. She must have been more on edge than she'd realized to find so much solace in the stables. Still, Blythe's heart couldn't quite settle its discontented pounding. Not after what she'd seen in her father's study, or what she'd read in those journals. Blythe tightened her grip on the reins, determined to find the truth. Charlotte Killinger had run into Signa the night of Percy's disappearance. She was the one who'd alerted Elijah that the garden was on fire. Blythe had talked to her once already, months ago. But perhaps there was more information to be gleaned. If anyone could tell her more about what happened that night in the woods, it was Charlotte. Blythe led the charge through the softened soil and into woods so achingly familiar that she felt like a child once more. She didn't see just trees of ripe green bending toward them like a wanting mouth, but saw the ghost of her mother weaving through spindly branches, never letting them tear the hem of her white dress, as they so often did with Blythe's. Birds knocked their greetings upon the trunks of towering oaks, or sang sweet spring pleasantries. Blythe heard her brother's laughter within them, heard him scolding her for letting herself get so soiled, and calling after their mother to help Blythe fish her snared hair from greedy branches. The farther they ventured into the woods, the more Blythe's nose stung, and her eyes watered. She was glad, at least, that time had not dulled her familiarity with the land. She'd grown up on this soil, snatching plump berries from the bushes, and trailing after Percy just long enough to see his ever-so-gentlemanly self sneak into a thicket of trees with different ladies over the years, when he thought no one was paying attention. She nearly laughed at the memory. She'd be sure to tease Percy about it once they managed to find him. Blythe didn't need a path to know where she was going. She could make her way through the woods by the bend of the branches, or by which trees browned with each waning season. The woods had always been a part of her, more entrenched in her soul than she'd ever realized. Blythe would have given anything to close her eyes and let herself turn left, down the forgotten path to her mother's garden, where the scent of lilies would caress her. She wanted to let herself believe that her mother would be waiting for her, watching the lotus flowers cascade through the pond, or sitting on her favourite bench and reading a book that Blythe would later steal for herself. But all that awaited her in the garden were ashes and the ghost of 2 sweet memories. And so Blythe turned right, away from the garden and toward the home of Charlotte Killinger. It took less than 20 minutes to reach the estate that sat nestled at the base of the woods, sheltered by a fortress of towering elms. It wasn't nearly as large as Thorngrove, though its charm was unrivaled. Where Thorngrove was grim, even the grey smoke pluming from the chimney of the Killinger estate somehow felt lovely. Creeping vines snaked around the estate's dark stone, fighting to consume a front door that also seemed to be at war with the shrubbery growing against it. If someone tore out the image of a fairy tale cottage and magicked it to life, Blythe imagined it would look like Charlotte's home. The lawn upon which the home sat was a rich and vibrant green, surrounded by goose plums and a single elderberry tree. Moss crept up the iron fence around the property, and through its slats, Blythe saw that Charlotte was already outside. She was not, however, alone. Everett Wakefield sat beside Charlotte, sporting a boyish grin. Charlotte was laughing, squeezing his hands in hers as they spoke in low, happy whispers. There was no sign of any escort, and Blythe felt every bit a voyeur as Everett stole a kiss that Charlotte was all too happy to return. Flushed from the neck up, Blythe turned toward William and said, louder than she had any right to,
"Would you look at that, Mr. Crepsley? It seems we've arrived sooner than expected."
Charlotte shoved Everett away from her, the two of them whispering in a rush of words Blythe couldn't decipher. She pretended to be looking elsewhere, and entirely unaware of Everett as he scurried out of sight. Blythe had always known that Charlotte was interested in Everett. She just hadn't known whether her interest was reciprocated. How curious that neither of them had said anything of their relationship. Only after adjusting her dress and ensuring her hair was in place did Charlotte hurry toward them.
"Look at you!" she gasped. "It's been so long since I've seen you atop a horse."
Ignoring the weariness of her bones and everything she had just witnessed, Blythe tipped her chin upward and said,
"I fear the world is not prepared for the power I wield now that my strength has returned."
Charlotte rolled her eyes.
"And just like that, I've seen enough."
She tried to inconspicuously rub away a grass stain on her skirt as William dropped from his mare and took hold of Mitra's reins so that Blythe could dismount. She hadn't realized how winded she was, for while her strength had greatly recovered in the past few months, every now and then that familiar exhaustion would catch up with her, prickling her vision or tightening her chest. A reminder not to overexert herself. As keen as she was, Charlotte must have been able to sense her friend's fatigue. She looped her arm through Blythe's in a silent offer of support.
"Is it just the two of you?"
Charlotte looked toward the forest, likely searching for Signa.
"Why don't we have a seat? Mr. Pembroke?"
Charlotte turned to a tall, heavy-set man in a suit just as he emerged from the house.
"Please show Miss Hawthorne's groom to the stables and see that he is given whatever he desires."
"At once, my lady."
Mr. Pembroke nodded, and the two men were on their way across the field and to the stables a moment later.
"Forgive my spontaneity,"
Blythe said once they were alone.
"I know you don't typically receive visitors today, but I felt it best if I got away from Thorngrove for a while."
Momentarily, the light in Charlotte's expression winked out.
"It's a wonder you don't get out more often, with everything they say about that place."
Had Charlotte said such a thing the day before, Blythe might have been offended. But after what she'd witnessed in the study, she could no longer be certain that the rumours of Thorngrove's hauntings weren't true.
"I've managed this long,"
Blythe replied. There was a blueberry bush behind them, sad and dying despite the warming weather. She looked to the bush as she spoke, skimming her fingers over its bare twigs.
"Though there is something I'd like to speak with you about."
Blythe had never seen anyone swallow a frog, but she imagined that if she had, they would look like Charlotte did in that moment.
"Oh?"
Her eyes strayed toward the direction in which Everett had hurried off. While Blythe would have loved nothing more than to ask about what she'd witnessed between them, Charlotte was far too proper to be comfortable knowing that anyone had been privy to such a moment of fondness.
"I'd like for you to walk me through everything you saw the night of my brother's disappearance."
Charlotte's relief was so intense that Blythe could almost feel it easing her own tired muscles.
"No good can come of this conversation, Blythe. We've been over this already."
They had been. Still, Blythe pressed.
"Oblige me once more. I promise this will be the last time I ask."
Charlotte sighed as she led Blythe to a nearby bench beneath the shade of a great maple tree, away from prying ears.
"I've told you everything I know. I saw Percy briefly in the woods, heading toward your mother's garden. He hardly acknowledged me when I said hello, and—"
"How did he seem?"
Blythe interrupted, squinting hard at the ground to visualize the scene in her mind.
"Was he in a hurry? Was he walking slowly?"
Charlotte's dark eyes cut to her with alarming severity. He seemed like everyone who runs out of Thorngrove talking of ghosts. If you want me to be frank with you, he sounded half mad. He told me he was headed to the garden. That's it. Our conversation was brief. She told Blythe then of how Signa had gone after him, and how Charlotte herself had made haste to Thorngrove to warn Elijah.
And then the smoke started, right?
Blythe asked.
We must be missing something. Percy wouldn't just run off into the forest. He wouldn't just disappear like that, especially not when...
When you were sick? Charlotte didn't wait to see Blythe's face fall before she scooted close and laid a hand on her lap. If he truly left of his own accord, then there must have been a good reason for it. It was the same story that Blythe had heard 1,000 times over, the same one that Signa had shared. Percy was paranoid that someone was after him after being poisoned at the Christmas ball. Because Elijah had made it clear that Percy would never take over Greys, he had no reason to remain at Thorngrove. He fled for his safety. The story, in every respect, fit. Except for one thing. Why had Percy never tried to contact them? Not for money, not to share his whereabouts, and most painfully, not to check on Blythe's health and ensure she was still alive. Perhaps he was worried that contacting anyone would endanger him, but wouldn't he have at least tried? Perhaps Percy truly had started a life under a different name, someplace where their family wasn't a constant target. Blythe, however, couldn't ignore Byron's notes or the crossed-off maps. The Hawthorns' resources were infinite. Charlotte was tentative when she next spoke, her words low. If Percy moved elsewhere, they should have been able to find him.
What do you mean, if?
Blythe pressed, her mind unable to stray from that single word.
If he didn't leave on his own accord, then what do you think happened?
Charlotte glanced over her shoulder as if to ensure no one was approaching. It's not my place to speculate.
Of course I want you to speculate. That's why I'm here.
This time, when Blythe's words cut off, it was because Charlotte pressed her hand over Blythe's mouth, smothering any sound. You are glossing over an important part of what came next, Blythe. The part where I ran into your cousin. It's hardly me that you should be asking these questions. I wasn't the one who ran toward the fire that night. Blythe tore herself from Charlotte, wiping her mouth.
You think Signa is the reason for Percy's disappearance?
Blythe's laughter was a harsh, cleaving sound that had Charlotte sitting stiffly upright.
What do you think she could have done to him? Run him out of town? Do you think she's strong enough to have killed him?
Blythe was a coiled snake, ready to strike the hand feeding her. She knew full well that she had no business behaving like this at Charlotte's own home, and yet she couldn't withhold the anger that festered within her. She was used to people backing away when she bit. It was how she protected herself from whatever she didn't care to face. So when Charlotte sat tall and unflinching, it was Blythe who began to shrivel, panic settling in. I knew Signa when we were only children, Charlotte insisted. She was my closest friend because I liked that she was a little strange, and that she spent her days in the woods like I did. People would say things about her, but I never listened. There are rumours, though. Rumours about why she's been passed from family to family, and why all her guardians have died. People always said that she was cursed, though I didn't believe it until her uncle died. Charlotte continued, each word quieter than the previous. And then my own mother followed. My father and I fled, and for years I thought it was silly.
Signa couldn't have been the reason my mother and her uncle contracted the disease that killed them. I was glad to see her again, but ever since that night in the garden, I can't help but wonder, why did she run toward the fire? Blythe didn't need to think about the answer. She knew it in her bones.
She was looking for Percy.
Perhaps. Charlotte's fingers clenched the edge of the bench. Again, it's not my place to speculate. Blythe wished suddenly that she'd never come to Charlotte's, because Signa had saved her life. She had been there when no one else had. She was Blythe's person, which was all Blythe could think of as she flagged William and summoned their horses. She mounted wordlessly, while Charlotte looked on, her expression hostile. "Everett wants to keep his eye on her, you know," she called, as Blythe gathered the reins in her hand. "Why do you think he's invited you all to the investiture? Surely you can't believe it's because he still cares for her." Blythe paused then, only for a moment, and only because she had never heard such malice seep from Charlotte's tongue. Even Miss Killinger seemed to quickly recognize her slip-up, for her eyes went wide as she covered her mouth. And though Blythe knew better, though she hadn't wanted to say a word about it, she felt such a protective fire for Signa that she could not help but reply,
"Given what I just witnessed between you and Everett, it never crossed my mind that he did. When you go back to him, do tell him hello for me, would you?"
Charlotte drew back, and Blythe hated that she'd hit her mark. One word from Blythe, and Charlotte's reputation would be ruined. Blythe wouldn't say anything, of course. She hated herself for even letting Charlotte believe that she might. Without another breath between them, Charlotte hurried inside while Blythe snapped the reins and set off atop Mitra, William keeping pace beside her.
"There was a man hiding in the stables,"
he whispered.
"He was squatting behind a hay bale."
The look that Blythe cut him was indignant.
"No, there was not."
This time as she gave Mitra a gentle kick and hurried into the forest's embrace. It wasn't her mother that Blythe thought of as branches clawed her hair and snagged her dress. She was instead reminded of the ladies of this season, who would claw at anyone they could to get ahead. Charlotte's competitiveness had her behaving no better than the others. Yet that wasn't why, in that moment, Blythe hated Charlotte more than anyone in the world. Rather, it was because Charlotte had planted a seed inside her mind. And no matter how hard Blythe tried to be rid of it, the idea was a weed within her thoughts, burying itself deep and spreading its roots. There was no way that Signa would have ever harmed Percy. She loved him, just as she loved Blythe. Didn't she? Chapter 17. There had been a time at the start of the season when hopeful men called on the ladies of Thorngrove every Monday and Thursday. They'd come with lavish gifts and sweet sentiments, only to be met with Blythe's easy dismissal and Signa's apologies. Those men had trickled out over the weeks, disappearing entirely after Lord Wakefield's death. While this had irritated Byron so much that he never once turned the page of the paper he'd been pretending to read, Signa was now thankful for the time it allowed her to spend with Blythe, curled upon a chaise in the drawing-room, and sharing their theories and hunting for Lord Wakefield's murderer, while Byron likely suspected they were gossiping about men. Blythe had been quiet since the previous night's incident in the study, though, and often Signa would catch her cousin's eyes wandering to her, scrutinizing Signa in a way she never had before. Surely she couldn't have known that Signa had anything to do with what had happened. And yet...
"What about Charlotte?"
Blythe whispered,
her legs drawn beneath her as a cup of tea steamed her face.
In books, the killer is always the quiet one.
The only thing Charlotte wants is a good match this season. Signa was grateful that despite the abysmal turnout they were having on their visiting day, Byron still insisted on having fresh scones and hot tea readily available. Since summoning the Reaper's powers the day prior, an inexplicable tiredness had settled over Signa's body, making her thoughts fuzzy and her body ache. She slathered a scone with lemon curd and hoped that the sugar might revive her. "What are your thoughts of Everett?" Blythe's face contorted, though she gave Signa no time to question the strange expression before she smoothed it away and answered,
I imagine he wants to find the killer as much as we do. Not to mention, I've never even heard the man raise his voice.
"Nor have I," Signa agreed, though gaining the Duke's title does give him a motive.
Perhaps. But what benefit would that have to him now? He was always set to inherit, and it's not as though he's lacking money or status.
"At least none that we know of," Signa countered, though it was a weak argument. There was always a chance that the murder had been random, though in all Signa's years surrounded by the dead, when it came to murder, it tended to be those closest to the victim who were responsible. It would be unwise to rule out Everett, even if all she could think of was his sheer devastation and the hollowness of his eyes as he wilted over his father's corpse. Lord Wakefield's relatives were not the only suspects in question, however. Though Signa felt the prickling of anxiety along her skin, she forced out the next words in a whisper. "Byron has a motive too, you know." She slid him a sidelong look, ensuring he was still distracted by the newspaper. "He's always wanted Greys." To Signa's surprise, Blythe took the theory in stride.
I know, but cold as Byron can be, he loves his family. Still, it would be silly not to consider it, which is why I sneaked into his study.
Never, not even in the presence of death, had Signa's blood gone so cold. "Did you find anything interesting?" Footsteps sounded down the hall just as Blythe grabbed Signa's hand and opened her mouth to speak. Byron straightened as a maid came into the parlour with a single calling card set in the middle of a silver tray. His eyes flashed toward the girls.
"Right yourselves at once,"
he hissed.
"It's the prince."
Never had Signa imagined that she could feel so relieved by fate's arrival. Blythe practically flew to the piano bench near the back of the room, but not before tugging at Signa's bodice. She tried her best to lower it until Signa swatted her hand away and readjusted herself in time to hear the snap of Fate's boots as he made his grand entrance. He looked just as he did the last time Signa had seen him, which was to say that he was handsome by a majority vote, dignified and as confidently pretentious as could be. Though the parlour itself brightened with his presence, Signa's prospects for the day grew drearier by the second.
"A pleasure, Mr. Hawthorne."
Fate bowed his head, his hands too full of more ridiculous flowers to properly shake Byron's.
"Prince Aris, the pleasure is all ours."
Byron ushered him forward.
"Please have a seat, and let us get you some tea."
The girls shared a look. Never had either of them heard Byron be so accommodating.
"Blythe, why don't you give your cousin some privacy?"
I'm quite fine where I am, thank you.
Blythe said from her spot on the piano bench, close enough to listen to any conversation if she really strained.
I do think Mr. Worthington has his eye on me, and I wouldn't want to offend him if he shows up today.
She didn't turn to see Byron's scowl, and instead pressed her fingers to the piano keys, beginning a beautiful piece that Signa noticed was too soft, as though Blythe was not fully pressing down. It truly was astounding how nosy she was. Fate crossed the floor to take a seat beside Signa, wisteria once again draping from a bouquet in his hands.
"Hello, Miss Farrow."
When he tried to hand it to her, she checked to see if Byron was watching. Given that he was, she accepted the bouquet, her knuckles white as she clutched it to her chest. "Hello, Your Highness. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure?"
"Is it truly so unexpected?"
The room's temperature had plummeted by the time fate approached. Though Signa knew from the chill that death was near, fate didn't betray where his brother stood with so much as a glance as he asked,
"Do you like the flowers?"
She sniffed, feeling a sneeze coming on as she set them on a side table. "You certainly do have a penchant for your favourite things, don't you?" Signa hadn't noticed before just how much his nose tended to scrunch up with his distaste.
"They're your favourites,"
he corrected.
"or at least, they were."
Fate stilled as Signa adjusted herself so that she was angled between him and Blythe. His attention shifted between the two of them before he unfastened the buttons of his waistcoat and took a seat.
"I've no intention of harming your cousin."
Why should I believe you?
Signa challenged in her fiercest whisper.
You've already imprisoned one Hawthorne.
His teeth snapped together with an audible click.
Your uncle would have been imprisoned whether I was there or not.
Each word was a hiss of breath, low enough for it to be impossible for Blythe to hear no matter how slow or how quiet her piano playing became.
But you were there, weren't you?
For Byron's benefit, Signa spat the words through a bracing smile.
I can't believe a word that you're telling me.
He assumed a tired, withered expression.
"I know that we are still getting to know each other, Miss Farrow, so you have little reason to believe me. But I make it a point to never lie."
Finally, his eyes skimmed up and over her shoulder. It was little more than a fleeting glance, yet it was enough for Signa to know exactly where death lingered. The very act of envisioning him there had the pressure in her chest deflating, for she knew that no matter what happened, he would keep Blythe safe. As quickly as fate had sat down, he was on his feet again.
"If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Hawthorne, I would love for Miss Farrow to accompany me for a promenade around the grounds of Thorngrove. Do you find that agreeable?"
The question was more for her benefit than Byron's, for as the gold of fate's eyes glinted and the threads around him glimmered like the morning dew, Byron's face became drawn, and his eyes hollow. Though propriety called for them to be accompanied by an escort, Byron's only response was a slow nod. Blythe remained staring down at the piano, repeatedly striking the same 3 chords in succession. Signa's spine pulled taut as a bow, and she threw a look toward where Death stood. "I can handle myself. Stay with Blythe, please."
"You heard the lady."
Fate offered his arm, and Signa could only imagine what Death's face must have looked like as she took it. She was glad in that moment that she could not see Death, for she despised how deeply this would affect him. Had the situation been reversed, such a sight would have Signa wallowing in her misery, especially given her newfound abilities. Yet she hoped that he understood this was not for Fate's benefit, for Signa cared only for 2 things: getting Elijah out of that cell and keeping Fate away from any other Hawthorns. And so Signa followed Fate, and the path he carved through the manor, out the front doors of Thorngrove and into the fields of blooming wildflowers that stretched endlessly ahead. She had to rely on Fate's arm for support more than she would have liked, each of her steps slow and calculated, her body far weaker than she gave it credit for. So weak, in fact, that Fate took notice.
"You used the Reaper's powers,"
he noted without inflection.
didn't you?
Refusing to grant him the satisfaction of a scowl, Signa coiled her anger tightly within her belly.
There was something I needed to do.
He hummed under his breath, his arm tensing beneath her grip.
Are the consequences worth it?
Given everything that had happened, and everything she'd learned, it was impossible to answer. On one hand, she was glad to have the information. On the other, Signa still remembered the searing of her body, and that music stirring in the depths of her mind as she'd watched Blythe flee from Elijah's study. Taking great interest in her boots, she answered,
I'd rather not discuss that.
Fate's laugh was not like death's. It was not midnight's seductive call that shuddered down her spine with dark promises. Rather, it was warm and crisp, like the summer dawn.
Very well,
he said, trying not to crush the wildflowers beneath his boots as he led Signa down a path she and Blythe had walked 100 times before. Late spring was far from Signa's favourite time of year. There was something about the heat that made her temper flare. It sapped the energy straight from her bones, leaving her wilted and burnt and unquenchable for the rest of the day. Oppressive was the only word to describe the air around them, so thick and damp that she was already beginning to perspire beneath the many layers of her dress. The finer hairs around her face began to curl, stray wisps escaping their elegant confines every minute that Signa spent outdoors, the overgrown grass scratching her ankles. Rather than promenade, there was a large picnic blanket spread beneath the bend of an oak tree, and Signa frowned as fate motioned for her to sit upon it. She couldn't look away from a slug that was sliding up the length of the blanket's edge, searching for somewhere dark and cool to escape to. She had never related more to a slug in her life. Never, not in a million years, could Signa envision death seated here before her, the two of them withering in the sunlight while trying to sip tea and make merry as the heat glared down on them. She didn't care to be a sunflower, unfurling her petals in the daylight for all to see. She would rather be an adorable little mushroom, thriving in the dark crevices where few ventured to look.
Well,
Fate was setting out the most beautiful porcelain trays before her, taking great care to lay each one just so.
do you like it?
There was such hopefulness in his voice that, rather than take another jab at him, Signa stilled. She looked to the slug, as though it might help her find the right words when he set the picnic basket beside him and started to stand.
It's fine if you don't,
he said hurriedly.
We can attend a ballet this evening. We could take an actual promenade. Perhaps around the park.
Signa reached out to take hold of his hand, jolting at how still he went. Never in her life had she felt such command over someone, not even death. In that moment she felt every bit of the tension wound within Fate, ready to break free and spring from his skin. He was a desperate man, and more susceptible than Signa had expected. One day, she might use that to her advantage, but in that moment, she could think only of how sad it was. How sad and how broken he was. This is very nice, she told Fate, guilt churning within her belly as his shoulders relaxed. She thought of death's pleasant chill against her skin, craving it more than ever in the unbearable heat. And yet, she would rather suffer there in the heat than be seen publicly with Prince Aris.
You always used to love the spring,
Fate whispered as he took his seat, looking pained to draw away from her.
but summer was your favorite. We would spend our days just like this, enjoying meals by the sea, or exploring old cities that felt new. I'd hoped that a picnic might spark some sort of memory.
Signa frowned, the music she'd remembered playing on a loop in her head. Perhaps it was only a fluke, nothing more than her memory of dancing with fate back at Wisteria Gardens getting the better of her. She was more curious about him than she had any right to be, and while it was true that in his presence she felt a strange and undeniable pull, there was nothing romantic between them. I hate summer. Signa didn't mean for it to be cruel, and she hated that those words had fate shrinking in on himself, his frown severe. I'm not very partial to the spring either. I prefer the colder seasons. His jaw was tense, hands flexing as he gripped the basket.
Of course. My apologies.
He didn't look at her as he doled out a platter of cold meats, then sandwiches that had been cut with the utmost precision. Even the cups he filled with fresh lemon juice and sugar syrup were both meticulously filled to the same point, not so low as to be unsatisfying, but not so high that she'd spill it when she sipped. Delicate lavender petals floated atop it. Did you make all of this yourself? Signa took the drink gratefully, trying to spy what else was in the basket. There were pastries, including some sort of glazed tart that looked as though it had been baked by an expert hand.
Are you surprised?
He asked by way of answer, and the small smile he tried to hide was enough to confirm her suspicion that he had. Glancing down at her lemonade, she took a cautious sip to see whether it tasted half as good as it looked. It was even better. Signa truly looked at fate then, as he filled a plate for her and then for himself. Unlike death, this man was made for the sun. He practically glowed beneath it, as though it was a part of him. He seemed comfortable in a fitted white shirt he'd loosened at the collar and trousers cut at the ankles, exposing them as he leaned back to watch her.
They'll be the fashion one day,
he noted when he caught her staring.
It'll be a while until they catch on, but I've wanted to try them ever since I crafted the fate of a woman who thought them up.
Signa drew the plate he'd made for her into her lap, taking a hesitant bite of a cold cut that was so rich she began to salivate. Dear God! She had to look down at what she was eating just to confirm it wasn't somehow a manifestation of her hunger. Do you always eat like this? Fate's laugh was proud and warm.
Of course. I know the finest cooks and artisans in the world, Miss Farrow. Why would you settle for average when everything upon your tongue could taste of ambrosia?
He and death truly could not have been more different, and Signa found herself pondering what an eternity spent with fate's powers would be like. Though there was a chance that every day might feel rich and exciting, she wondered if everything else seemed to dull in comparison. How unsatisfying every day must have felt when you were always on the hunt for something more beautiful or more luxurious than the last. What of the art in Wisteria Gardens? She found herself asking. How do you come to collect it?
Some pieces are from the most talented artists I've ever come across. Most of them unrecognized. The majority of the art, however, is mine.
There was an ease to the way Fate spoke, a casualness in his voice and posture that Signa was uncertain what to do with. She wanted to hate Fate, truly. Yet while his methods needed vast improvement, she also understood them, for she would do anything to help Elijah. Already she had killed for Blythe. And should death ever be in such a position, Signa shuddered to think about the length she'd go to save him. She was no better than fate, really, and while she could not give him what he wanted, she had to admit that being with him
didn't feel as bad as she'd expected. So, you spend your days drinking the finest wine and eating the most delicious food you can find? She teased. It sounds exhausting. The barest hint of a smile cracked his lips.
It's not so luxurious as that, I'm afraid. Mostly I work.
By weaving tapestries, she specified as she plucked the slug from the blanket and tucked it into the soil at the base of the oak. She may have been doomed to burn in the sunlight, but at least the slug didn't have to.
By weaving tapestries,
he echoed.
Yes, though you make it sound so simple.
Is it not? She thought of her own abilities as the Reaper, and how natural they felt. Her powers of life, however, as much as she was drawn to exploring them, using them had felt like tearing herself apart from the inside out. Signa clung to his words, desperate to understand. There would be some relief, she imagined, if she knew someone else who struggled with their unusual abilities. Fate leaned forward, and so bright was his smile that Signa's heart stuttered.
I could show you if you'd like.
Curiosity festered within her, yet she could only imagine the ideas Fate would get if she agreed. She had no desire to let this man continue believing there was a chance of anything between them, no matter how tempting the idea of watching him work might have been. You said that you wouldn't hurt Blythe. Signa set aside her plate and cup, both empty. And you said that you make it a point not to lie. So will you vow that to me, then? That no matter what happens between us, you will bring her no harm? That you will not warp her mind or turn her into one of your puppets?
My puppets,
he snorted, finishing off his drink before reaching into his pocket and brandishing a silver sewing needle. Without a moment's hesitation, Fate pricked the tip of it into his finger. Upon it, a single bead of blood shone gold.
Very well. If this is what it takes to ease your mind, then I will make you the most binding promise of all. Give me your hand.
She did, so used to pricking her own finger when she'd been testing out her abilities that she didn't blink when he pierced the needle into her skin. The moment her blood welled up, he pressed his against it.
For as long as I exist, I vow to never bring harm to Blythe Hawthorne.
Fate's blood seared against her skin, and Signa gritted through the pain with a hiss. Before he could pull away, she gripped his hand tighter. And what of death? Though she knew she was pressing her luck when he tried to withdraw his hand, Signa held on. Will you also vow not to hurt him? Fate stopped trying to pull away, and instead allowed his eyes to meet hers as he said coolly,
He will not be extended the same courtesy.
Signa jerked away, her blood pulsing a manic rhythm. Rationally, she could understand Fate's anger. Given who it was toward, however, she accepted none of it. I expect my communication with him to be restored immediately, she demanded, as Fate wiped their smeared blood onto a handkerchief he'd produced from his pocket. He was a shell of the man he'd been moments ago, scowling so deeply it looked as though someone had taken a chisel and carved it upon his face.
You'll be able to speak with him this evening.
Fate stood, stomping across the blanket before he grabbed the basket, the tart still inside. If only she'd waited another 5 minutes before picking this fight, she might have been able to try it.
Rest well, Miss Farrow. I'll be seeing you soon.
That, Signa was sure she could count on. Chapter 18. When Signa returned to her rooms that evening, Death was waiting. Though she could not see him,
His oppressiveness weighed upon her the moment she stepped over the threshold. It felt as though she were wading through gelatin as she forced one foot after the other, her excitement stifled by the instinct to turn back. Her eyes darted around the room, and she wished she could catch a glimpse of him, but all she saw was Gundry curled by the fire, his paws sprawled near the hearth as he slept, seemingly without a care in the world, even as every hair along Signa's neck rose.
"What is it?"
she whispered, though she already knew the source of Death's anger before his words filled her thoughts.
Tell me I'm mistaken.
For once, Death's voice was no balm to her soul, but a blizzard that chilled every inch of her.
Tell me that you are no fool, little bird, and that you did not make a bargain with my brother.
I did not make a bargain with your brother. Signa shut the door behind her and turned the lock, worried someone might stroll by and see her breath pluming the air. I made 2. And I understand if you're frustrated, but...
Frustrated?
The fire in the hearth flickered, rousing Gundry from his slumber. The hound lifted his head and growled low in his throat.
You haven't the faintest idea what you've gotten yourself into. Fate is not someone you bargain with, Signa.
The last time Signa could remember hearing him this angry was after she'd first met Eliza Wakefield and the other girls for tea months earlier. He'd hated how Signa had stifled herself around them, pretending to be someone she wasn't, solely to appease them. This time, though, there wasn't just anger in his tone, but something else that Signa couldn't place. What other choice did I have? She asked. It was either a bargain with him or never getting to see or speak with you again. Besides, it was my idea, not his. Death's laugh was the most intoxicating poison, and even amid her mounting annoyance, Signa found herself wanting little more than to drown herself in it.
This is what he wanted to happen.
He spat each word, as if he could not get them past his lips fast enough.
It was fate who laid out this game and placed its pieces precisely where he wanted them, and you fell for the trap.
There was a storm brewing in Signa's chest, rage heating her cheeks and palms. This was her idea, not fate's. She had come up with it. She had approached him, ensuring that every word was spoken with intention so that she could get precisely what she wanted out of the deal. She was in control. Wasn't she?
These are not decisions you have to make alone,
Death told her, and Signa knew he must have been close from the way frost brushed across her lips.
And yet, you have done so.
His last few words were spoken pointedly enough that Signa took note. She braced herself against her desk, squeezing the edge of it. What exactly are you trying to say? Death's answer did not come with storm-sharpened wind, but with a sigh that eased much of the pressure in the room.
I would understand if you wanted to make the deal, Signa. So much has been thrown at you, and you have options now that you didn't have before. It makes sense if you're curious, though I must warn you.
I have no need for your warnings. Signa realized then what the strange tension was in Death's voice. Fear. He thought she was interested in fate. The very idea was absurd, yet no laugh bubbled in her throat. Instead, she followed Gundry's eyes to where Death stood, and gave herself no time to contemplate before she stalked toward him. She ripped off a glove at the last second and managed to find a bare slice of his skin before Death had the chance to pull away. Immediately, Signa's heartbeat slowed, only this time her shift into the Reaper was far from peaceful.
She fell to her knees as her lungs collapsed, head swimming as her body fought for breaths that refused to come. She gripped her throat, clawing at it until all she saw was white. There was no saying how long she was like that before irate shadows slipped into her vision, seizing hold of her. Even in his rage, death was tender, and Signa leaned into his embrace.
My foolish girl,
he whispered, drawing her into powerful arms that wound tight around her.
What were you thinking?
That was the problem. When it came to those Signa loved, she often wasn't thinking at all. She leaned back, cupping his face. "You're the fool," she told him. "When I made that deal, it's because I wanted you, not your ridiculous brother. Why are you so afraid of him?" Death set his hands atop hers, and though he offered a smile for Signa's benefit, it didn't reach his eyes.
It's not him I'm afraid of, Signa.
"Who then?" she pressed, searching his eyes, which hardened as he looked at her. "Who are you afraid of?" There was no reading his stare, no deciphering the tension in his jaw as he stepped back and extended a hand to her.
Come,
he whispered, and Signa wished she could disappear into that honeyed tone.
I'll show you.
Wisteria Gardens was almost unrecognizable as Death led Signa through its once illustrious courtyard. If not for the marble fountain and the thriving wisteria draped over them from the canopy above, she wouldn't have had the faintest idea where he'd taken her. As it was, she hesitated as they approached a palace that looked nothing like the one she'd ventured into only a few nights prior.
We'll need to be quick,
Death said.
There's no saying when fate will return.
He held Signa's hand as they cut across the lawn to the dilapidated stone building. It was the very same one she'd glimpsed in the moment that fate's powers had slipped during his soiree. Able to see it fully in the glow of the setting sun, Signa took in the ancient grey stones that looked one door slam away from crumbling. If not for the fact that she was in her Reaper form, Signa might not have dared approach it for fear of it toppling upon her. "Why does it look like this?" She frowned at the withering grass beneath her feet, missing the verdant green fields from the days prior. There were no animals either, she noticed. No bleating sheep or hoofbeats to fill the air. The palace was eerily silent, a resting dream world awaiting the return of its dreamer.
My brother created this home ages ago.
Death cast a look around them before he pulled Signa through the front wall.
It is a part of him, and has always reflected who he is and what he's feeling internally.
Where there was once a grand entryway and a gorgeous parlour with a roaring hearth, now the entry coughed thick plumes of grey smoke from dying embers. The interior walls were every bit as bare and ruined as the palace's exterior, and though much of the art was still on display, the colours had dulled to blend in with the grey stone. Gone was any hint of the extravagance fate had made such a show of. "It doesn't even look like the same place," Signa whispered, taking one step up the staircase. It was so rickety that she had no doubt the planks would have snapped beneath her feet were she not gliding across them.
It used to be every bit as luxurious as you last saw it, forever changing with his whims or to suit wherever he travelled.
Death kept his shadows near Signa as they made their way toward the highest story. "What happened to it?" She folded her hands and pressed them against her chest, resisting the urge to touch anything as she and Death made their way past the ballroom. Signa poked her head inside, her heart falling when she found that all the beautiful amber panelling had vanished. Rather than answer right away, Death led her farther down the hall to the portrait where Signa had seen Blythe and Fate speaking. She hadn't gotten a chance to look closely at it then, but now saw that the woman depicted was the loveliest she'd ever seen, with hair as pale as bone and a softness she couldn't look away from. "That's life," she whispered, somehow recognizing the woman. "Isn't it?" Sorrow plagued Death's eyes.
Wisteria began to deteriorate the moment my brother lost her. I let myself believe that he'd get better with time. But this place is worse now than I've ever seen it.
Life's painting, Signa noticed, was the only thing in the palace that was still in full colour. She had to stand several lengths away and tip her head back to see it fully, for it took up the length of an entire wall. She tilted her head, trying to catch a glimpse of the woman's eyes as Death eased her away.
You asked me who I was afraid of.
He stretched his hand out, brushing fingers across the portrait's frame.
My brother may be a nuisance, but I do not fear him. I do, however, fear you, Signa. I fear that someday you will break my heart.
His sincerity tore through her, bowing her spine. "It seems that even Death has irrational fears," she whispered. Death, however, did not seem convinced.
There is only one person in this world who has ever held the power you used the night in Elijah's study,
he said.
So long as my brother believes that you and she are one and the same, he won't leave you be. Having seen the two of them together, I can understand why. When I look around this place, I see my brother for what he is,
Death continued.
a desperate man who has spent hundreds of years unable to move on from the woman who laid claim to his heart. He will not know peace until he finds her. To make a deal with him, you need to understand the stakes. You need to see him for who he is. None of us would want to spend a single lifetime in such despair, let alone the eternity my brother will endure.
Signa couldn't tear her eyes from the portrait. The woman in it was different from her in every way, and yet Signa felt drawn to life in a manner that words could not describe. Fate presented himself as a confident and assured man, but if what Death said was true and Wisteria Gardens was truly a reflection of his inner self, then Fate was on the precipice of breaking beyond repair. She tried to swallow down the pity knotting her throat, turning away from the portrait.
There's more to see.
Death reached for the frame again, keeping one hand on Signa to ensure she remained in her Reaper form. It took him a moment before he found a small latch, a soft click sounding as he pressed it. The portrait swung open, revealing a massive room of tapestries.
Watch your head,
Death warned as they stepped inside, and she ducked just in time for a tapestry to swing over her head, its threads unravelling into an assortment of colours, each of which landed in a separate basket. Signa couldn't look away. It didn't make sense how the lines of tapestries continued to move, let alone how threads and needles wove without any hand to guide them. Yet the room reminded Signa of a factory all the same. She was enthralled by the process, tempted to disappear down the line and explore when Death squeezed her hand.
To you and me, these will only ever look like tapestries. But to Fate, a single thread is the difference between life and death. That is his power, Signa. If ever you believe that you are the one in control, if ever he tries to strike another deal, I want you to think of this room.
Signa shivered. She may not have understood this place in its entirety, but there was no denying its raw magic. Perhaps Death was right. Signa may not have been as clever with her deal as she'd believed.
My brother will use every bit of his power to steal you away.
Death's hand slid to her hip, backing her against the stone wall, as a dark possessiveness worked its way into his voice.
And unless you decide that you want to go, I will use every bit of mine and more to keep you here with me. There are to be no more bargains. Do you understand?
He tipped her chin up, speaking the words against her lips. His voice muddled her thoughts, not a single one of them tame as she arched her back and pressed deeper into Death's touch. She was helpless against him, craving him against her skin. "No more bargains," she repeated, pleasure shooting through her as she captured his lips. Death groaned softly as he hooked his arms around her, hiking her up so that she could wrap her legs around his waist.
Very good.
His hand slipped beneath her skirts then, snaking up her thigh. She gave no thought to where they were as she tipped her head against the stone, urging his hand higher. Yet, Death stilled as a noise sounded from the first floor, easing his hand back and pressing it instead to Signa's lips.
Easy,
Death's voice whispered through her mind.
My brother cannot see us in this state.
Perhaps not, though he could see that the door had been left ajar. Ever so slowly, Death slid his shadows toward the portrait, though the moment he went to press it shut, it gave a quiet squeak that made the rest of the palace still, as if holding its breath. Fate, too, was quiet for a long moment before Signa heard the stomp of Fate's boots hurrying up the steps. Signa curled her fingers into Death's shoulders. "Brilliant work. Very ghosts passing through of you," she hissed, tensing with Fate's every step. Death ignored her as the shadows surged forward, shutting the door with a click so loud that she nearly groaned. Death smirked at her then, pressing one last kiss to Signa's mouth before he leaned forward and whispered in her ear,
Hold on tight.
She did, and the second the door swung open and Fate stalked inside, Death threw the shadows around them and transported them back to Thorngrove. Chapter 19. As much as she'd read about garden parties, Signa had never had the pleasure of attending one, especially not one thrown by a queen. Covington Palace was made up of 575 rooms, and looked every bit as astounding as that number from the moment Signa walked through its opulent doors. Columns of white marble lorded over the entry, adorned with gilded bronze capitals. One by one, people were welcomed inside and herded onto an endless red rug so plush that Signa wondered what it might feel like beneath bare toes. Of course, she wouldn't dare try to see, given the company she was in. It seemed there wasn't a single nose not tilted haughtily into the air, nor a lone man who did not walk as though his chest had been stung and swollen by a hive of wasps. Guests were shepherded into a room with ivory walls, where a matching chandelier the size of Thorngrove's parlour dripped with crystals so thick that a single one was all it would take to make a poor man rich. Signa found her place beside Blythe and Byron. They didn't dare speak, for the room felt too sumptuous to spoil with words. At the head of the room sat a gold and crimson throne,
and all heads bowed as the Queen emerged. Signa had met her only once, when she was presented for the season, and had been so full of nerves that her ankles nearly gave out during her curtsy. Now, though, she managed to hold one, as a beautiful woman with rich brown skin took her place on the throne. She was plump and middle-aged, dressed in a silk rose-coloured gown with a collar of Honiton lace and a small crown of diamonds on her head. The Queen's gaze softened only when Everett Wakefield entered the room and was brought before her. He'd been fitted into a handsome ensemble made of black silk chenille and trimmed in fur. His waistcoat was heavily decorated with silver threads and metallic buttons, with his family's crest, a grey wolf prowling around a silver and white shield, displayed proudly above his heart. Everett wasn't the only one who Signa's roaming eyes wandered to. Among a crowd buzzing with excitement, she stilled when she spotted Fate's eyes on her. It had been several days since he'd nearly caught her in death at Wisteria, and pity still made her throat thick. More flowers had come from him that very morning, this time paired with chocolates, which Blythe had happily taken off her hands, and every day Signa tried her best to ignore the offerings and the giggling maids. As much sympathy as she felt for him, there was death and his fears to consider too. For that reason alone, she despised Fate's gifts. She didn't want the pressure of his false hope, or for him to have any additional motive to take his frustrations out on death or the Hawthorns. Signa couldn't say exactly when the feeling had started. Perhaps it had always been there to some extent, but the pressure of so many expectations was rapidly mounting. Blythe expected Signa to be a good cousin, a normal cousin, while Byron wanted her to be a prim and proper lady, aiding the restoration of the family name. Fate expected her to be another woman entirely, one with powers that Signa would have once given the world for. As for herself, well, Signa needed to solve a murder, protect everyone she loved, and get to the root of who she was and what she could do. It was exhausting. Everett knelt before the Queen, and Signa fixed her attention on him as the title of Duke was bestowed. The Queen dipped a sceptre onto Everett's right shoulder, then his left. Signa joined in the clapping as he rose to his feet, putting on her most polite and demure behaviour for the several glaring eyes and haughty faces cast toward her family. Everyone had begun to head outside for the party, and Byron nudged her leg with his walking stick, silently commanding that Signa do the same.
"He's a fine boy, that one,"
Byron murmured loud enough for the eavesdroppers around them to hear.
"He'll make a wonderful duke."
Though Signa agreed on both counts, she made no comment. It felt too odd to look at Everett in his formal wear and see anything but the tears in his eyes as he'd held the hand of his father's corpse only weeks before.
Signa?
Blythe's voice cut her thoughts.
You look as though you're in a daze. Come, let's get to the party.
She looped their arms together. Blythe had been skittish since the incident in the study, and too often Signa saw her restless eyes scanning the corners of every room. She'd also noticed the glow of candlelight beneath Blythe's door late the evening before, while her cousin should have been sleeping. Signa had tried to get Blythe's mind off it by bringing her newspaper clippings of recent crimes when they took tea in the afternoons, but Blythe's interest in them was tight and forced. Signa had hoped that the day's outing would do her some good. Though people sent them scornful looks, gossip would be kept to a minimum within the Queen's presence, which was a welcomed reprieve. Scanning the crowd, Signa caught a glimpse of Everett as she was ushered to the garden, her chest warming when he waved. She started to wave back when she noticed with quick embarrassment that he was waving at Charlotte Killinger, who stood only steps behind them. Charlotte's smile was bright as a harvest moon as she placed her hands on both Signa's and Blythe's shoulders. "You both look lovely." Signa wished she could say the same, but Lovely was an understatement for Charlotte. Dressed in a pale mauve gown and a matching feathered hat, Charlotte was lovely enough that all eyes seemed to follow her. She was also so perfectly proper that Signa found herself straightening her spine, intimidated by such polish. Blythe, on the other hand, stiffened and clutched Signa tight.
I think it feels like a funeral procession.
Blythe noted bleakly, not looking at Charlotte.
You feel it, don't you, Signa? There's a heaviness in the air.
Given that Signa's experience with the dead was much more pronounced, she didn't feel anything of the sort. She understood the sentiment, though, and nodded her agreement. How is Lord Wakefield holding up? This Signa directed at Charlotte. I hear you've been a big help to him. He's faring better than I expected, all things considered. Though Signa hadn't a clue what might have happened between the two, Charlotte appeared fully aware of Blythe's hesitation as she eased away and unfurled her fan, motions soft and gentle. I didn't expect the Wakefields to seek me out, given all that happened, though I'm glad they did. That family could use some support. Signa ignored Blythe's quiet snort and instead asked, All that happened? Charlotte's hand stilled with the fan covering her mouth. While most of her expression was concealed, Signa still noticed that Charlotte's eyes widened a little, as if realizing she'd misspoken. Only then did Blythe's attention stray toward her, lips pursed. It's nothing of note. Charlotte snapped her fan shut, trying to dismiss the question. Regardless, Eliza was worried for her cousin, and asked me to stay with them for the first few days after the Duke's death. Everett was sick every time he ate. He couldn't keep so much as bread down. I think he's only just beginning to realize that his father is truly gone. He's not well, but he's coming to terms with the loss as well as one can. Blythe must have felt every bit as suspicious as Signa at Charlotte's quick dismissal on the matter, for she slid her cousin a look. Unfortunately, Blythe's interest was soon lost as she drew a sharp breath while looking at the right side of Signa's head. Her voice was harsh as she grabbed Signa by the wrist and leaned in.
What on earth have you got in your hair?
Signa's stomach lurched, praying to God that it wasn't some awful crawling thing. Get it out! She tried to look, but was unable to see anything until Blythe tugged free several strands that had been tucked behind Signa's ear. They were as silver as starlight. Fix it! Signa's words were little more urgent than a breath. Tear it out if you must, but make sure no one can see.
Have you lost your mind? I'm not going to rip out your hair.
Oh, how Signa could curse fate. She'd wanted to believe that she'd gotten away with nothing more than tiredness from last using her Reaper powers, but it seemed he was right about those consequences after all. Blythe's frown was severe as she carefully tucked the silver strands away just in time for Charlotte to look over with a lift to her brow. Signa straightened, smiling despite the thundering of her heart. A duke was dead. Fate had stopped her from communicating with death. Her childhood friend was a potential suspect in a murder, and now her hair was turning silver as though she'd aged overnight. What else could possibly go wrong? Signa tried to pull herself back into reality, not wishing to focus on her hair so much that she alerted other people to her predicament. She shifted her attention back to Everett, who was greeting lovely women in pale tea dresses with twirling parasols to block out sunlight that was doing its best to burn Signa where she stood. Everett didn't look like a man capable of murder, but she'd been wrong before. Eliza was nearby as well, and Signa noticed, after a second look, that the dark-haired man who spoke to her was none other than Byron. When Charlotte caught her looking, she hummed under her breath. Miss Wakefield always did want to marry a Hawthorne, Charlotte mused. I just thought it would be Percy. They were so close before he left. The sound Blythe made was unintelligible.
Eliza and my uncle. Your mind is far more apt to storytelling than I would have imagined.
Charlotte waved her fan harder, cutting Blythe a scathing look. They've been seeing each other for some time. He's a good match, unmarried and affluent. I dare say he might have asked for her hand by now, if not for the scandal with your father. Or maybe he has, and they're biding their time until your family's name is cleared. As much as Signa disliked the idea of Eliza being welcomed into the family, it certainly helped make sense of the ring they'd found in Elijah's study. Blythe wrapped her hands around her stomach, likely thinking the same thing.
It seems more happened while I was stuck in bed than I realised.
Or perhaps you've been far too concerned with yourself to consider what everyone else is doing. Now, enough of that, Signa said, alarmed. Whatever had happened between Charlotte and Blythe, there would be time to settle it later, in private. We're all friends here. Her voice trailed off when she caught sight of a golden head of hair making its way through the throng. An angry heat festered in her stomach, thinking of her silver hair and their argument from when they last spoke. There was so much happening, so many thoughts to pass, that she wasn't sure how she could handle anything else. Fortunately, fate turned at the last moment, headed not toward her, but to Everett.
I swear I can't keep pace with you these days,
Blythe huffed under her breath.
First you're dreaming of a duke, and now you lose your thoughts in the presence of a prince.
You've been dreaming of Everett? There was tension in Charlotte's jaw, though Signa couldn't find it in her to answer. Fate's presence was all-consuming. Though they were here to bolster Elijah's name and make a good impression on the guests, Signa very much doubted anyone would remember that she and the Hawthorne family had attended when there was someone far more interesting to think about.
I can't believe he's visiting all the way from Verena.
Signa turned to see that the voice came from a small group of ladies she recognised from other social events this season. Diana Blackwater was among them, flapping her fan so fiercely that her white bonnet bobbed upon her small head.
It's such a lovely place, right on the water. My father took me there for a visit when I was young. The prince and I became quite close.
One of the younger girls gasped.
Do you think he came all this way for you?
Diana, bless her, was positively preening. How silly it was to watch her and the entire town play into fate's trap.
Do tell us about him,
one girl said with prying hopefulness.
Is he charming?
He is quite the gentleman,
Diana said with a practiced swoon. It seemed everyone was an actor these days.
He's well-mannered and incredibly attentive. If you thought Wisteria Gardens was beautiful, you would perish upon seeing his family's royal palace.
Ha! Well-mannered indeed.
I must admit that I was pleased to see forgive me, I do mean Prince Dryden visiting the year of my debut,
Diana continued.
I've always had such a fondness for Verena, and always imagined myself ending up there one day.
She wasn't worth it. She wasn't. And yet Signa's hands twitched with annoyance. Diana and her lies didn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things, but there was something about her that irked Signa so much that she spun to face the girl. It must be fate, Signa mused, smile so wide that her eyes squinted halfway shut. Diana returned a thin smile, fanning herself with a touch more aggression.
I dare say you're right, Miss Farrow.
I couldn't agree more. Fate is a very powerful thing.
It was the alleged prince himself who spoke as he and Everett approached. Diana and the rest of the ladies fell silent as he and the freshly minted duke dipped their heads in greeting. Fate's eyes, however, lifted to watch Signa from beneath long lashes, and that strange heat in her belly was back.
Prince Aris,
she said with as much revulsion as publicly acceptable. "You're still in town?"
"Still? Did you intend on leaving?"
It was Everett who asked, setting a hand on Fate's shoulder as though they were good friends. Signa couldn't help but fixate on that touch, glaring. For why was it that Fate could manage to not just be seen, but also touched, when death couldn't manage either?
"I expected you'd be here through the season."
"I will be," Fate said coolly enough to prickle Signa's skin.
"Miss Farrow must have misunderstood. I have every intention of remaining here until she agrees to accept my proposal."
The words were so casual that everyone within hearing distance stilled, looking at one another to ensure they'd heard the same thing. Signa's cheeks burned. "Surely you mean until someone accepts your proposal?" She tried to smile, to make light of his comment. Fortunately, Fate bowed his head and obliged her with a small, amused smirk.
"Of course, Miss Farrow. Do forgive me for misspeaking."
Oh, how Signa wished that she could summon her shadows and claim Fate where he stood. She hated that he sounded so charming, and that there was a dimple in his cheek that made him look entirely too friendly. When she decided she could no longer bear to entertain him, Signa diverted her attention onto Everett. "Congratulations, Lord Wakefield," she said at last, hoping to create some diversion from whatever game Fate was playing. "Yes, congratulations." Charlotte took a squeaky breath when Everett approached. "You look very respectable in that sash. Your father would be proud." Everett looked so bashful as he adjusted his waistcoat that Signa sought Blythe's eyes to share a look. Her cousin, however, was fixated on the ground.
"Thank you, Miss Killinger,"
he said.
"That's truly appreciated."
Charlotte shyly glanced away as she pushed a fallen curl from her shoulder. It seemed they might mill about each other all day if someone didn't do something to rouse them from their stupor. And though Signa opened her mouth to relieve her friend, Fate beat her to it.
"The day is far too perfect for us to continue standing around chatting."
He tipped his head toward the garden.
"How would you all fancy a game of croquet?"
Chapter 20. The palace garden was the opposite of Wisteria's in every way, understated in its beauty, with elegant rose bushes and shady oaks that lined trim pathways. Servants passed by with trays of dainty sandwiches and savouries, which guests ate as they gossiped together in the shade. As she and Blythe made the trek across the lawn, Signa found herself wishing that she could be one of those guests, soaking in the garden's beauty while stuffing her face with food. Instead, she found herself continually looking at Everett, examining the smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he greeted others. Might he have had a motive to kill his father? Could his face be that of a killer? Charlotte was at his side, speaking to him in low and happy tones. Signa watched them all the while, trying purposely to keep her focus from Fate. Blythe must have been doing the same, for she whistled quietly under her breath.
Perhaps it's time to turn your attention toward being a princess after all. They seem to be forming quite the pair.
Blythe spoke as if testing Signa's feelings about the matter. And yet, neither one has spoken a word about an attachment, Signa replied, and nudged Blythe toward where Everett was bowing to more ladies and eager mothers that approached as Charlotte watched, her expression more vacant with each new face. It felt like they were stopped every few feet as Fate led the way across a seemingly endless lawn of the most perfect grass. Truly, not a single blade was browning, and all seemed cut to precisely the same length. When Fate caught Signa stealing a look at him, he offered his arm with a gloating puff of his chest. Blythe practically shoved her forward,
and Signa shot her a withering glare before she begrudgingly took Fate's arm and allowed him to pull her ahead.
"What do you say to a game, Miss Farrow?"
he asked. Though the question was teasing, it was easy to see the vulnerability he was masking. "I would say no," she answered honestly. "But do I have a choice?" Fate took the jab in stride.
"Would your answer change if I said we can consider it part of our courting?"
She nearly missed a step. Before so many eyes, the last thing she wanted was to be seen courted by Fate. Nor did she wish to fan the flames of his interest when he refused to promise he would not harm Death. But even if she refused, she doubted Fate would leave. Not to mention that Signa would give just about anything to hear Death's voice again.
"Give him to me for a full day."
Signa sidestepped a little closer toward Fate, trying to keep her voice low. Blythe, she was sure, was likely trying her best to listen in.
"Starting now."
Fate walked with strong, confident strides, yet somehow still managed to look elegant. Almost like he was floating, with no scuffs on his leather boots.
"I will not change the terms of our agreement."
She made certain to kick the grass a little harder with her next step, hoping to send some mud onto his boots. Somehow, it didn't land. "Very well. But no cheating. I don't like men who play dirty." He laughed.
"If playing dirty is what it takes to get you to remember all that you have lost, then I will be the filthiest bastard you've ever met, Signa Farrow. You'll have your time with Death after our game."
Signa had not anticipated the warmth that flared within her. Her throat was too tight to swallow, and she dared not look Fate in the eye. The field was empty apart from the wickets and stakes meant for the game, and whether that was because everyone else was smart enough to enjoy palace food while they could, or because of Fate's hand, Signa had to wonder. She was glad for a few seconds of reprieve when he left her side to scoop up 2 of the mallets, one of which he handed to her.
"What do you say, ladies? Up for a game?"
There was a spark in Everett's eyes, and after all he had undergone these past few weeks, Signa's foul mood eased at the welcomed sight.
"I'd rather watch,"
Charlotte answered with a small smile that immediately had Everett grinning back. Signa couldn't believe her eyes. Just when had this fire between them begun?
"You'll stay nearby?"
he inquired.
"Of course."
Charlotte walked a few short feet away, stopping beneath the shady bend of a tree.
"I'll be right here, rooting for both teams." "If that's the case, then my team will be me and my cousin,"
Signa said, not about to allow herself or Blythe to be stuck on a team with Fate. While she expected him to be annoyed by her declaration, his amusement seemed only to grow.
"Very well, though you should know that in Verena, we play for prizes."
Dread crept into Signa's stomach. She should have known there would be a catch.
What's the prize?
Blythe asked as she tested the weight of her mallet.
"Whatever you'd like it to be."
Fate kicked over 2 balls for each team. Both of Signa's had a stripe of purple around them to match her mallet.
"For us, perhaps a song written and sung in our praise. A favor. Or maybe even a kiss from a lovely lady."
Everett straightened a little, glancing toward Charlotte.
"I don't think that—" "Oh, come now, Everett."
Fate laughed.
"It's only a kiss."
The refusal was upon the tip of Signa's tongue, and yet Blythe jumped in.
"We can have anything?"
she asked. The trap had been sprung, and Signa wasn't convinced that Fate could look any more gloating than he did then.
"Anything that's in my power to give."
Blythe didn't pause to consider her request, though she at least had the sense to lower her voice when she said,
"If we win." then the prince must put in a good word for my father.
Before either man could say anything more, she added,
And I want to see him. Immediately.
Everett lowered his mallet, his face severe. Miss Hawthorne, that's not possible.
Consider it done.
Fate's lack of hesitation gave Everett pause. He blinked, seeming to question in that moment just how much power a prince might have.
I accept those terms.
Signa's mind worked through the request, threading through his choice of words for any hidden meanings. But before she could get her thoughts together, Blythe swung her mallet over her shoulder and started toward the field.
Wonderful!
She batted away a blonde curl that had escaped her wide-brimmed ivory hat.
You'd best prepare yourself, princeling. I've no intention of letting you kiss me.
Letting me?
Fate's laugh was far too genuine.
You're not to my taste, love.
So it seems there is a god.
Blythe clapped her hands together and looked to the sky as if praying.
It only took looking at your art for me to understand how terrible your taste is.
Fate's grip tightened on his mallet, and Everett and Signa shared a look. At least there were two people here behaving appropriately, though both Fate and Blythe reeked so thoroughly of determination that convincing them to play without stakes wasn't an option, even if there was a second when Signa considered wringing Blythe's neck. How did one beat Fate in his own game? Couldn't he change the outcome? Twist everything to his favor? She wanted to win as much as Blythe, yet it wasn't until a chill tore through the air around her shoulders that Signa believed they might have a chance. Signa gripped the handle of her mallet and tried to capture her fleeing breath. At once she turned to Fate, who had given himself away by looking directly at the spot next to Signa, where, she now realized, death stood. Though she could neither see nor hear him, the mallet pressed harder into her palms, as if to say that he was there with her, that he would help.
Ladies first,
Fate offered with an edge of annoyance. It was the only thing that revealed just how he felt about Death's arrival. Blythe positioned herself as though she'd played 1,000 times before, squaring herself to the ball and striking it straight on. The ball hurtled through the first wicket, and Fate's smile twitched downward. He stole a look at Blythe, then at Death, but as far as Signa had been able to tell, that hit was all her own. Blythe flashed Fate a wicked grin as she strode up to the ball, earning a second turn from scoring a point. Her next strike had the ball across the field, more than halfway toward the next wicket. She inspected her work with a satisfied little nod before strolling back to them.
I suppose that will do.
It was Everett's turn next, and Signa felt the chill wash toward him. Fate, too, took a subtle step closer to Everett. Golden threads glistened, drawing the mallet back, but it seemed that something got hold of the ball the moment the mallet struck. Death. He at least had the decency to scoot the ball forward a few inches for Everett's sake, though it was a crooked shot away from the first wicket that left Everett scratching his head. I'm usually not such a horrendous shot. He glanced above him, as if checking whether the wind itself was his offender.
You'll get it next time.
Blythe's voice was automatic, as though she'd had to tell players that too many times before.
Perhaps the prince will make up for it on his turn.
I intend to.
Fate bit back, glowering when Blythe never dropped her smile.
It sounds like someone underestimated us.
She stretched her gloved hand before her, inspecting it for any sign of dirt.
I used to make my brother play with me every Sunday.
Signa could have sworn that there was the tiniest hitch in Blythe's voice, and that her icy blue eyes were suddenly much sharper as she shared a look with Charlotte. There was little time to think about it, though, for as Blythe reminded her,
It's your turn, Signa.
everything Signa knew about croquet she had learned from watching Blythe approximately 2 minutes prior. She approached the ball just as her cousin had, squaring herself to it and doing her best to appear as though this were second nature, and that she'd swung a mallet 1,000 times before. Really, though, she was pleading with death under her breath. Fortunately, he seemed to know exactly what to do. She couldn't say whether her mallet had even struck before the ball was rocketing through the next wicket. Everett whistled low behind them, but when Signa glanced back toward her cousin with a victorious grin, she was surprised to find that Blythe's smug expression had been wiped clean, her pale brows creased. It was possible she was overly focused. With such a prize on the line, how could she not have been? Still, Blythe looked between Signa and the ball with such skepticism that Signa's palms began to sweat through her gloves. She gave her hands a shake before fisting the mallet for her second turn. Once again, she felt the familiar breeze of Death's shadows as he jumped into action, gliding the ball along the path and straight through the next wicket. "I dare say we've been played, Your Highness," Everett mused, glancing back at Charlotte every so often to see whether she was enjoying herself. "Perhaps we should quit while we're ahead." Fate scoffed as he stalked toward his team's ball.
"Nonsense. We have time to redeem ourselves."
The threads around him blazed an intense gold, winding around his mallet. But Death's shadows must have intertwined with them, for the mallet was slower than it ought to have been on the swing. Even so, the ball slid through the wicket.
"I do enjoy a nice, fair game."
Fate repositioned himself for his second strike, bending at the hips. The second he did, he whispered at the ground,
"I do not make a habit of cheating, brother. But if you continue to, then so will I."
Then he struck, and this time the ball was off, not quite reaching the wicket. He glared at it, lips curled as though the ball had personally offended him. Blythe was already preparing herself as Fate made his way back to them. He stopped to watch her, while Death, it seemed, could not help himself from one last interference. As Blythe raised her mallet back, it swung from her grip and struck Fate between the legs. Blythe careened backward, mirroring Signa as she covered her mouth with both hands. A gust of wind tore around them, hard enough to knock off the hats of a few affronted ladies in the distance. Signa glared hard at the spot where Death must have stood. It was like watching a scene play out in slow motion as Fate stumbled, lips pressed so tight they were bone white as he dropped to his knees. Behind them, Charlotte covered her squealing mouth. Blythe rushed toward Fate, stopped, stepped back, then continued toward him again, as if unable to figure out whether he'd want her apology or her head on a platter. Eventually, she settled on the apology. Her cheeks were red as a cherry tart.
Your Highness, are you all right? I'm so sorry. Is there anything...
Everett took her by the shoulder and drew her back, his expression grave.
"Perhaps some space, Miss Hawthorne. You don't need to be involved in such a delicate situation."
Signa bit the inside of her cheek hard.
Was that really necessary?
She hissed at Death.
He already wants to kill you.
"It was an accident, little bird. They really ought to put a better grip on those mallets. I didn't expect it to hit him."
Signa's chest felt as though it swelled 3 sizes when she heard Death's voice in her head. It seemed the pain of Fate's accident must have temporarily caused his powers to slip, and though she knew that couldn't have been a good thing, her stomach fluttered all the same. How nice it was to hear him again, if only for a few seconds.
Are you all right?
Blythe demanded.
Shall I see if there's a doctor to examine you?
"There's no need for a doctor, Miss Hawthorne,"
Fate seethed.
"And I certainly do not need an examination. Just give me a moment."
Sit the rest of the game out, Everett suggested through a wince. I'll represent our team. Miss Farrow and Miss Hawthorne can choose a player to represent theirs.
Let's not make a fuss over nothing.
Even through a wince, Fate managed to sound convincing.
Nothing?
Death echoed with mirth.
I wouldn't admit that so freely, brother.
Had Signa been able to see him, Death certainly would have gotten her most insidious glare. She never knew that brothers could be so infuriating. Was he trying to bring Fate's wrath upon them? Fate rolled his shoulders back, ignoring Death as he eased to a stand.
There's little harm done. I'm fit enough to play.
Though Blythe appeared skeptical, she didn't dare wound his pride by arguing. Neither did Everett, and soon enough they fell back into the game, feigning that nothing had happened. The game lasted around 2 hours, during which Death's voice faded away. Turn after turn, both Everett and Signa tried their best, without Death's influence, though Everett bounced several balls from the wickets, and Signa kept missing the ball altogether. Only Blythe and Fate were scoring any points for their respective teams, and the tension between them grew so thick that the other two gave them a wide berth. Blythe was spectacular, so focused on the game that she did not so much as smile each time the ball passed through a wicket. Her gaze was cool and level, mind unwavering from the task at hand. Fate was just as well practiced, as he ought to have been, Signa supposed, considering how long he'd been alive. He didn't need to rely on his magic to aid him, and remained true to his word about avoiding it even as he kept up with Blythe. Soon enough, just as Signa's back had begun to ache and she had half a mind to lie on the fine grass, Blythe's shot knocked Fate's ball from its position near the last wicket, and she took the final point. Only then did she throw her mallet down and spin toward Fate. Her eyes were gleaming with constrained satisfaction. Signa had no doubt that if they were alone, she'd be celebrating her victory with nothing short of a battle cry.
I want to see my father tomorrow.
Blythe kept her voice even, and though Fate wore the face of a man scorned, he nodded.
I keep my promises, Miss Hawthorne. Consider it done.
The hours had slipped away while they'd played. It wasn't so late that the sun had fully set, though it was late enough that guests had started to disperse, and all food and drink service had ended. Though the game wasn't particularly strenuous, the sun had been sweltering, and Everett dabbed perspiration from his forehead with a handkerchief. It had been nice to play a game with him, to see him jest and smile, and pretend that they were normal people with normal lives. People not surrounded by death and disaster, if only for a few hours. Everett turned to the cousins and Charlotte, who had rejoined them and was stealing sideways glances at Blythe.
Shall I walk you ladies to your carriage? He asked. It's later than I realised.
I think that would be wise.
There was something wrong about Blythe's tone, a tension that only a knowledgeable ear would pick up. Signa straightened at the sound. It was unlike her cousin not to take her arm as they walked, nor to revel in her victory. Signa slid a look at Charlotte, though the girl swiftly turned away as she and Everett bid the cousins a farewell.
It was a good match, Miss Hawthorne,
Fate admitted, as Blythe and Signa stood beside their carriage.
Arrive to the prison before sunrise tomorrow. I'll see what can be done.
Blythe nodded, and while it seemed she was not trying to be harsh, she was quick to turn from Fate and throw the carriage door open.
Let's get going,
she demanded. And though Signa's entire body itched with the knowledge that something was horribly, desperately wrong, she followed her cousin inside. Chapter 21. Blythe. Blythe's chest felt frightfully close to bursting as she pressed herself against the carriage, and as far from Signa as space allowed.
She settled clammy fingers against her throat, focusing on her beating pulse and counting each of her breaths to try to bring herself back into some semblance of calm. She couldn't stop looking at Signa, who wasn't so foolish as to not notice. Like Blythe, Signa kept herself pressed to the opposite side of the carriage, making herself small in the cramped space. People always said that she was cursed. No matter how hard Blythe tried, she couldn't shake Charlotte's warning. Why did she run toward the fire? From the moment they'd met, Blythe had known there was something strange about Signa. She'd considered others' nervousness toward her a misunderstanding and social bias, as Signa's skin was eerily pale, and her eyes large and knowing. But when Signa had arrived at Thorngrove, Blythe's life had improved tenfold. It had been fun. There'd been someone to fill her in on all the gossip and scandals she'd missed. Someone who didn't just treat her like the fragile, sick girl. Not to mention that her life had been spared thanks to Signa. And beyond that, she'd also met a wonderful friend. A sister, really. At least, she thought she had. Blythe curled her hands into fists, letting her fingernails dig into her skin as though the pain might somehow clear her head, which hadn't stopped spinning since the game of croquet. There were no words for what she'd seen. Gauzy, hazy glimpses of shadows that hovered behind Signa. Shadows that Signa had spoken to when she'd thought no one was listening, and that had helped guide her mallet. It was positively ridiculous and impossible and preposterous, and yet Blythe had seen those shadows before. When she had been breaths away from dying, they had shared a room with her. She hadn't wanted to give thought to those dark times and dredge up such bitter memories, but she was certain that Signa had seen those shadows too, had spoken with them. As close as she had been to death, the memory itself was fuzzy. No matter how hard Blythe tried, she couldn't sharpen her mind's eye or bring that scene into focus. But there were other oddities too, ones that she did remember, like when Elaine's reflection had shown a sickly, dying body, or when thorny vines had erupted from beneath the floorboards to tear into her. Blythe could see the shadows even then, fainter than they'd been, but still lingering around Signa like a grey haze. She squinted, ensuring it wasn't a trick of the light. "What is it?" Signa asked, with a hitch of nerves that immediately made Blythe's stomach flip with guilt. "Have I grown a third arm?"
No, but you are sprouting silver hair.
Blythe's mouth was painfully dry. It was a struggle to even form the words, for she hated these thoughts. Hated that she could even be considering Signa in this way. But Charlotte's seedling about suspecting Signa in Percy's disappearance had taken root and was growing into a full conspiracy, and the events of the day had further convinced her that something was not right.
What happened today?
Each word tore at Blythe's throat, and though she'd asked the question, she didn't know if she was ready for the answer. Signa tensed. "Do you mean with the prince?" She sounded so genuine that Blythe again wondered whether she might have been hallucinating these strange horrors. Perhaps this was a strange side effect of being so close to death one too many times, and Signa knew nothing about the darkness that followed her. Perhaps these horrors were all in Blythe's head. But there was no way that Signa didn't know something about Percy, and so Blythe forced herself to press on.
I want you to tell me I'm wrong. I want you to tell me I need to lie down and that I'm seeing things because the rooms you walk into get cold, Signa. Your hair is losing its colour, and there is a darkness that follows you even now, a darkness that I've seen you speak to.
You haven't played a game of croquet in your life, Blythe continued. It was a guess, but she must have been right, given that Signa did not argue. Something was helping you. Or someone. I need you to explain it to me because I feel like I'm losing my mind. Signa opened her mouth, presumably to argue, but to her credit, promptly shut it once more. Blythe knew, then. Knew with everything in her, no matter how much she wished she could play dumb, that Charlotte had been onto something, and that perhaps there was more merit to the rumours about Signa than she and her family had ever acknowledged. Her cousin was quiet, and Blythe instinctively wrapped her hand around the carriage's handle in case she needed to throw herself out. It looked like Signa was having some sort of mental conversation with herself, and Blythe wondered whether she'd try to come up with a story. Whether she would try to get out of this. Instead, Signa reached forward to take Blythe's free hand, and all Blythe could do was squeeze it tight, praying that her uneasiness was a mistake. That Signa would tell her that she was being paranoid. Instead, Signa said, "There's something I need to show you." And Blythe felt her world shatter. Chapter 22. With every breath, Signa prayed that her lungs would give out, that they would turn to lead or temporarily shut off and spare her from the next moments.
Are you certain you want to do this?
Death's voice was in her head, and God, how she wished she could lose herself within it. It was too much. Everett, Byron, Charlotte, Elijah, and now Blythe asking questions Signa wished she wouldn't. Her chest was so tight that it felt like one wrong move was all it would take for her to explode. She needed to tell Blythe. She had to. Blythe was already leaning as far from Signa as she could manage, arms wound around herself. Signa had to tamp down her pain and press on, for in that moment Blythe was watching her with eyes no different from everyone else's, like she was convinced that Signa might suddenly leap to attack her, like she was a beast, a monster. And maybe she was. Perhaps she deserved that fear. After all, she'd committed atrocities from which there was no turning back. Still, she loved Blythe and owed her the truth. But one could not simply admit to being a reaper in love with death and be believed. She needed to prove it. They arrived at Thorngrove, and it didn't take long before Byron dismissed them, stretching his back and eager to slip into evening attire. Signa didn't afford Blythe the same luxury. She immediately took her cousin by the hand and led her outside, toward the stables, flexing her fingers when Blythe snatched her grip away.
I can speak to her in her sleep,
Death urged.
I'll tell her that her brother left. To stop looking. You don't have to do this.
I do, was all Signa told him. If Blythe was too strong-willed for Death's whispers the first time he'd tried to convince all of Thorngrove not to try to find Percy, there was no chance she'd fall for them now. Besides, twisting Blythe's mind would make them no better than fate. He may have toyed with humans like they were his playthings, but Signa would make no such marionettes. She didn't want to live her life continuing to keep Blythe in the dark.
What are we doing here?
Blythe's body was tensed, like she was readying herself to sprint away as Signa led them to the stables, toward the stall where the newborn foal lay curled on the hay. William Crepsley was seated beside it once again, stroking the foal's chestnut hair. Its breaths were little more than rasps, and the poor thing trembled with each one. No matter how much anyone wanted to believe he'd pull through, Signa knew the foal wouldn't make it through the night. William stood when he noticed them, removing his working cap and holding it over his chest with both hands. "I wasn't expecting anyone tonight. Is there something I can do for you?" "You could give us a few minutes of privacy," Signa told him with icy calm. "We'd like to sit with the foal." "Of course, Miss Farrow." His face went tender, and he nodded before opening the stall door and slipping out. Blythe followed Signa inside with hesitant steps, sinking to her knees into the hay opposite her cousin. She looked behind her, ensuring that William was gone, before she set her hand tenderly on the foal's neck and whispered to Signa,
"You're scaring me. What are we doing here?"
Signa pried her gloves off in silence and set them to the side. If she spoke, she feared she'd lose her nerve. Tentatively, Signa drew the last of her pruned belladonna berries from her pocket and pressed them to her tongue.
"Signa!"
Blythe tried to smack them away from her, but Signa leaned out of reach.
"What's gotten into you? Spit those out!"
"Don't touch me!" Signa made her voice as lethal as everyone thought her to be. Blythe fell back with wild eyes, looking like a startled deer ready to bolt. More calmly, only when she was certain that Blythe had been frightened enough to keep her distance, Signa added, "I'll be all right." She hoped it was true. She'd never quite used her powers in this way before, but Death had once told her that they were built on intention. Want it? Take it. What she wanted now was to allow herself to still be seen by Blythe, even in her Reaper form. She needed to prove to her cousin that she could truly do the things she was about to claim, and so that's what she focused on as the nausea took over and the poison leached through her. Death was beside her at once, tense and ranting about how foolish she was for consuming the last of the berries. For a moment, Signa swore that Blythe looked at him, or at least near him. Blythe shuddered from the sudden rush of cold and pushed herself against the side of the stall. Signa wouldn't blame her if she fled. She'd be glad for it. But she knew Blythe well enough to know that she wasn't going anywhere.
"You have to throw that up right now."
Blythe's voice trembled, but she made no move forward.
"You need to get the poison out of you."
Signa shut her eyes, uncertain whether it was right for her to feel so relieved. "You can see me?" Blythe stiffened.
"Of course I can see you. Stop talking nonsense."
Her plan may have worked, but Signa's body shook from the effort of keeping herself visible, the shadows around her too pale, too grey. Death was at her side at once, pressing his hands against her bare skin, cursing himself as he helped solidify her place on his side of the veil. "That shouldn't be possible." Death's voice was breathless. "Not while she's still alive." "Something must have happened when we saved her," she told him. "She avoided dying 3 separate times. Perhaps there's more of a price to that than we thought." Signa hovered close to the foal, mindful of even the barest hint of her touch. "Tell it you're here," Signa whispered to Blythe. "Give it whatever comfort you can. It's not long for this world."
"Mr. Crepsley said it could make a recovery."
Blythe's bottom lip quivered, but still she drew the foal's head to her lap and stroked its neck.
"Try to relax, Angel. You'll be all right."
Her voice was soft as snowfall. Signa told herself that it was a mercy to end the foal's life. It had struggled enough, and she knew as she stretched her bare fingers toward it that she could give it the peaceful, easy rest it deserved. "Whatever you do," Signa warned, "do not touch me. No matter what you see, no matter what you think, don't you dare touch me." Only when Blythe had bobbed her head in a fraction of a nod did Signa slip her fingers through the foal's dark mane, pressing them against the velvety skin of its neck. There was no need to summon the Reaper's powers. They leached through her entire being, shadows dripping from her fingertips as the bitter cold took control. And in that moment, as the foal's heartbeat stilled beneath her touch, and Blythe covered her mouth with tears in her eyes, Signa hated herself for having these powers. With just a single touch, the foal shuddered once, before releasing the quietest exhale. It was dead within the second. Signa had killed it within a second. No one moved an inch until Blythe finally stared up at her. She clutched the foal close, arms wrapping around its thick neck.
"We should call for William. He might be able to revive."
Signa curled her fingers in the straw. "There's no reviving the dead, Blythe. He's gone." Signa didn't anticipate the severity with which her cousin's eyes would pin her. They were red-rimmed and repulsed. Signa had seen those same eyes too many times before. On different faces, perhaps, but always with that same stare. She'd seen it when the Killingers had fled after her uncle's death. She'd seen it when she'd left her Aunt Magda's house half a year ago, and it seemed everyone in the entire town had shown up to cross themselves as they watched her go. It was the look of contempt, hate, fear. And it hurt all the worse that this time it came from Blythe.
"You killed it."
It wasn't a question. It was a whispered chant she repeated over and over again as she cradled the dead foal closer.
"Why, Signa? Why would you do that?"
The moment that question passed Blythe's lips, something within Signa shattered. Perhaps she was never meant for this life. Never meant to have friends or living, breathing people who cared for her. Because, at one point or another, they would always look at her as Blythe did now. Would it be different, she wondered, if she leaned into her other powers? If she pushed aside the siren song of the Reaper and instead leaned into life's burning magic? Could that make her happy? Or would she be no different than the girl she had been last autumn, focused solely on pleasing everyone else?
"Bring him back!"
Blythe's words were like poison, lethal, and so searing that Signa's throat tightened.
"Bring him back right now!"
"I can't do that."
"Now, Signa! I want him back now!"
Guilt swelled within her, and there was the heat again, stirring deep in her belly as she tried to give Blythe what she wanted. Tried to give her cousin a version of herself that was worthy of the love Blythe had to offer. It burned through her, so hot that Signa worried her skin would melt. She refused to shy away from it, though, curling her fingers into the foal's mane, even when the tears came and a scream tore through her throat. It took seconds that felt like years of agony, like Signa herself was in the depths of hell, eaten alive by the flames. Distantly, she heard death calling to her, though she couldn't make out the words. It hurt too much to listen, to focus, to do anything at all. Until suddenly, it didn't. All at once, the heat disappeared, and beneath Signa's hands, the foal's chest rose and fell. Stronger this time. It pushed from Blythe's grip, eyes clear of the fog that had been weighing it down since birth. In and out, its chest moved. Signa couldn't pull her focus away, counting every breath. 1. She had done that. 2. She had done that. 3. Signa turned at once toward death, but with the belladonna purged from her body and her heart racing once more, he'd disappeared from sight. I brought him back. Signa stared at the foal. Her hands felt like they were on fire, and she had to touch her lips to confirm they hadn't melted away. She nearly spun to Blythe, and though she wasn't sure what she was expecting, it wasn't to see Blythe push up onto shaky feet and back away, as though Signa was the devil himself. Because this was what she'd asked for. This was what she'd wanted. And yet, with words so vicious that each of them felt worse than death, Blythe choked, I wasn't talking about the horse. Ice flooded through Signa once more, removing all traces of the aching heat. For the first time, she found no comfort in it. The girls watched each other, Blythe, a predator, and Signa, the wounded prey. I can explain, Signa began, but Blythe didn't let her say another word.
I need you to tell me one thing.
As quietly as Blythe spoke, her voice was the only sound in the world that Signa could hear right then.
I need you to tell me if my brother really left Thorngrove the night of the fire.
What Signa wouldn't have done to have had these abilities earlier. If she'd had them a few months prior, she could have saved Blythe herself. She could have found a different way to deal with Percy. Why now, of all possible times? Why now, when it was too late to go back? She bowed her head, and though she knew it would doom her, said, No. Blythe's hand flew to her mouth, barely covering the sob that racked her body. Through it, she forced out each word. Is my brother alive? Blythe, it's yes or no! The sharpness in Blythe's voice was not intended to wound, but to kill.
Is Percy alive?
Signa had known this question would come. All along, she'd known that one day she'd have to admit the truth of what she had done to this family. She wished only that it hadn't come so fast. That she'd had more time with Blythe before losing her forever. But she had been warned that there was a price for toying with fate and playing God. And it seemed her payment was finally due. No, Signa whispered, knowing that every day for the rest of her existence, she would wish to forget this moment. No, he's not. Blythe did not blink, did not breathe, or even twitch her lips. The only sign that she'd heard Signa was in the shaking hand she wound around her stomach, as if holding herself in. And when Blythe finally did speak, exhaling unsteadily, she became winter incarnate, each word raging with the force of a tempest.
I want you gone from Thorngrove by morning.
9 words Blythe had whispered. 9 words, and Signa felt any remaining happiness she had slip from her grasp. Without leaving any room for rebuttal, Blythe gathered her skirts and fled the stables. All Signa could do was sit, numb and hollow, as she watched the foal bend to eat its hay. Chapter 23. Signa gave little thought to what she did next. Thinking would require feeling, and she had no desire to suffer through anything of the sort. Not yet. Moments after Blythe had fled, William returned in a panic to find Signa hugging her knees, unblinking as she watched the foal.
Miss Farrow?
Fear edged his voice. Had she been able to see herself, Signa might have understood why he drew a step back as she stood to face him. She would have seen the wildness in her eyes and the straw in her hair, would have seen the way she flexed her fingers as though her nails were claws, and the pain that cracked her expression like a porcelain cup. One wrong word, one wrong move, and she would shatter.
Leave me alone. It's getting late,
William whispered.
I've come to accompany you back to the manor.
She cut him a look so scathing that his mouth snapped closed. Only after a long moment of staring down at the foal did he step inside and scoop it into his arms.
Stay as long as you like, then. But I'm putting the foal with his mother.
William said it like a question, so Signa nodded. It would be better that way, if she didn't have to look at the foal, at proof of what she was and the impossibility of what she'd done. She waited for William to disappear, for the noise around her to settle into swishing tails and softly stamping hooves before she tilted her head up at the ceiling, shut her eyes and asked,
You're still here, aren't you?
Signa was met by a wave of icy air and a voice that slipped through her mind like the finest velvet.
Of course I am. I brought a foal back to life. You brought a foal back to life,
Death repeated, without a hint of emotion to betray his thoughts.
The silver in your hair is gone as well. How are you feeling?
The question was so ridiculous that she couldn't contain her bitter laughter. How was she feeling? God, she couldn't even begin to process it.
Tell me how I can help, little bird.
Signa knew he pressed closer when her fingertips numbed from the chill of his body.
Tell me how to make this better.
That was just it. There was no making it better, and the reality of that was sinking in too quickly to process.
I feel like I'm being pulled in 1,000 directions.
The admission was quiet, whispered from her most fragile depths.
I'm tired of people being afraid of me. Tired of feeling like I'm not enough. No matter what I do, I'm disappointing someone. But the one I truly feel most disappointed in is myself. Because I hate feeling like this, Death. I thought I was done.
Death's voice came as easy as the autumn breeze, sweeping and lulling her into its comfort.
If people are afraid,
he said,
then let them be afraid. Your shoulders were not meant to bear the weight of their expectations, Signa. You were not made to please others.
He was right. Despite the result, Signa did not regret telling her cousin the truth and unburdening herself of this secret. Signa had tried to please Blythe. She had made herself feel as though she were burning from the inside out to bring the foal back to life. Yet doing so hadn't mattered at all. None of it mattered. Signa had made her choices, and now it was time for her to own them. Still, she would mourn all that she would miss, like sneaking into Blythe's room for gossip at all hours of the night, listening to ridiculous family banter over dinner, laughing with her about whatever ridiculous thing Diana said or did at tea. There would be no more rides with Mitra, or seeing Lillian's garden once it healed from the fire and managed to bloom again. She wouldn't even have Death's voice in her head to help ease the transition if fate continued to keep him from her. Signa would be fully and utterly alone.
"You asked me what I want," Signa said at last, fingertips curling in the hay. "And it's to know that you're not going to leave me too. No matter what I am, or am not. No matter what your brother tries. Tell me that you'll be by my side." She stilled when she felt the pressure of him against her gloved hand, as he pressed a kiss to the back of it, as fragile as a wish.
You have me.
It was a promise that Signa wound around herself, hoarding it, protecting it.
So long as you want me, you will always have me.
"What if I want you now?" Signa was on her knees in the hay, following the sound of his voice and hoping, as she lifted her head, that she was looking at the space where he crouched, invisible to her eyes. Perhaps it was silly, but throughout her life, death had been her one constant. He, more than anyone else in this world, had helped her feel comfortable in her own skin, as everything and everyone was working to tear that apart, telling her who she was and what she should be. It made sense that she needed him more than anything else. Death made no sound as he weighed her words, and when his answer came, it was as gentle as the patter of raindrops after a storm.
I don't want to hurt you, Signa. I won't risk your life.
She knew that, of course. She didn't want to risk it either. Without a clue how these new powers of hers worked, or how far fate was willing to go to keep her from death, the gamble wasn't worth it. Yet when he lifted a hand to her cheek, and she could feel the leather of his gloves brush her bottom lip, she had an idea. A way to defy the constraints around them, and to still have exactly what she wanted. Him. Signa captured his hand in hers by touch alone, smoothing circles into his palm. There was nothing in front of her as far as she could see. No hand she was holding. No eyes she was looking into. She felt him, though, and that counted for something.
Signa.
Death's voice was low and tentative as she skimmed her fingers up his arm, following the shape of him over his shoulder and down his chest. Down and down, until he jerked away.
Careful. Your skin almost touched mine.
She was so tired of needing to be careful. She'd discarded her gloves when she'd used her abilities on the foal, and they still lay half buried in the hay. She rose to fetch them and slipped the satin over her fingers. "It's only a problem if our skin touches, isn't it? Then we won't let that happen." Her lips ached, desperately wanting to pull his face into hers and kiss him. To see him. But for now, this was the next best thing. She took his hand then, guiding it beneath her dress and petticoat, to one ankle, then slowly up the length of her stockings. She leaned into the corner of the stall, lifting her skirts to her knees. The low, appreciative sound Death made in the back of his throat was the most intoxicating music. She didn't need to guide his hand. He seemed to have taken off his gloves as he undid her boots, tossing them to the side as he brushed his thumb against her ankle. Her calves. Farther and farther up, tracing patterns along her inner thigh. Warmth flooded her, her lower belly stirring with anticipation as she shut her eyes and focused on the heat of her skin beneath his touch, on the shivers that rolled through her spine.
I love it when you make that face.